Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter returned as a legend to stop Voldemort. Here is short summary. Thrown decades into the past, a battle-hardened Harry Potter returns with knowledge, power, and a single mission: end Voldemort before he ever rises. In a world that doesn't yet know his name, the legend begins again. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. There was a lingering silence to the air as Harry stared at the waiting gates of Hogwarts and felt a sense of trepidation he could only remember feeling once before in association with the school. It wasn't quite fear. Not fear like he remembered experiencing when he was a child. This time it was more of a resigned wariness. Albus Dumbledore was not the pseudo-grandfather figure he remembered. This Dumbledore was still 20 years younger and 20 years less experienced. This Dumbledore hadn't lived and fought through 10 years of Tom Riddle's war. This Dumbledore most decidedly did not like Harry. And if he was honest with himself, Harry wasn't sure he particularly liked this Dumbledore. The look on this face when he'd placed himself between himself and Riddle, it sparked something in Harry, something deep, angry and very ugly. He rolled his fingers lightly about the handle of his wand and considered his approach as he tried to center himself. So far he hadn't had too terribly much luck with it. His thoughts were too wild, too charged with emotions for him to form a coherent train of thought. It was home. But, at the same time, he glanced around and so very much was different than he remembered it. The castle was, of course, much the same, but the grounds, there were trees that weren't, minor decorations here and there. Some plants that he couldn't ever recall. Enough of a distortion faced him that his memories insisted quite adamantly that this wasn't real. Sighing softly, he shook his head only a moment before finally steeling his nerves and setting forward. He had faced things far worse than an annoyed and ill-tempered Albus Dumbledore. Though he had to admit, in some ways they were even worse. A younger but still surly Argus Filch stood at the gates, glowering at him as his fingers tightened on the cool metal. Well, hurry up then. I don't have all day. Apparently even as a young man Argus Filch has been neither pleasant nor well-mannered. Another distortion that his memories protested again, leaving him to wonder for the umpteenth time why he was doing this. And still, every time the same answer waited for him, because he had a job to do. Harry just shook his head at the man's antics. This was not what he wanted to be doing right now. Being in Hogwarts, dealing with Dumbledore, when he could be hunting down Riddle. Unsuccessfully, probably, he admitted to himself, but still it would have been less frustrating than what he had a feeling he was about to have to deal with. The familiar doors came and went and, once inside, most of the incongruities had faded into the background. Hogwarts, for all intents and purposes, did not change as easily as the rest of the world did. But still he didn't feel the comforting embrace of his childhood home when he stepped in. No, the air was uncertain, alien and wary. If it stayed this way, he wasn't sure he'd be able to actually do the job anyway. Coming home and finding home it wasn't really home, he knew, not his home, but still. And he could feel his heart starting to beat, to pound as the adrenaline ached to course through his body. With a sharp force of his will he pushed it back down. This battle wouldn't be one he could win that way. Instead he schooled his features to some form of neutrality as he worked to order his thoughts. Occlumency still eluded him, his thoughts, reactions and considerations too much of a chaotic mess that had managed to work themselves into an efficient battle awareness. Trying to organize that mess would have taken years to get working. Instead he stood there, staring at the familiar stone gargoyle with Filch at his side, staring at him suspiciously. Some things never changed. When the gargoyle moved to the side, the familiar voice came from the top of the stairs. "Thank you, Argus. That will be all." Filch cast him one more distrusting look before turning and moving away in a way that Harry could only seem fit to describe as skulking. There was a beat before the voice continued, reluctantly. "If you would please come up, Mr. Potter." Steeling his spine, Harry nodded unconsciously before starting to rise up the steps of the office until he found himself facing a rather unamused Albus Dumbledore. Please sit, Mr. Potter, he stated a bit more briskly than was polite. The chair he was directed to was rather comfortable looking, so Harry simply inclined his head in agreement and then carefully took a seat, watching the man warily. Headmaster Dumbledore. They sat in silence for a moment, Dumbledore looking over him as if trying to take his measure. Harry, in turn, simply looked back at the man with a calm, expectant look and the arch of a brow. Finally the headmaster sighed and leaned back in his seat. So, I am told you will be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Dumbledore stated as he looked resignedly at the young man in front of him. That made Harry blink before his brows knitted and he looked back at Dumbledore, almost in confusion. I was under the impression that was your decision to make. Dumbledore snorted softly and almost seemed to glower resentfully at the man. Typically that would indeed be the case, however, after your little display at the interview, and my own apparently ill-advised actions, if I would attempt to block you from the position, I would find myself facing less than pleasant counter from a variety of different fronts that have not, classically, allied. Harry stared at the man for a moment, genuinely confused as he processed the statement. What? This time it was Dumbledore's turn to stare back at the man with no small amount of incredulity. Really, Mr. Potter, do you truly understand so little of politics? And he earned a snort in response. I'm not a politician. Never have been, bloody never will be. I've spent too much time actually going out and getting my hands dirty to ever be comfortable being the person behind a desk sending people out to do it for them. Wearily Dumbledore leaned back into his seat. I have been advised to let you have the position without a fight. There was a pause, before he continued. I have also been advised that it was perhaps time for me to take a sabbatical this year. Ah. Harry looked at the man oddly for a moment. If you don't mind my asking, why? Because I do not want my students recruited to join a war. Dumbledore stated bluntly as he gave the man a look. This time, Harry stared at the man incredulously before snorting softly. Are you truly daft? I beg your pardon. Dumbledore demanded in a cool, chilly voice as he looked back at Harry in a truly condescending manner. Your students are most likely already being recruited. And if they're not, they will be soon. Harry stated bluntly. By their families, by their friends, by the promise of power, prestige and a cause, it doesn't matter. They're going to be recruited. Whenever war comes, the young, the idealistic, the easily swayed, they're always recruited. For a moment Dumbledore frowned, looking as if he were about to dispute what he was saying, before he finally settling back to look at Harry with a look of ill-disguised displeasure. And I am to take this as a reason for me to allow you to do the same. They are children. We were all children, once, Harry stated quietly as he looked back at Dumbledore. And in our youth we often allow ourselves to believe that the paths we should follow are the ones that play to our egos. If no one shows them that the difference between what is right and what is easy involves, then they will often be more easily lead down a path that they never know isn't the best one for them. That does not give you the right to convince them to fight in a war that can and will get them killed. Dumbledore stated with a slight glare. They are the future. If we do not protect them, there will not be a future for the rest of to fight for. And who has more reason to fight than them? Harry asked as he looked back at the man. It is, just as you said, their future. You think that by trying to treat them as if it's none of their concern, nothing they need to worry about, that you're protecting them. They should not be involved. Dumbledore snapped back as he stood up, slamming his hands down on his desk as a sudden surge of magic swam into the air around him. No one should be involved in this. Harry agreed as he stood up himself and met his gaze unflinching, ignoring the swell of Dumbledore's magic. But that doesn't mean they aren't already. You think Voldemort will just roll over and leave them be because they're children. You think that he won't send his knights after them and their families just because they don't follow him. That future you talk about. That is their future. Harry's own magic came to bear, and Dumbledore found that it was not lacking against his own. That means it's our jobs to make sure they live to see it. And if that means that we have to teach them to defend it, to fight for it, that is our burden to bear. If we don't, that means that many more of them will die, cowering in fear and helpless. You can't expect them to survive against fully trained wizards. Dumbledore began as he glared back at Harry. Without having it drilled into their heads. No, I can't, Harry agreed with a nod of his head before looking at Dumbledore with a hardened gaze. But I've seen a handful of school children hold off a group of fully trained wizards and witches intent upon ending their lives long enough for help to get to them. All of them living through it. Dumbledore wavered for a moment, his outrage and magic dying off as he looked back at Harry with suddenly sullen eyes. So that they can become like you. Killers. Harry beeped in a breath as he clenched his fingers back into his hands and his eyes started to burn. I would train them so they didn't become like me. Make no mistake, Albus Dumbledore, I am not how I am because I was trained to be. I am not whom I am because I was brought up to fight, to kill, or to destroy. He shook his head at that and glared back at the headmaster, a small spark of hate in his eyes as he strangled down on his emotions. When I was at the age of when I was in school, it was run as you would have a school run. When war broke out, we were told it was none of our concern, none of our business. They came for us, targeted us, and we were told we were children, and it was not our place to fight. Then his fist slammed down on Dumbledore's desk like a crack of thunder, causing several things to jump. But we still had to fight. Wishful thinking and good intentions didn't prevent us from being attacked. Wanting us to have our childhoods didn't stop us from watching our friends, our classmates, cut down in front of us. I have seen where good intentions like yours lead, Dumbledore. I have seen the good lives it costs. I have lived through the suffering it encourages. Ignorance is not going to save them. It will only leave them brittle and easy to break when they come from them. Harry took a slow deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, to rein in his emotions as he continued to glare at the bewildered and flustered man in front of him. What I want for them is for them to be able to survive, without having to become like me. And if that means I have to fight through your well-intentioned, stubborn stupidity, I will beat it into your head until it finally sticks. Dumbledore sat there, staring up into burning emerald eyes, and he couldn't help but stare. In them he saw something that truly made him pause. Conviction. It was not the kind he'd seen in Gellert's eyes, with the lingering impurities of doubt and remorse, leaving it weak and vulnerable to the right angle. It was not the kind that he had seen in Tom Riddle's eyes, even before he'd inadvertently allowed his escape from the man before him. That one had been a fire, raging and roaring without direction or control. That was a conviction that eagerly, greedily consumed everything it touched simply to keep feeding itself. No. This was solid, icy steel, forged by pain and suffering, and through it, tempered into wisdom instead of bitter hatred and anger. And it left him feeling a great swell of emotions he couldn't begin to quantify. Before either man could speak, a sudden melody filled the air, a warm rush of sweet notes that seemed easily into their pounding hearts and soothed frayed tempers. Above them, flying in a small, lazy circle, Fawkes, the phoenix, had apparently had enough of the pair's bickering and had decided to intervene. For a moment the bird merely sang, a soothing, gentle melody, before finally he fluttered down and came to rest on Harry's shoulder, looking every bit as if he belonged there and gave the younger man a look. In that look, Harry couldn't quite quantify it. There was sadness, understanding, comfort and hope, all mingled together in a way that suddenly left him feel so very, very tired. With a slow, almost boneless, collapse, Harry sat back into his chair, looking suddenly so very much older than Dumbledore believed him to be. My parents were murdered by a dark wizard whom called himself a lord when I was a baby. What was left of my family were dead before I even had a chance to graduate. I lost friends and classmates of my own dealing with the way he waged war. He reached up and gently stroked against Fawkes' feathers as the phoenix preened slightly beneath the attention. People kept trying to keep me in the dark about as much of the bad things as they could. Because I was a child. Because I shouldn't have to be worried about it. They came up with excuse after excuse to try and shelter me. They wouldn't fight. They wouldn't let us fight. They just reacted. But you are still here, Dumbledore pointed out as he looked back at the man. Surely. I am here in spite of it, not because of it, Harry corrected quietly as he stared back at Dumbledore. And I didn't win out of skill, or power, or because adults took responsibility for the mess that had been created on their watch. I lucked out. I tricked him into killing himself. If I hadn't, if he had changed his mind, if he had used something else, he would have won. Dumbledore began to speak. If I can stop it, I will not let the world rely on luck or fate to keep it surviving. Harry stated quietly. I will not allow others to have the weight that was pressed on my shoulders be pressed on theirs. So, yes, I will teach children. I will teach them how to move, how to think, how to survive. Beyond that, if they want to learn how to fight, I will teach them. He paused a moment before slowly continuing. And I will make sure they understand just what kind of damage they can do if they don't take it seriously. I want them to grow up into men and women whom have the strength of character to do what is right instead of what is easy, Headmaster. And if I can teach them that one lesson, above all others, then I will have done my job. Because the darkness lives where the light will not tread, because it is not so easily reached. As Albus saw what he could only take as a smug look on his familiar's face, he leaned back. I see. I believe, Mr. Potter, we have both let our emotions run away with us enough for today. Shall we continue this another evening? Wearily, Harry nodded his head as he looked back at the headmaster. Very well. I will have our transfiguration teacher, Minerva McGonagall, show you to your quarters, Dumbledore stated simply before looking at Fawkes. Though I would appreciate the return of my familiar. What? Harry stated with a blink. After that, I told you earlier, Mr. Potter. You are the only acceptable choice I can make in the current climate, Dumbledore stated simply. Thus, you are hired. The lesson plans of your predecessors will be made available to you and I will ask for your own lesson plans by August 15th at the latest. Any changes you're making to the book list will need to be made as soon as possible, so I urge you to look over them all. Right, Harry repeated as he then stared back at Dumbledore for a moment, before groaning lightly as he rubbed at his face. What the bloody hell am I getting myself into? Why, the noblest pursuit one can have, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore stated with an innocent smile. Education. Harry just knew that, on his shoulder, Fawkes was laughing at him. It was some days later that Harry was seated in the Hog's Head in the nearby wizarding village of Hogsmeade, working through a variety of different scraps of parchment and journals as he would scribble at his own notes, while working to create his own lesson plan. Most of it was adapting the lessons he remembered from Remus, Crouch and, surprisingly, Snape, and then expanding on what he remembered missing out on from his less helpful teachers. So far he'd figured out how to fit most of what he'd wanted to into the various years, but he was struggling to figure out exactly what order he really wanted to present things in. Well, you certainly seem to be having a fun time, Charles' voice cut in as he took a seat across from Harry, a slightly bemused smirk on his lips. There will come a time, Charles, when I will have my vengeance upon you for convincing me this was a good idea. Harry stated coolly as he lifted his eyes and affixed the man with a look. And when that time comes, you will beg for a mercy you know will never come. Charming. Have you been taking lessons from my niece? Charles asked with a curiously bemused expression. What do you want, Charles? Harry asked, his attention returning to his papers. I wanted to see if you'd made any progress. Charles stated delicately. I need the goblin forged blade before I try. Harry answered as he moved to another page. And that would be why I am here. A voice Harry didn't automatically recognize cut in as another figure took a seat across from him. Harry's quill stilled before he looked up and found himself meeting a pair of steely hazel eyes framed by worn, wrinkled skin, and a steely gray mess of hair. And you would be Lucius Potter, the man stated simply as he leaned forward, studying Harry now that he could meet the man's eyes. Charmed, Harry stated flatly before returning to his work. Lucius frowned slightly while Charles stifled a smirk of amusement. Head of the Potter family. And your point? Harry asked as he continued writing out his lesson plan. For a moment Lucius could only stare at the man before his brow twitched slightly. Normally being the head of someone's family would mean something to someone. As I was not brought up in the wizarding world, and as no one bothered to try and teach me anything about why I should care about something like that, your statement means less than nothing to me. Harry answered without looking up from his parchment. And, as you came here with the bastard who set me up for this lovely bit of hell, I'm even less inclined to care. Charles broke into an open chuckle at that. Ah, but Harry, this is perfect for your needs. Harry slowly put down the quill before looking up and affixing Charles with a look. No, all I need is a day, 2 at the most, to deal with the basilisk and then the Horcrux. You're the one that somehow convinced me that I should see to all the bloody sprogs training myself instead of finding someone else suited to it. Sighing softly, Lucius looked over at Charles, whom was merely smirking back at him. Fine. He's a Potter. Harry sighed and put his lesson plan aside for a moment and then just looked at Lucius. What do you want? Because, if this is something about filial obedience, you're talking to the wrong guy. You wouldn't be a Potter if you were, Lucius stated with a sigh as he rubbed his forehead. Being the head of the Potter family means trying to be Britain's best cat herder, and failing miserably more times than not. Don't you mean Kneazle herder? Harry asked curiously. No, I meant cats, Lucius stated flatly. Kneazles will listen to you if they know you can be trusted. Cats simply don't care and won't listen no matter what. What do you want then? Harry stated simply as he started to slowly reorder the various items laid out in front of him. To make sure that my son James grows up to continue being a stubborn, willful man who does not flinch back in the face of adversity, Lucius stated simply. And that means ending this Voldemort as soon as possible. And if that can't be done, making sure that he, and as many of his generation as possible, learn how to make sure that they have the character to make the choice about which side they're on. Harry slowly nodded his head and groaned as he rubbed his temples then as he realized he was potentially looking at the man whom had been his grandfather. And he was named Lucius of all things. I see. You don't really make this easy, do you? Charles snorted softly. Come now, lad, would you really choose the easy way? One of these days I'd like for it to at least be a viable alternative, Harry answered with a sigh. Or at least not be the one duped into always having to pick the other way. When you're older and wiser and can find the ones to who will do it for you. Charles stated with a bemused smile on his lips. I was really afraid of that. Voldemort hissed in displeasure as he looked down over the corpse-like figure in front of him. It hadn't exactly been easy to perform the necessary procedures, but he was rapidly approaching the final step of his new creation. If only the worthless fool would stop bleeding so profusely. Strapped down to the table before him, the man, a wizard he couldn't be bothered to truly remember the name of, stared up at him with frozen, terrified eyes. His bare chest was cracked open, his heart, lungs and other organs exposed to Voldemort's cold gaze. The smell of blood was mixed with the oily smoke of burning flesh as the bright tip of Voldemort's wand continually, skillfully burned a series of runes down the sides of the exposed ribs, and then onto the still beating heart. I suppose I should say something soothing, something reassuring, he stated, the words more out of idle boredom and a desire to break the lull of silence. Something to let you know that your suffering will be over soon. His lips drew back into a cold, reptilian smirk as he lightly tapped the man's heart. It would be a lie, of course. And really, at a point like this, what do lies matter? The chuckle that followed was coldly amused as he then leaned down and brought his wand out of the man's chest and moved it towards his face. Such a pity, for you, and for them, that I have to resort to such measures. To create something like you, I so much would have them fearing me above all else. But, as I am unlikely to have quite the level one desire any time soon, I will have to settle for their fear of what I bring with me instead. A cluck of his tongue and a shake of his head as he sighed softly. A shame I can't let you scream, it would be so invigorating. Alas, the sacrifices one makes for one's work. And, all that thrashing and spitting and spasming, it would make this so difficult. And he smiled then. So, I'll have to settle for ripping them from your mind instead. He took a moment to revel in the feeling, the sheer terror in the mind of the helpless wizard before him, before he continued his work, burning a series of runes beneath the man's eyelids, then onto his eyes. Once he was satisfied with the work, he pulled the man's jaw open, before pulling out his tongue to continue. All over the man's body, the runes were carved, etched into his flesh by the tip of Voldemort's wand. Finally he sighed and shook his head, almost regretfully. I'm afraid that it's almost time for this little bit to be finished. A pity. And with that, he turned away from the table and moved to a nearby cauldron, a simmering, glowing, steaming liquid that looked like liquid silver. Dipping his wand into it, he stirred it only once before pulling it out as it changed from a glowing silver to a pulsing, virulent crimson, clinging to the tip of his wand with a glowing thread. It stretched and grew as he walked back the man on the table, leaving what looked like a string stretching from the cauldron in his wake. Smiling one last time at the man, he calmly lifted up his wand and looked down at him. And now, let us see how my brilliance pays off. And with that he promptly flicked his wand and the small bit of the red substance clinging to it came free and fell upon the exposed, beating heart before him. As the slow glow of red began to seep into the runes and spread, he slowly began to let his grin grow to sinister proportions. Yes, this had potential indeed. Bellatrix Black was frowning heavily as she looked over her dresses. None of them would do. They were all heavy, puffy things, for balls and public appearances, or simple daily outings. Nothing for properly enticing a man's attention. This would not do. Not in the least. How was she supposed to catch his attention if she had nothing to catch his attention with? Well, Maeve, all these clothes and nothing right. She almost pouted as she voiced her thoughts and slowly tapped her wand against her lower lip. Do we even want to know, sister? Andromeda spoke up as she and a nervous Narcissa walked into Bellatrix's room. What madness have you fallen into this time? Madness? Narcissa asked, eyes wide as she looked fearfully at Bellatrix. It is simply a figure of speech, one that our sister is taking liberties with, Bellatrix stated with a slight glower, before brightening. But, now you both can help me. And with what, pray tell? Andromeda asked with a weary sigh. Perhaps the destruction of the mound of mail from your suitors. I understand it might be a bit much to simply chuck onto an open flame. I'm not sure the wards could handle that much parchment going to flame at once. I need something to wear, Bellatrix stated imperiously before her lips broke into a slightly shy smile. Something to attract a man's attention. Narcissa stared. Andromeda arched a brow. Bellatrix took in both reactions and frowned. What? Is it so completely unbelievable that I would wish a man's attention? Bellatrix demanded with a huff. I think it is more we were wondering if it would be best for us to warn the poor man to settle his affairs. Andromeda stated dryly. Whom is the poor soul who has managed to catch your eye? Andromeda had grown consistently sharper in recent days, her words almost cutting, among everyone save Narcissa. A reaction to the end of their short-lived neutrality. Or at least what everyone thought. Father has informed me that the newest Hogwarts professor is one Harry Potter. Bellatrix stated as she looked at one of her tighter robes critically. Who? Narcissa asked in confusion as she looked up to Andromeda for an explanation, only to see her sister's face suddenly ashen. You truly plan to see this through? Andromeda asked, her voice trembling slightly as she stared back at Bellatrix. He is. There was a pause before she licked her lips then continued. He is a half-blood, sister. Our family will be taking his side. You should know this, Bellatrix stated with a slight bite to her words. The knights broke our neutrality when they assaulted our father and the head of our family. What did you expect to happen? That we would turn a blind eye to this and fall on bent knee to our would-be oppressor? Yes, Andromeda stated faintly as she stared at Bellatrix, moving to the bed and sinking into it. I did not imagine anything could change father and uncle's minds. But the storm chaser, Bella. Do you understand what that will mean? The storm chaser? Narcissa asked, her eyes widened and then sparkling. He's a Potter. Yes, he's a Potter, Bellatrix agreed with a roll of her eyes at Narcissa before she settled her gaze back onto Andromeda. What were you expecting, sister? Surely you saw that this was coming. Even I could see that eventually the knights would violate our neutrality. They were going to become our enemies sooner or later. But, Andromeda stared at Bellatrix, looking lost. How did this change? How did so much change? How did what change? Bellatrix was getting frustrated with her sister. She couldn't understand why she seemed so utterly lost with the situation. Our family hates half-bloods and Muggleborn. Andromeda blurted out as she stared at Bellatrix wide-eyed. They hate anyone whom accepts them. Bellatrix just shrugged. Our family is changing, Andromeda. And, based on what I've seen, is that truly a bad thing? All three of the current lords are half-bloods. All three. Not a single pureblood among them. We can either start blindly follow the lying madman who destroys his own soul in a futile attempt at immortality, or we change and start looking at the bigger world. A world that has the man you're lusting after in it. Andromeda said accusingly. Yes, Bellatrix agreed. Now, are you going to help me find something to wear or not? He is not what I was expecting, Albus Dumbledore said quietly as he lightly swirled a glass of brandy in his hand, taking a moment to savor the bouquet before taking a simple sip. You knew you were meeting a Potter and you were expecting him to be, what? Alistair Moody asked with a snort as he sipped at his own flask. Either belligerently bloodthirsty, or wide-eyed and impressionable. Certainly not the latter, Albus stated with a sigh of irritation as he affixed his friend with a look. Our previous encounter had proven that he was not some wide-eyed innocent. I was not expecting him to be so rational. I expected more cynicism, more ruthlessness. And that's the problem with men like you, Albus, Moody said sourly as he took another drink of his flask. You automatically associate being willing and able to kill with becoming a monster. Dumbledore turned and looked at the man. What would you call it then? There was a muggle from across the pond that had a saying. Those who abjure violence can only do so because others are committing violence on their behalf. Moody noted as he sipped his flask. There will always be those out there who will try to use violence upon others for their own gain. It is only moderated by the presence of people whom will turn that violence back upon them should they do so. That offers a desolate view of humanity, Dumbledore responded with a frown before sipping at his drink. I prefer to think of the nature of men as being something above such a need, so long as they are shown that path does not need to be walked. And as the Muggle said, the only reason you can even believe that is because there have been men whom have stood between you, your students, and the public at large and those that would do them harm. Moody stated with a hard-eyed glare at Dumbledore. A fact that is so readily forgotten until the next Dark Lord rises up and men like you insist upon restraining and shackling those that would protect you. I have already had this discussion with you before, Alistair. I have little interest in continuing it now. Dumbledore said disapprovingly. Arrogance is something that betters no one, Moody stated with a slight glare. You might have accepted him, but you still think yourself his better. Dumbledore slightly scowled at Moody, before sighing softly. What do you expect of me, Alistair? I cannot see the world as you see it. I will not see it. Because, otherwise, why did I stand against Gellert? You stood against him because he had become one of the men whom think that it is their right to judge what is best for the world, and that it is their right to use violence to achieve it. Moody said simply. You stood against him because good men were willing to stand up against him first, to be the wall that the wave of his armies broke upon, good men that fought and brought violence back against those that would do violence upon them. And if they hadn't, how much more death and suffering and violence would have been spread? Moody capped his flask and screwed it shut before shaking his head as he stood. This time, though, this isn't an argument of philosophy, Albus. Actual lives are at stake. How many are your high-minded ideals worth? Turning, Moody cut off anything that Dumbledore could have said in response and moved to the flow. Lucius Potter just received a goblin-forged sword, commissioned on behalf of one Harry Potter. Might be worth knowing what he plans to do with something like that. And with that, a pinch of flow powder, and a few quiet words, he was gone in a flash of emerald flames, leaving Albus behind in a sour mood he'd become entirely too familiar with of late. Though, Moody's words echoed in his head. What would someone like Harry Potter need with a goblin-forged blade? With a sigh he set down his brandy and moved to his personal collection of books. It would seem that he had some research to do. Why in Merlin's name did you have us meet you here of all places? Lucius demanded as he warily looked at the entrance to the girls' bathroom as he held the case containing the blade. Because it's where the entrance is located, why else? Harry asked as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Yes, Lucius, why else? Charles agreed with a bemused smile on his lips and a helpless shrug of his shoulders. In a girl's, why the devil is it in here of all places? Lucius demanded with a huff and a glare. Don't look at me, Harry said as he walked towards a specific sink. I just found it. I am getting entirely too old for this level of ridiculousness. Lucius muttered sourly, but followed Harry anyway. But we're still here, now, aren't we? Charles stated with a chuckle as he held out his wand at the ready. And we're still here, Lucius agreed with a huff. Open. Harry hissed to the sink, causing it to transform into the entrance of the chamber. You're a parcel mouth. Lucius demanded, his eyes wide as he and Charles stiffened in shock. I stole it from Riddle, Harry agreed with a nod, causing the men to relax slightly. And all it means is that I can get some snakes to listen to me. And most of them aren't actually too bad. They'd rather be left alone in peace and quiet. In a nice warm spot. The two elder Potters simply gave him a look. Moving on, Harry said with a slight grumble. It's a slide, so best to have a cushioning charm ready to go. The trip was remarkably smoother than it had been last time. There was only one shed skin and this one was rotted and almost completely decayed. It had been almost 30 years since Voldemort had been there. When they finally reached the chamber entrance, Harry had turned to them and looked pointedly at the men. All right, this is as far as you two go. At least until after I've dealt with the basilisk. And why is it we're not allowed to help? Charles demanded as he gave Harry a look the younger man was unused to seeing on his face, one of childish petulance. We are both completely capable of. Lucius and Harry both just gave him a look, each of them with their arms crossed about their chests while he finally sighed. Fine. Take away my schoolboy dreams. Happily, Harry and Lucius stated completely in sync before glancing at each other in slight surprise. That is mildly disturbing, Charles noted as he forced himself to regain his typical composure. Though I still wish you'd let us help. I'd prefer to live to at least James's graduation, thank you. Lucius corrected as he opened up the case to reveal the sword inside. Frowning slightly, Harry lifted out the silvery blade, a longsword instead of the slim, rapier-like blade that was Gryffindor's sword. Taking a few swings of it, he pursed his lips, getting a feel for the weapon. What do you think? Lucius asked curiously. It's a sword, Harry stated simply with a nod. That's about all I really know and I'm just going to make sure I stab it into the snake. What were you expecting? For me to be some kind of sword master? Well, I had hoped you'd at least had some training, Lucius stated with a wince as he watched how Harry handled the blade that had cost just short of a small fortune. Nope, Harry stated. Now, wish me luck. And with that Harry opened the door and shut it behind him. For a moment he glanced around, taking in the relatively familiar sights of the chamber. With a slow nod of his head he set to work, his magic flowing out, settling into worn stone and earth that was spread about the chamber from the centuries of decay. Calmly, deliberately, he enforced his will upon earthen pieces, forcing it to grow to his will. This time there were no slithering worms burying into the ground to explode up at a moment's notice. Instead a hulking brute took form, carved into a rough parody of a man, with huge club-like fists tipped in jagged talons. From the earth he created a sleek creature, a mix of cat and serpent that calmly formed around the silver blade. With the remaining stones and earth a slim, snake-like length slipped up and draped itself over the mouth of the statue that held Slytherin's basilisk. Rough spikes, positioned like spikes pointed in, and the creature went still. Taking a moment to survey the scene, Harry nodded his head before positioning himself behind one of the columns, hiding himself from the sight of the snake and speaking. Speak to me, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. There was a great creaking yawn as the statue opened, just as it had before. Then, with a slow, almost tentative motion, Harry could hear the hiss filling the air. Master, have you returned for me, finally? Is it time for me again? Giving no response, Harry kept his eyes closed, keeping a feel on the magic he'd set out soaking into his creations. Slowly, tentatively, the basilisk stuck its head partially out, its tongue flicking out. Then another pause before it continued. No, you are not master. Who are you, who thinks he can command me? Speak, or I will end your miserable existence. When it received no answer it slowly began to slip more fully out of the hole. So be it. As soon as its head had fully slipped out of the statue's mouth, the creature looped around the hole tightened up, driving its stony spines into the basilisk's hide as pulled the snake into a ligature. Small swelling pools of blood grew around the noose as the snake hand its head pulled against the roof of the hole. While the attempted strangulation was straining the basilisk, the hulking brute lumbered forward. With a sudden rush it grabbed a hold of the snake's snapping jaws, attempting to force them open and wide. Primal, wild panic flooded the basilisk and it shoved forward, ripping through the wrap about its throat and smashing into the brute Harry had created. For a moment, The golem-like creation held its ground, but then slowly it began to bend. Creaking groans easily heard as stone began to crack and break before the force of the snake's push. Wild, snapping bites struck against the stone, its wild, thrashing force tearing the creature's fingers from its frame. Finally it snapped at its waist, falling back as the basilisk surged forward trying to escape. Harry fought down a swearing breath as he focused. His golem's arms snagged hold of Snake's neck and weighted it down. The broken lower part of its body fell back, legs reshaping, then clamping down, locking around the basilisk as well. Unfortunately, there was simply too much room for the monster to thrash its coils about as it hissed with wordless fury and tried to escape the stone holding it in place. With a barely repressed growl, Harry sent the sleek creature he'd created running forward at high speeds, straight towards the basilisk. The restrained beast did the only thing it could. It snapped down on the creation as soon as it was in range, swallowing it almost whole. Inside of the basilisk's mouth, the creature pushed itself deeper and then suddenly hunched forward, revealing the goblin-forged blade erupting out of its spine. Sinking hooked nails into the soft flesh of the basilisk's sensitive tongue, it waited as the snake's jaws flung open, tongue flailing about, before snapping shut. And, as soon as the mouth closed, the creature froze in shock as it could feel the thick, long blade penetrating up into the soft flesh at the back of its mouth, into its brain. When the still twitching basilisk collapsed bonelessly onto the ground, Harry almost sighed in relief before concentrating on the remains of his humanoid brute and having it continue crushing the basilisk's throat, tighter and tighter. When he was finally satisfied that the creature was well and truly dead, Harry let the sight escape his lips and made a gesture. The earth around the sword almost melted away from it, flowing out of the snake's mouth, before moving over each of the basilisk's eyes, covering up the deadly gaze. One of these days, he really was going to stop doing things this bloody stupid. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be today. Groaning softly, Harry carried the case containing the blade, now imbued with the venom of the basilisk, to his room, ready to call it a day. He'd had to promise Lucius and Charles a return trip to see about harvesting the basilisk and exploring what was left of the chamber. Now, though, he just wanted to wash off the feeling of grime and grit that simple cleaning spells would not remove. And stow the blade somewhere safe. That would be what was important. As soon as he opened his door, however, he found his wand in his hand and pointed straight towards a wide-eyed looking young woman staring back at him. A dark-eyed, dark-haired beauty, dressed in a tight, elegant-looking dress that would be borderline scandalous for the wizarding world. A beauty with her hair done up, her face artfully made up, and the press of cleavage presented around a rim of black lace. Unfortunately, he also recognized this particularly beauty. Bellatrix Black stared back at him for a moment, before lightly licking her lips and nervously pressing them together. Hello, again. Harry had a feeling this was going to be a long day. Bellatrix felt suddenly small and uncertain as she stood in front of him. Her stubborn determination and desire felt suddenly hollow, inadequate, for the task at hand as she could swear his cool gaze was slowly dissecting her. There was a frightening lack of desire, a lack of want, or even emotion in those eyes that left her wanting to turn and flee. What, exactly, did you think that you're trying to do, Ms. Black? Harry asked with a kind of bland curiosity that immediately left her wishing he wasn't standing between her and the door. Shifting nervously, she swallowed and asked in an uncertain tone. Seduce you. I see. And suddenly he was moving, like a serpent as he was upon her, lips drawn back, teeth bare like a wolf before his prey as his eyes burned with a predatory intensity. And, what? You thought that all you would have to do was look pretty, bat your lashes and wear something revealing. If the absurdity of the situation wasn't leaving him reeling, he would have laughed at what she considered revealing. There was a kind of old-fashioned appeal to it, he had to admit. A black velvet corset cut low, to reveal a hint of cleavage, dusted behind an artful decoration of black lace, with a tight, matching shrug of that same elegance black lace that reached all the way down to her wrists. If she hadn't worn a full set of heavy skirts with it, cut low enough to reveal her black leather-heeled boots, and opted instead for a more modern skirt, something flowing and tight, cut up to at least her knee, she would have had more impact. To a boy whose teen years had been the 90s, it was more than a little quaint and old-fashioned. To the same boy whom had spent much of that time growing up in the Muggle world, it only emphasized that view. Bellatrix Black was, he was coming to realize, shockingly naive. Easily swayed and influenced, at least if it was by someone she respected. He was starting to understand exactly how she'd been molded into the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange. Some of the flashes he could see when she looked at him. She remembered a milder version of that look on Lestrange's face. When she looked at Voldemort, he could see the dark passion in her eyes, the hunger that could easily be pushed to madness under the right pressures. She wanted to be challenged, to fight, to prove herself at the end of her wand, and the fall of her opponent. Now, however, he seemed to be finding himself the focus of that passion, that desire, instead of Voldemort. He just knew, somewhere, his godfather was laughing at him. There was, of course, the obvious solution for how to deal with this, to put himself back on familiar grounds. Reject her and send her running to Voldemort. As he looked at the vulnerable, uncertain woman in front of him, he found that he didn't particularly like that idea. From what he understood, he had intervened at exactly the part in her life when she was taking her first steps down the path of a Death Eater, solidifying her fate as Voldemort's hand. She had not yet started to kill and torture anyone. At least, not physically. And, she was a very attractive witch. One who was practically throwing herself at him. It had been so long since he'd had any. Quickly he banished those thoughts. She might not be Bellatrix Lestrange, but he was still Harry Potter. Which meant that he couldn't just take advantage of her. As much as he knew a part of him truly wanted to. With a sigh, he spoke. Miss Black, I'm going to assume you have a fairly good idea of how this is inappropriate. She flinched as a blush rose up her cheeks. I thought so, he stated with a nod, then a sigh. Exactly why is it you thought this was something you should do anyway? Bellatrix found herself shifting about, finding everything about his room suddenly so very interesting as long as it kept her from looking back at him. Saying she wanted him to court her didn't exactly feel like the smart thing to say. With those vibrant green eyes she could still feel staring back into her, she couldn't seem to come up with any other excuse. As she managed to hold her tongue, he sighed and she flinched again. If you will not say, perhaps I should simply contact your parents and head of house. No. Her response was sudden vehement. They haven't declared an end to our neutrality yet. Neutrality? Harry asked as he arched a brow, now more confused and curious. In the conflicts between the lords. She offered back, feeling more than a little wary and confused as she watched him. What lords? He was trying very, very hard to fight down the sudden sinking feeling he was certain was rising up in his chest. Dumbledore, Voldemort and, you. She stared at him as she offered the explanation. Didn't he know? Bloody hell. Already. Harry muttered sourly as he reached up and rubbed his face. Damn it, Charles, I was supposed to have more time than this. What does Uncle Charles have to do with this? Bellatrix asked carefully. Too much, Harry said with a sigh as he slowly shook his head. This is. There was a pause as he found himself catching his words before he revealed things she had no place knowing. Instead he pushed past her, dropping the wrapped-up sword he'd been carrying with him carelessly upon his bed, before turning to look back at her. He watched as her eyes were caught flicking back towards the now unblocked door before looking back at him. The door is open, Ms. Black, he stated simply and shook his head. I'm not trying to keep you here. Why not? It blurted past her lips, but, once it left, what do I have to do to interest you? Harry arched a brow as he looked at her and then tilted his head to the side as he struggled to come up with an answer to that. Instead, she seemed to take his silence as encouragement. Do you think I throw myself at every passing man whom is reasonably attractive? That I dress like this because I enjoy the feeling of dirty, roaming eyes upon my skin? There was an almost physical disgust in her voice as she glared at him. I dressed for you. You do realize I grew up in the Muggle world, yes? He pointed out blandly as he looked back at her. Being a half-blood and all. She froze slightly at that. Well, she hadn't known that. She'd actually assumed that. What does that have to do with anything? Muggle fashion is much less restrained, he stated, fighting the way his lips wanted to tug into a smirk. And they stopped wearing skirts with that much material 50 years or so back. What? Bellatrix couldn't help it. She had to stare at him. The top is nice and all, elegant, with a bit of an old-fashioned sophistication, he went on, feeling a bit of his own babbling coming into place. But the skirt is really where you lose me. I'm sorry, but it's just too old-fashioned. She continued to stare at him, mouth hanging slightly as her eyes were caught wide and disbelieving. So if you're going to try and seduce me again, I'd suggest spending some time in the Muggle world and get caught up on the fashions there instead. He went on, feeling a degree of satisfaction at the idea. That would keep the bloody woman away. As much progress as she'd made, Harry just couldn't see her willingly submersing herself in Muggle culture. You, she struggled to form the words staring back at him. Suddenly she very much wished she had left her wand more readily accessible. If there's nothing else, Harry asked leadingly as he looked at her over the rims of his glasses. This is not over, she declared firmly, glaring at him before turning and stalking off. With a kind of sinking certainty, Harry realized that maybe, just maybe, he had pushed things an ounce too far. Shaking his head, he waved his wand and sent the door shutting itself before focusing his attention back on the sword. For the moment, well, he was just going to have to try and get some sleep. It had been too damned long of a day. Andromeda could hear her sister well before she appeared before her. Her steps were loud, angry, her breath heavy, and she slammed every door behind her. When she appeared, her lips were curled back into a snarl, her eyes wild and angry with her hair in disarray. Is there a problem, sister? The words left her lips before she could even help herself, before she looked over exactly what her sister was wearing. Ah, she had made her move on the storm chaser. And it had not gone to her expectations. She was not, however, expecting her sister to answer, not with words, but a scream of frustration. That bad? Andromeda arched a brow as her sister took a moment to take slow, deep breaths before finally calming down enough to speak coherently. Apparently I dressed too old-fashioned, Bellatrix stated through gritted teeth as she took a slow deep breath. As he grew up in Muggle society, the skirt was just too much. He calls this too old-fashioned. As Bellatrix gestured to her skirts, Andromeda was absently nodding her head as she distractedly stated. For the Muggleborn and half-bloods it is. Both sisters froze, though, while Andromeda's eyes widened, Bellatrix's narrowed as she looked at her sister dangerously. And, exactly how do you know this? I have no idea what you're talking about, Andromeda stated as she averted her eyes completely away from her sister. Reflexively, her eyes flicked only for an instant towards her closet. Unfortunately, the instant was enough for Bellatrix to follow her gaze. Sister, exactly what have you done? Bellatrix stated slowly as she assumed her full height, looking down at her almost identical sister. As I said, sister, I have no idea what you could possibly mean. Andromeda insisted, unable to fully meet her sister's gaze. Bellatrix, however, followed the direction of her sister's reflexive look from before and began to purposely walk towards the closet. Andromeda's eyes immediately widened in response and she stood up straighter as she moved to bodily intercept her sister. There is nothing in there that concerns you, sister. Andromeda stated swiftly as she stood there, firmly in front of her sister, with her eyes visibly fighting off panic. When the sudden stiffening of the body bind hex caused her to turn into a human statue, the panic in her eyes became rampant. As she could feel her body starting to fall, she almost missed the cushioning charm that let her land gently on the ground. Helpless, she could only watch and blink as Bellatrix stepped over her and reached the closet. Then there was silence, broken only by the sound of the door being opened and her sister stepping inside. Cold dread terror swelled up in her stomach. Bellatrix was going to find out. Her family would find out. She was about to be thrown out. Andromeda Black had known that she would end up marrying her boyfriend, Ted Tonks, since just before the end of term at Hogwarts. She had also known that as soon as that was revealed to the rest of her family, she would be cast out. Ted Tonks was, after all, a mudblood to them, and toujours pure. The Blacks had to be pure. No matter what her sister thought, the family's stance on that would not change so quickly. Her mother and aunt had proven that. Her uncle might have displayed a brief spark of defiance to her aunt, backed by Uncle Charles, but it wouldn't last. She had thought she'd at least be able to graduate Hogwarts first, though. What are these? Bellatrix's voice was not as angry as it had been. There was more genuine curiosity in it. And, is this a dress? But it's so tiny. Oh, sweet Morgana, of course her sister would find her dress with the mini skirt right off the bat. And these are pants of some kind. But wouldn't they just cling? Now Andromeda could hear the blush in her sister's voice. And what manner of material is this? As it stood, Andromeda was rather helpless and quite unable to respond to her sister's questions. Is this what he was talking about? I never knew Muggle fashion was so. There was a pause before Andromeda suddenly found herself able to move again. Andromeda, sister, are these Muggle clothes? Slowly, warily, Andromeda stood facing away from her sister for a moment, before collecting herself and keeping her face carefully blank. When she turned to face Bellatrix, she didn't find the anger and accusation she was expecting. Instead, she found only confusion and vulnerability. Is this why he didn't want me? Bellatrix asked, her voice small as she clutched at the dress she'd found. Because I wasn't wearing something like this. Andromeda was left suddenly feeling almost as lost and uncertain as Bellatrix looked. As long as she could remember, Bellatrix had been a strong personality, almost refusing to show even the slightest weakness. To see her like this. Sighing, Andromeda looked at her sister and compared the dress with what she was wearing. I could only guess it's more about what it represents. As you said, he is a half-blood, and, as you also said, he grew up in the Muggle world. If you don't know enough about the Muggle world to fit in, how could you be with a man who apparently is very comfortable there? Privately, she rather doubted it was the case. The man likely didn't believe she was any different from the would-be thug and murderer he had stopped her from becoming. It disturbed her on some level to see the man whom had casually slaughtered the Knights of Walpurgis and had used her sister as his messenger, become the object of Bellatrix's desires. Truly. The hope and life suddenly seemed to bubble back up into her sister's eyes. It disturbed her, but it did not surprise her. It might be, Andromeda agreed with a slight nod as she continued to watch her sister like she was an irritated viper. You can help me then, can't you? Bellatrix stated, an eager hunger in her eyes as she leaned forward. You have these. You must know more. Andromeda stared back at her sister, eyes wide and blinking. Sister, Bellatrix, are you asking me to teach you how to go Muggle? When Bellatrix nodded eagerly, Andromeda slowly rubbed her forehead. This was not what she expected. Looking back at the eagerness in Bellatrix's eyes, she wondered if perhaps exile would have been preferable. So, what do you think? Charles asked as he looked over his tumbler of whiskey at Lucius Potter. I have no thoughts I wish to dwell on, Lucius stated as he sipped upon his own drink. And those you don't want to dwell upon? Charles pressed quietly. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of not dwelling upon them? Lucius asked rhetorically before Charles' look made him snort. He is not exactly what I was expecting. Hey, Charles nodded his head in agreement. Harry seems quite happy to defy expectations, both good and ill. He is crass, blunt, and unsophisticated, Lucius stated simply. But also skilled, pragmatic, and too much like you, Charles finished, clearly amused. I am sure I do not need to acknowledge what you might be implying, do I, cousin? Lucius asked with a dangerous narrowing of his eyes. Of course not, cousin, of course not. Charles' amusement did not falter in the slightest. Lucius stared, unamused at him for a long moment, before sighing as he slumped back. The size of that beast, to think it was hiding under Hogwarts all these years, and in the girls' loo of all places. Indeed, Charles agreed, sobriety quickly returning to his features as he leaned back. And he managed to kill it. While impregnating that blade with its venom. Lucius shuddered a bit at the thought. A sword like that, I doubt there's much it could not destroy. Horcruxes be damned, that thing could likely carve through the most heavily warded items in existence. Which is what these Horcruxes are, unfortunately, Charles agreed with a grimace of distaste, before the sound of the flow flashing hit them. Also, I took the liberty of inviting my nephew and his brother-in-law. Must you? Lucius asked with a measure of distaste wrinkling over his features. I know you have assured me that they have been forced to take stock of their situation, but I believe that, in the end, this will benefit us all. Charles stated seriously before walking over to the flow and answering. Yes. You know who it is, Uncle, Cygnus Black stated back through the flow with a look of ill pleasure. You were the one who insisted upon this, after all. I do have to take at least some precautions, nephew, Charles stated before stepping back, wand at the ready as he lightly gestured for Lucius to do the same. Whenever you're ready. And in a flash, Cygnus and then Orion Black appeared before them, both dusting off ash from their clothing. After a moment, Orion's eyes found Lucius and he inclined his head in greeting. Potter. Black, Lucius agreed, raising his glass lightly but making no move to rise from his seat. Do take a seat, Charles advised as he gestured to the empty chairs across from Lucius and his own as he retook it. I believe we have a great deal to discuss. Sighing, Cygnus waited for Orion to be seated before setting himself and speaking. You implied something akin to an alliance. I do believe that you now understand that serving under this Lord Voldemort would not be in your best interests, Charles stated. And that his influence upon our society would do neither of our beliefs much good. A point, Orion stated as he leaned back in his seat, elbows resting on the arms and fingers steepling in front of his face. And in light of recent revelations, I find it prudent to reevaluate my family's priorities. Truly, Lucius asked as he arched a brow towards Orion. I find that surprising. Orion grimaced in distaste. We have 3 lords. All of them half-bloods. Each of them capable of dispatching any of us if pressed to. Likely without too much effort if what I saw was valid. Oh, Lucius asked as he tilted his head to the side. I have yet to see either in action. Care to elaborate? It took me over a week to track down even references to some of the spells Riddle used, Orion stated with a shudder. Spells that have been lost for generations. Even one would have been impressive. To use the number he did. It is, I will admit, terrifying. And yet, Cygnus continued quietly as he settled back into his seat, it was not he who was the victor. Storm Chaser. I freely admit, I'm not sure how he did what he did. To have created and guided so many of those constructs all at once. To take a curse like Fiendfire and turn it back upon its caster. It was, Orion paused a moment before his face twisting into displeasure. It was like being caught up in a whirlwind. It was all we could do simply stay out of the way and survive. If we had been the actual targets of that abomination, we would not still be here if the Storm Chaser had not been there. Harry is an interesting fellow, Charles agreed with a nod of his head. Before, though, what other methods do you know of for the destruction of one of these Horcruxes? Fiendfire. Orion stated without hesitation. The killing curse. Beyond that, Lucius asked carefully as he eyed the blacks. There must be obscure rituals, and magics that destroy the soul or expel it. Or ones that destroy and consume magic. That's why basilisk venom works. It destroys everything, even the magic binding the soul fragment. Orion stated simply as he wearily leaned back in his seat. And yes, ever since they were first mentioned, I've taken the time to go back over the records. Your Storm Chaser has hit upon a rather ideal method of destroying them. An expensive method, Lucius stated sourly. Not to mention dangerous. He still lives, and he now has the blade, Cygnus stated with a canting of his head. Does anything else matter? He is a Potter, Lucius stated flatly. As such, my responsibility to look after, in case he does something so foolish as to get himself killed, it should be despite my efforts to prevent it, not due to him simply doing something insanely life-threatening and not bothering to inform me of it until it is entirely too late for me to do anything about it. So, you wish for him to stop being a Potter? Charles asked, hiding his smile behind his glass. Cygnus coughed to cover his laugh while even Orion's lips twitched slightly, but then he sighed. I don't know if Storm Chaser, or Stormbringer, is more accurate. Where he goes, everything is left on chaos in his wake. Everything tossed up into the air, left to fall into chaos and uncertainty, even beliefs held onto for generations. That can be a good thing, Lucius noted quietly as he looked back at the man, then quietly sipped at his drink. Where we come from helps make up who we are, Orion countered back. We follow after our fathers and their fathers before them. If we do not honor where we come from, what becomes the point of even having a history? To learn from it and build upon it, Charles answered this time as he looked back, staring not at Orion but at Cygnus. Our fathers will always be our fathers. They teach us what they have learned, but it is up to us to build upon it, to grow it beyond what it was before us. It was good enough for them. Orion snapped back, sinking into his chair, glowering quietly at Charles. And tell me, do you want what you have to be good enough for your sons? Lucius asked back quietly as he looked piercingly at Orion. Because I know that what I want for James is far more than this. I want him to rise up, to surpass me, to be better than me. Orion opened his mouth to protest before remembering the lingering darkness of his home and the look of stubborn determination on Sirius' face when he'd asked to see the memories. Was this the life he wished for his son? If he'd been asked not long ago, it would have been yes. Now, though, now he didn't really know. The world had suddenly become a confusing, terrifying place. It was filled with men that could cut down men, wizards, like grain before the thresher. Men who would, end his line. The past glories could not save them. Following after the vengeance-hungering hypocrite would not save them. No, instead he could see now it would simply hasten their destruction. Change had come, and no longer was what they knew certain. I do not think that the past should be forsaken, Cygnus spoke up, his voice careful and measured as he voiced his own thoughts, but we cannot be so focused upon it that we do not see the present, and cannot look to where we are headed. The glories of the past, of our forebears, are just that, the glories of the past. We cannot live on them. They are not ours, they are the laurels of those whom we came from, and now, I find myself thinking we ill honor them by resting upon them. Well said, nephew, well said, Charles agreed with a nod of his head as he sipped his drink. It is too easy to forget that there is a whole world out there beyond these simple isles we make our home upon. We might fail to make our own mark upon them, but we leave a chance to our children, their children, and beyond. Can we ask for more? To live to see it? Orion asked rhetorically as he looked at his drink before sighing softly. But, for my sons and the future they might have, we each have a legacy to protect. And perhaps that is what we should have been doing. Protecting the future instead of seeking to take it from others. They are someone's child, Lucius stated quietly. For good or ill, they are someone's child. That is why we do not rush to spilling blood. But, so are we, and for our children, we will not flinch from it when they come for ours. A fine line to follow. A dangerous one to track. But one that it is necessary, Charles agreed. Otherwise you become either the monster in the dark that you fought against, or you stand there, with bare throat, waiting to be prey. We may not always be hunters, but we will never be prey. Tell me, cousin, will you? Orion stared back at Charles, fingers clenching upon the glass in his grip and staring back at him, before releasing a slow, sharp hiss of breath. No, cousin, I will not. Then, I believe we have much more to discuss, Lucius stated simply as he leaned forward. And even more work to do. Silently, Orion nodded in agreement. Balefully Voldemort turned his gaze across the small clutch of Muggle homes. They were nothing of importance. In fact, they had been selected more at whim and fancy than anything. But, they would make an excellent testing ground. He didn't even bother looking behind him as he spoke, gesturing. Go. Kill them. Kill them all. The figure that followed his command moved with a convulsing, twitching gait, seeming to suddenly, jerkily snap from movement to movement. Fingers, arms curled back against its chest, as if reflexively protecting it as empty reddened eyes stared, bug-eyed and open at the buildings in front of it. Its lips pulled back, thin and tight against its gums, revealing bloody, and almost rotting flesh surrounding jagged, uneven teeth. Then it opened its mouth, then let loose a hissing, warbling sound, like a high-pitched whistle, before it surged forward and suddenly pressed its hands against the frame of the door on the first building. Immediately a twisting, rust-colored miasma surged out from beneath its touch, rapidly spreading across the walls of the home. And as it passed, wood, stone and metal twisted and warped. Glass cracked and shattered as windows were crushed, and shingles bowed down as the roof seemed to collapse in on itself. Then the screams began. Raw, pure terror ripped out of the throats of an entire family. Standing a distance away, Voldemort closed his eyes and savored the sounds before, one by one, they were suddenly, violently, cut off. From the broken window, something with long, spidery limbs emerged, skittering about with a girl's head with long, limp hair hiding empty, gaping sockets rimmed with teeth as its jaw hung open, with a bulging sack of eyes staring out, blinking and looking seemingly everywhere at once. A fist ripped through a wall, a heavy, thick-knuckled, brutish thing, its flesh torn back to reveal bloody bone. Following it, shoulders hunched forward, spine pronounced, every vertebrae pushing up, almost breaking the skin. Its jaw was exaggerated, thick, heavy with boar-like tusks. If one looked closely enough, however, they could see that the body vaguely showed evidence that it had once been female. Behind it stumbled what looked to be a man, long strips of leathery flesh hanging off of it, tipped in bony hooks as hand-like feet gripped at the ground. His face was impossibly stretched out and long, eyes held open by straps and hooks as they also held his mouth pulled wide into a mockery of a grin. When the brute in front of it stepped too close, its arms flashed out and, with a crack, the strips of leather flash flayed across the brute's arms, making it squeal and retreat. Voldemort stared at them for a moment before smiling, his lips curling back as he began to slowly, darkly, let loose a burning, twisted laugh. You think you can keep them safe, Storm Chaser. You think you can steal their fear of me. His unnatural eye burned as he watched his creation move to repeat the same process at a second home. Fine. He paused, his words soft as he let the darkness and shadows wrap about him. But let us see how you fare against fears, nightmares made flesh and blood, How will you save them, against all the things the dark, wretched pits a mortal mind can conjure up? When his creation turned his head, he looked back at Voldemort and screamed. Or at least as close to screaming as he could, and jerked his hands back. Instantly, the house seemed to snap back together, shuddering there where it stood. Then it quivered once and collapsed. In that same jerking, distorted movement, he moved, hands again curled back against his chest. Behind him, Voldemort smiled, watching. The fool could chase all the storms he wanted. Voldemort would bring the nightmares to drown them out into nothing. Harry sighed as he leaned back in his chair and stared at the silvered length in front of him. The goblin-forged blade caught the light, shining brightly along its edge. He could use it, take it up to the 7th floor and into the room of requirement. Just one little stroke and the deed would be done, and, with it, his need to remain at Hogwarts. An interesting piece, Mr. Potter, Albus Dumbledore's voice intruded upon his thoughts. I find myself wondering what you plan to do with it. Stiffening in response, Harry slowly turned his head and affixed the man with a hard look. And I find myself wondering if suddenly the bounds of personal privacy have stopped holding any meaning for you. When I find one of my teachers meeting with non-staff members in a clandestine manner before somehow vanishing from the sight of the wards, a feat that should, I admit, not be possible, their meaning changes dramatically. When he then meets with a most recent graduate, a young woman, alone in his quarters, it changes even more. Harry snorted softly at that. Ms. Black somehow came to the belief that it would be a grand idea to come to my room for the purpose of my seduction. I disabused her of the notion, I assure you. And you and your family's disappearance? Dumbledore asked, pressing firmly as he stared back at Harry. Only, Harry stared back, directly into Dumbledore's eyes, his gaze both daring and warning. And Dumbledore would admit some slight bit of intimidation. Few were those whom would meet his eyes that way. Knowledge plain in them that he both knew of Dumbledore's skill at legimancy and warned him that its use would not be tolerated. They brought me the blade so I could kill the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, thereby impregnating it with its venom. Harry answered as blandly as he could. To what purpose? Dumbledore asked, neither belief nor disbelief tinting his tone. Because it's the safest method of destroying a Horcrux I know of. Harry answered as he looked down the length of the blade. Quickest, too. Horcrux. There was a look of fascinated horror on Dumbledore's face. Such a thing is beyond horrendous. Yes, Harry agreed with a nod, but that is the kind of man Tom Riddle is. Instead of looking surprised, Dumbledore merely looked resigned. I had suspected something of the sort from him. I had hoped to be wrong. I've found two of them, Harry stated simply. One of them, in fact, hidden in this school. What? The light in Dumbledore's eyes exploded like a star as he stood up straight and demanded. Where? Secret room on the 7th floor, Harry answered, not looking even the slightest bit intimidated or surprised by the display of emotion on Dumbledore's face. It's been responsible for your inability to keep a defense teacher for more than a year lately. Dumbledore stared at him before sighing wearily as his shoulders slumped in defeat. I had suspected such, however I could find no evidence of such a spell. No curse, no jinx, no hex, no ward, no enchantment, nothing. Riddle is a genius, Harry admitted freely as he shook his head. Especially when it comes to the more esoteric of dark arts. I wouldn't be surprised you couldn't find it. I am, if you will recall, Mr. Potter, somewhat learned in those esoteric arts myself. Dumbledore noted with a slight bit of amusement. It is no small feat to find something I have not. Not if you're unwilling to reach into the dark places no sane man would step foot into, Harry stated and shook his head. You represent the best the past can offer, ancient magics that require skill and discipline beyond what most can imagine. Voldemort, the worst, the depraved, the uncaring. And where, Mr. Potter, does that leave you? Dumbledore stated pointedly. Someone who stumbled around blindly until he found a path that led not to the past and the secrets waiting to be rediscovered, but one that was forged by his own footfalls. Harry stated it simply as he chuckled slightly. I tried something new. As luck would have it, it worked. And, if you know not the secrets of the past, then how do you know that your path is your own and not one merely overgrown since it was last tread? Dumbledore countered back with a slight smile on his face. If it's overgrown and gone, is it really a path still? Harry shot back before shrugging a bit. But it hardly matters. I didn't follow any of those old secrets to get where I am. A point, perhaps, Dumbledore admitted before sighing as he leaned back, watching Harry warily. Of late I seem to find myself on the receiving end of lectures with an unsettling frequency. Oh? Harry asked, arching a brow up slightly but saying nothing else as he waited for him to continue. Indeed, he agreed, humming for a moment into the silence that lingered between them and before continuing. I am not a warrior, Mr. Potter. I am a teacher, an instructor. And perhaps above all else, a scholar. Most people aren't warriors, headmaster. Harry stated simply quietly as he tilted his head to the side. And those that are, tend become one of four things. Oh, it was Dumbledore's turn to arch a brow, prompting Harry to continue. Something else. Very dead, very broken, or very good. Harry stated simply and softly as he looked at the headmaster. Most fall into the first three categories. Too few into the last. And where does that leave you, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked quietly as he looked at the man. Sometimes, I think, the last. Most, I think the third, Harry admitted simply as he tilted his head to the side and stared back at the blade. Of course, those that knew me always told me it was the last. Do you enjoy killing, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked softly as he stared back at Harry intently. I take neither pleasure nor displeasure from taking a life, Albus Dumbledore, Harry stated softly as he looked back into the man's eyes. It simply is. A man who has willingly raised his hand to intentionally strike down another, to intend to kill, maim, or torture, will willingly do so again. And if they have raised that hand against me, they will even more willingly do it to another. So I cut them down and leave their fate those waiting on the other side. Harry tilted his head to the side. If they find damnation or redemption there, it is not my choice to make. They could still change their ways. They could still do good, Dumbledore pressed as he stared back at Harry. Could they? Perhaps. Would they? Perhaps, Harry agreed with a nod of his head before shrugging again. But, if the world were fair, would they have become what they did? Dumbledore sighed as he looked back at Harry. That is not a view I can endorse, Mr. Potter. As long as you take responsibility for the repercussions the actions your views limit you to. Harry responded simply as he shook his head. Repercussions? Dumbledore asked with a brow arched. You could cut down an opponent in a moment. Capturing him alive will take you 5 minutes, Harry stated softly. One of your allies was killed in 3 minutes after you focused on capturing your opponent. If you had cut down that opponent, you would have been able to save your ally and more. Bloody math, Harry stated simply and shook his head. Mercy requires a position of unquestionable superiority, Professor. Without it, in battle it costs more blood than it saves. Life is more than a set of numbers to run, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore stated with a frown creasing his face. It cannot be so coldly assessed and distilled. In war it is. Harry responded back with a sad shake of his head. But your belief is why you should not be involved in war. Clinging so tightly to those ideals, while admirable, it'll only cause more problems than it solves. And you would instead have me do nothing? Dumbledore asked, a tinge of anger rippling through his voice. I would think that healing and protecting would be something you'd find preferable, Harry stated blandly instead. And researching. Dumbledore twitched slightly at that statement before slightly inclining my head. Yes, I would, however. You're no longer the only one Voldemort fears. Harry stated quietly as he looked back at Dumbledore. You're no longer the only one he knows could beat him. End him. This war, it is not yours to fight on the front lines. Stay where you do the best. And what of you then? Would you not, as you said, be best out there, on the front lines then? Dumbledore asked, arching a brow. Instead of here, in this school. A hammer that knows not where to strike damages what it does not mean to in itself, Harry stated ruefully. One of my teachers used to tell me that. I'm not a hunter, headmaster. I'm a fighter. I leave it to the hunters to find him for me, or for him to give me an opening I can exploit. I see, Dumbledore said while his voice clearly showed he didn't. I've done most of what I could against him as it stands, Harry stated softly. I have no way of tracking him. I don't have any connections. I don't have any experience casting the kind of spells that would be necessary to find him. So I have to leave that to those that do. In the meantime, I might as well do something useful. Dumbledore merely stared at him for a moment before sighing softly. I again feel the need to ask to continue this another day. Instead, perhaps you should see about taking care of that objective you had that blade created for. Harry glanced back at Dumbledore before arching a brow a bit. You mean, you want to know what secret room it's hiding in that you never found it? Coughing softly, Dumbledore looked back at Harry, the slightest tug of his lips rising up. I'm afraid, Mr. Potter, I'm not sure what you could be implying. Of course, Harry agreed with a snort before standing up and resting his hand on the hilt of the blade. Though, do you really want to have to watch the destruction of Ravenclaw's diadem? Dumbledore stared back at Harry, frozen in place as his face slowly drained of color. What? Tom Riddle was a very persuasive and too intelligent man, Harry stated simply. He convinced the ghost of person who stole the diadem to tell him where she hid it. And he made it into one of his Horcruxes. Dumbledore finished the implied statement with a sigh as he slumped forward. What other sacrilege has he performed? Too many, Harry stated sadly and shook his head. By now, I imagine he's done the same to Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket. How do you know this? Dumbledore asked, his eyes piercing and sharp as he stared back at Harry. Maybe one day I will tell you, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Harry answered quietly as he stood, holding the blade gently in his hand. But that day is not today. Shall we see to the Horcrux? Dumbledore's eyes narrowed in distaste towards Harry, but he nonetheless nodded his head and followed after him. Andromeda and Bellatrix Black were standing in the changing room of one of the smaller stores Andromeda was familiar with, a pile of clothing to the side. So far Andromeda was attempting to ease her sister into things, to show her some of the Muggle world without burying her too deep in all it offered. It was thus far met with mixed results. Andromeda sighed at the blush that decorated Bellatrix's face while her sister stared at the items she offered. What manner of, I cannot even call this a garment? Bellatrix declared, blushing furiously. A brassiere and clothes, Andromeda stated blandly as she watched Bellatrix. They're undergarments, for wearing under your clothes. Truly? Bellatrix asked, staring back at Andromeda in surprise, then carefully, almost gingerly, picking them up. But how? Sighing, Andromeda showed her sister how to unclasp and then clasp the bra, then explained the clothes. There, now after you've got them on, we'll start with something simple. Once her sister had stripped and donned the undergarments, Andromeda handed her a pair of jeans and a shirt. On with these. Bellatrix just stared. Andromeda affixed her sister with a look. Now what's the issue? Pants, sister. You wish me to dress as a man. Even more confusion colored her face at that. Jeans, Andromeda corrected. In the Muggle world, they're worn by both men and women. These jeans were made to be worn by a woman. If you are sure, Bellatrix slowly agreed as she worked to pull the garments onto her body. Andromeda shook her head. Her sister was almost painfully reminding her of the way she herself had been. So she would start simply and then ease her sister into Muggle society and culture. Though she had to admit, the idea of dressing herself up to match was amusing. The look on the boys' faces alone, she almost giggled at the thought. When Bellatrix appeared again a few minutes later, Andromeda looked over her sister then nodded thoughtfully. Well, it's a start. Slowly Bellatrix began to turn about, marveling at the way the clothes fit her body. These are truly Muggle fashion. Casual clothes, yes, Andromeda agreed, tapping her lower lip in consideration. I suppose you might find an affinity for them, considering your predilections. Predilections, sister. Bellatrix crossed her arms about her chest just below where the V-shaped neck of her shirt ended. Your taste for violence and destruction. Andromeda said flatly. Oh. Bellatrix paused there, considering the words, before she shrugged her shoulders just a bit. Thank you for the consideration. For a moment Andromeda could feel her jaw wanting to fall down in disbelief at her sister's frank admission before quickly shaking her head. Right. Let's see how you look. Go ahead and try walking about. As Bellatrix did so, with a look of wonder falling across her face, Andromeda reached up and slowly rubbed her face. This was obviously going to be a long day. Albus Dumbledore slowly looked about the room of clutter, dust and miscellaneous items with a look of delighted fascination. Remarkable. Simply remarkable. However did you find this room? I asked a house elf. Harry responded honestly with a shrug as he moved towards where he remembered the diadem being the last time he'd encountered it. Ah, remarkable indeed, Dumbledore agreed as he looked about the room with a curious eye. There was still a sizable amount of various things all throughout the room, though Harry couldn't help but feel it seemed smaller than it once had. The layout was different than it was previously. It was as if. Then he froze as looked at a pocket-sized portrait as a realization hit him. The war had ended families left and right. It had been one of, if not the most, tough war to hit Wizarding Britain in over 1,000 years. Prior to it, most of the wars had been mirrors of the wars in the Muggle War. Wars fought between actual soldiers. There had not been a systematic purge since the arrival of the Romans to the Isles, back when the Druids had tried to force them back out. Voldemort, though, he didn't target soldiers, he was a terror because he targeted entire families. When a student died and there was no family left to claim their things, that made this room even creepier. Is something the matter, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked curiously as he looked at the man. Just a sobering question, Harry responded as he looked over the room. Wondering how many of these things were left here because a student passed and there was no one left to claim them. I would like to believe that it would be remarkably few, Dumbledore stated quietly as he nonetheless looked around the room with an uncomfortable shift from one foot to the next. And from there I wonder how much more will be put here if Tom Riddle has his way. Harry stated softly and shook his head. He already strikes at Muggle families, so how long until he chooses to target those whom he deems obstacles? Dumbledore frowned as he considered those words before turning uncomfortably and looking away. I hope that is simply a more than pessimistic fear. I don't think it is, Harry stated quietly as he ran his finger through a layer of dust. Why do you think I'm trying so hard to prevent it? Turning, he then moved back deeper into the room behind him and he could hear Dumbledore following. Your diligence is commendable, though I still find myself wholly uncomfortable with your methods and philosophy. Which is why you're not being asked to take part in them. Harry agreed with a slight nod of his head as he looked from one side to the next, searching out for the diadem. And you're certain that the relic has been corrupted by Tom? Dumbledore asked again as he frowned. Not merely hidden here to begin with. Yes, Harry agreed with a nod of his head as he moved through the debris. Ask the Grey Lady if you don't believe me. She's the one who stole it from her mother to begin with. The Grey Lady. Dumbledore repeated, staring at Harry. She is Helena Ravenclaw, Rowena's daughter, Harry stated softly and looked off into the distance. A tragic tale. One that is not mine to tell. There had long been rumors of her origins. But she rebuffed all whom attempted to pry the truth from her. Dumbledore stated as he studied Harry intently. All until Tom Riddle. It was a cryptic response as Harry stated it and he could feel the way Dumbledore blanched. Then how did he return? Ah. The interview, Dumbledore stated sourly as he slowly shook his head. That does coincide with when we had begun our yearly lack of consistency in our defense instructors. He is certainly creative when he comes to his plots, Harry agreed neutrally. Though I wonder at his choice of targets and why he simply didn't target you since the curse is apparently so successful. Tom has always felt a degree of caution, and likely even fear of me, Dumbledore admitted quietly as he looked off into the distance. Once I defeated Gellert, Grindelwald, it became more pronounced. It is likely he simply did not believe it would affect me as he intended. He paused before he looked back at Harry with narrowed eyes. But you already knew that, didn't you, Mr. Potter? I thought the statement that you were no longer the only one he feared made that obvious. Harry answered without looking even the slightest bit sad about it. You are a most vexing individual, Mr. Potter. You are willfully obscure about things in a way that I find quite disagreeable. Imagine that, Harry stated with a slightly amused drawl to his tone. And of course you'd never do something similar to someone. Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond before shutting it as he studied Harry far more carefully than he had previously. Do you hold some sort of personal grudge against me, Mr. Potter? Grudge? Harry asked, musing over the word before chuckling. No, not particularly. Do I believe that you have moments where you're quite misguided? Yes. And this leads you to being purposely enigmatic? No. The fact that I think being more direct would cause more problems than it would solve does. Your irritation at it is, I will admit, an amusing bonus. Harry stated before he found what he'd been looking for. Ah, here we are. The unfortunately cursed Ravenclaw diadem. Wit beyond measure, Dumbledore stated with a kind of sad reverence. Must we? I would have preferred to not do it, honestly, Harry agreed with a sad nod of his head as he withdrew the blade. Sadly, what has been done to it, I know of no way to undo. With a weary sigh Dumbledore nodded his head, steeling his shoulders. If this proves to be something other than advertised, Mr. Potter. Yes, I know, Harry agreed before, not pausing another moment, he brought the venom-imbued blade down upon the priceless artifact. Immediately there was an inarticulate scream of rage, fear and pain filling the air as the blade cleaved through the shining metal, releasing an inky black muck, dripping down the stand it was set upon, and releasing an ugly black smoke into the air. With it came a release of tainted magic, clinging to the air that made Dumbledore shudder. Harry himself shook his head and carefully examined the blade with a satisfied nod. I take it my point was proved to your satisfaction. Dumbledore could only nod. This, Voldemort quickly decided, was where he would begin. Not quite the most crowded part of London but with enough of the Muggles to draw the attention of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. At least, eventually. They were notoriously slow. It would be made even slower by the fact that there would be no obvious magic, at least at first. Once he was ready, he would call them forth. And they would be slaughtered by his nightmares. The thought brought a smile to his face, an almost childish glee tempered by a dark malevolence. A few quick gestures and a notice-me-not charm covered one end of the street and then other. A moment later a Muggle-repelling charm followed. No one would get in, no one would get out. It was one of the first tactics he'd taught his knights, throw the Muggle-repelling charms on all potential entrances and exits. Trapping them like the rats they were. Allowing you to work at your leisure to end them. For a moment he simply savored the anticipation hanging in the air, the sense of what was coming. Then he gestured and suddenly series of cages appeared all around the street and on the roofs. Shortly thereafter the cages dissolved, letting loose their inhabitants into the streets. Their presence was felt before they were even seen. A dirty, soiled feeling of wrongness that permeated the air, telling everyone that something that should not exist walked the land with them. Without knowing why, people began to shrink back, eyes wild, hearts racing as primal instincts sent pulses of fear-powered adrenaline through their veins. In the small boutique, Bellatrix looked up from her clothes and then quickly looked towards the door. "Sister?" Andromeda asked, a careful, fearful wariness in her voice as she stared at the sudden rigidity of her sister's frame. "Something's wrong." There was a pause as Bellatrix withdrew her wand, fingers gripping upon it as she looked at her sister from the corner of her eye. "Can you not feel it?" Andromeda began, only to freeze when the miasma of wrongness permeated the air, wrapping itself about her with a whispering, wicked hunger. "What is that?" "I know not," Bellatrix stated before her eyes looked back at her sister, "but I mean to find out." "In that," Andromeda almost squeaked out, and with good reason. She had finally managed to coax her sister into a mini-skirt dress that clung about her sister's hips, with a pair of calf-skin boots to go with. "I do not believe whatever is out there will give me the courtesy of granting me room to change," Bellatrix noted dryly, but something crashed through the door of boutique with a tortured scream. "I suppose not," Andromeda agreed, her face pale and terrified as she beheld something ripped from fevered nightmares. Bellatrix, however, was under no such restraints as her wand flicked out and hungry flames leapt from the tip of her wand to greedily splash upon the thing in front of them. Its scream grew in intensity as flesh crackled and crisped, filling the air with a sickly scent of burning flesh. What the pair thought were eyes turned onto them, and the sound that came out was filled with anger and despair as it opened its jaws impossibly wide and then lunged at Bellatrix. Bellatrix was not idle, however, her dark hair flashing across her face as she twisted and snapped her wand down, ripping the ceiling down with a single spell, smashing it into the creature. Unfortunately, she quickly discovered, she'd pulled down little more than plaster and dust, doing little more than simply confuse the thing in front of her instead of doing seriously damage. With a growl, Bellatrix quickly summoned forth numerous bits of clothing before banishing it at the creature. As it tried to shake them off, Bellatrix snarled and snapped her wrist against, sending out gout of flame that quickly splashed over the clothes and began to spread across them. With an agonized scream, the creature's attempts to shake off the burning clothing grew more and more frantic. "Sister, I do not believe setting the thing between us and the exit on fire is going to help," Andromeda called out as she glared slightly at her older sibling. "Not to mention, must you burn the clothing? I'm a bit distracted with trying to kill this thing, Rometta." Bellatrix snapped back. "It does not wish to be accommodating." "Imagine that." Andromeda snapped back before pulling out her own wand and, growling slightly as she summoned forth the clothes, transfiguring them into sharp-tipped spears and banishing them at the shrieking creature. With a dull, wet thunk, each of the sharp tips contacted the creature and buried deep, causing its voice to grow several times in strength as it thrashed about. "What are you doing? This is my fight." Bellatrix snapped at her sister before sending another banisher that shoved the spears deep into the creature's body, earning another howl of agony. "I'm a little bit more interested in just surviving for now, Bella," Andromeda responded as she pointed at the still squirming and now whimpering thing. "If you want to do something incurably mad as fight this thing on your own, kindly do so when my life is not similarly in danger." Bellatrix looked sourly at her sister before turning towards the ruined doorway, only to find another creature waiting there, this one with a gigantic maw, opened wide to reveal the caricature of a face, gaunt and deformed, surrounded by broken, jagged teeth. Just as the thing looked about to release another wail, Bellatrix banished the debris from the first creature's violent entrance at it. Jagged glass and wood flew at it, smashing into it with more of a random pattern than she would have liked. "Now how did she do it then?" Bellatrix muttered while summoning the spears Andromeda had sent into the first creature, then banishing one at the creature shrieking in the door. The spear flew at the creature, though it was not tipped first, and ended up smashing the length of the half into the face. "Sister, how did you manage to have your spears fly true?" Bellatrix asked as she looked back at her sister. "How the bloody hell do you think a spear flies true?" Andromeda snapped as she let some of her fear bleed into anger, as she flicked her wand at the remaining spear. "You have to aim the ruddy things, you goddamned bint." The first flick had oriented the spear properly, and then, with her declaration, she banished it towards creature, who spit out the first spear from its open maw just in time to have the second spear smash deep into the head and bury itself deep, causing the creature to freeze and then collapse into death. Bellatrix stood there a moment, frozen in disbelief as she watched her sister take the second kill herself as well. Oh. For a moment she just stood there, gaping, trying to process what had just happened before looking back at a still fuming Andromeda and whining a bit. Again, sister. Yes, sister, bloody well again. Now shut your damned gob and can we please get out of here? Andromeda snapped as she stood up and almost stomped forward. I am not an insane, bloodthirsty maniac. I do not like to fight and I do not like being attacked by idiots and maniacs and monsters. I do not even like the utter rubbish that is pureblood society. I came here to indulge you in your new fascination's preference for muggle culture and dress, she continued, standing up and stalking forward, dressed in a pair of bell-bottomed jeans and a tight t-shirt herself. Then I was going to shoo you off so I could have some time with my boyfriend. Except, of course, as soon as you got involved, everything had to go to bloody hell. We get attacked by some kind of obviously magical beast I've never even heard a hint of, and you're standing there, complaining because I want to bloody well not give them a chance to kill me. Yes. Bellatrix answered, more than a little uncertainty in her voice. Sister. Andromeda stated with an eerie calm. Yes. Bellatrix repeated the word with a slight cringe. We are leaving. Andromeda stated flatly. Now. We are going to find my boyfriend. Then we are going home, away from whatever mess this is. Right. Bellatrix agreed warily. Where are we going to find? Suddenly a massive explosion tore through the street outside the shop, shattering the remaining windows as a male voice could be heard shouting, "Take that, you feckless blighters." Andromeda paused a moment before sighing as a ghost of a smile crossed her lips. That would be him now. As you say, Bellatrix answered in a daze as she stared at her sister, whom promptly walked past her, banishing the dead creature in the doorway and stepping out onto the street. Or, more precisely, what was left of the street, the entire length ruptured, as if exploding from below. Burnt and chunked bodies were tossed every which way. Out of the corner of her eye Andromeda could see movement. Turning her head she was treated to the sight of a young, half-shaven man in a leather jacket banishing chunks of the broken street at some of the still-moving creatures. With a frown she snapped off a piercing curse at one of the creatures, only to see it barely dent the creature, mainly splashing off of it harmlessly. And of course they are magically resistant. Rom. The man called out as he caught sight of her before gesturing at his free hand, covering it in the debris from the street and promptly punching one of the rising creatures stirring nearby in the head, sending it crashing back to the ground. What in the buggering hells is going on here? What in Merlin's blue balls are these things? Not a ruddy clue, Andromeda stated flatly as she stepped over one particularly tuppized corpse and fought to keep down the bile rising up in the back of her throat at the sight. 1 minute I'm finally finished getting my sister into a mini and the next one of these things was blasting through door. I don't even know what happened to shop girls. And no dark black knowledge to tell us what these things are. He asked with a wink as he then brought his debris-covered arm up just in time to catch the mouth of a smaller creature that had taken his momentary distraction to attack. Bloody hell. Can't I even get a mo to chat up my girl? As he was knocked back onto street, he immediately tried to blast a number of spells into the thing's torso, to very limited effect. Ted. They're magic resistant. You have to actually hit them with something other than spells. Well, fine then. Ted put his wand up against the top of the armor on his arm and fired off the strongest banisher he could into one of the pieces, launching a chunk up through the soft tissue of its mouth and into its brain, causing it to suddenly go limp atop him. Now get off, ya great lump. Do I have to bloody well do everything for you, Ted? Andromeda sighed in irritation as she made a gesture and a sizable stone shot out and smashed into the dead creature's side, throwing it off of him. Oi, careful. I thought you liked that part of me. Ted yelped as the stone hit just inches above his hips. Obviously not as much as you do, Andromeda stated sarcastically as she looked around the devastated street. What the bloody hell did you do? Blew the gas main, Ted stated simply with a shrug as he rolled up to his feet. I figured it'd give me some breathing room at least. Sister. Bellatrix finally found her voice again as she stared at the rough-looking and somewhat familiar young man, uncertain of exactly how to respond to what she had just witnessed. Andromeda immediately went stiff as a board while Ted winced and looked down the street, before blinking and staring. Then he let out a low whistle as he turned his attention back to Andromeda. Well, love, I have to hand it to you, you do have taste. Don't suppose. Not now, Edward. Andromeda hissed out and glared at him before looking back at Bellatrix. What, sister? Isn't I? Bellatrix just stared at her sister. I thought you hated dueling. I do. Andromeda agreed with a nod of her head. Ted snorted and smirked. She's right good in a brawl though. Even better in a fight. Almost as good as she is. Not now. Andromeda almost screamed as she blushed a bright crimson Bellatrix had never seen on her normally composed sister. Or have you forgotten we're surrounded by Morgana knows what? How interesting. A new voice cut in smoothly, as a new figure made his presence known, one eye glowing a bloody crimson. I must say this was rather unexpected. Voldemort was more than slightly irritated. His newest creations had, at first, been quite adept against the Muggles. And, from the initial tests he had used against his followers, should have been just as adept against wizards and witches. Only now the vast majority of his current crop of monsters had been slain. All at the hands of one teenage wizard and a pair of witches. I had expected a better showing out of them. A pity, he stated before calmly holding up his wand. Now I'm afraid I'm going to have to get rid of the evidence. Only, immediately the seemingly shell-shocked witch he dismissed as a threat fired of a blistering string of curses that forced him immediately on the defensive. Leave my sister alone. Bellatrix swore as she wove shrieking blurs of magic at the unknown man whom was apparently behind the attack. Voldemort deflected them, dodging the few he couldn't, and the ground around him was quickly reduced to melting rubble as the curses struck. Acidic cutting curses, he had to admit, were a new one. Effective, too, he idly noted as the ground around him was slowly being decayed. Had he stayed much longer, he wouldn't be able to keep his footing. Enough. He snapped back after deflecting her latest spell, snapping his wand up and sending a dark wave of magic forward, creating a furrow in the ground as it forced Bellatrix to break off her attack and move quickly out of the way. I am now in a less than generous mood, little girl. So, now, when I end you three, it will hurt. A dark smoke poured out of the hem of his robes and suddenly he rose up into the air, hovering there as it began to coil over his body. Now, little ones, let's see you dance. Everything changed in an instant. The fury of spells poured down like rain as coiling tendrils of smoke lashed out towards them. Ted quickly transfigured pieces of debris in front of them into a solid wall of clumped together pieces of street just before the spells could hit it. Chunks of the makeshift barricade flew through the air as the young couple ducked down. Flashes of every color they could imagine struck the barricade, eating it away piece by piece. In a matter of moments their cover had diminished significantly. Well, bugger, Ted noted as he kept summoning up pieces of the nearby debris to add back to the shrinking wall. Ideas, love. If Bella wasn't there, Andromeda stated with a scowl. I can't risk a blind shot. Pity, Ted agreed with a nod. How long before the Aurors show? Too long, she responded curtly. Far, far too long. Well, we'll just have to last too long. Ted stated before twisting away as a piece of the wall fell, hissing and melting down next to him. I hope. Bellatrix found herself doing a reasonable impression of a dance as Voldemort rose up, hovering in the air high enough up to easily switch the barrage of spell fire between the two targets without much change. His hand flicked about in a blur of sharp, precise movements, directing his wand from one to the other as if they were the same target. Eyes wide, Bellatrix couldn't help but wonder if this was the strength of Master of the Knights of Walpurgis. Where did which leave the storm chaser? All that bluster and bravado, Voldemort noted before a wisp of fire rose from the tip of his wand, then cracked it downwards a flick of his wrist as a stream of fiendfire, the tip shaped like a serpent's head, snapping inches from a scrambling Bellatrix. Wherever has it gone? He paused before his lips split into an ugly grin. Oh, I know. A flick of his wrist sent the fire snapping out, wrapping over the wall of debris Ted and Andromeda before another flick tore it in half as half-melted pieces of red-hot earth flew towards Bellatrix. You realized exactly what it was you faced. Can you feel it? That inching sensation, scratching up from deep down inside of you. He paused, letting the fiendfire pool on the ground for a moment, turning it into a bubbling pool of molten earth, before he flicked his wrist again, sending it splattering towards both Bellatrix and the remaining cover. Death comes for you now. Struggle all you want. You will not escape its grasp. And with a clawing gesture, Bellatrix could suddenly feel a pressure squeezing on her throat, lifting her off the field with a slowly tightening pressure. Instinctively she reached up, clawing at her throat, only to do nothing but drag her own nails into the soft flesh. Her eyes almost popping out of her skull, she looked around, desperately lifting up her wand, directing it at where Voldemort held her without any apparent struggle. Another flick of his and she let out a gurgled scream as the tip of the flame snapped out, snake head snapping into the back of her hand. Instantly she could smell the acrid scent of her own burning flesh as she reflexively dropped her wand. Dark, charred flesh spasmed and broke, revealing raw, bleeding flesh beneath it. Now, none of that, he stated with a smirk as he calmly gestured with his clenching hand, which caused Bellatrix to be used to block a number of rocks banished at him quickly from Andromeda, his lips widening as he heard another gurgling scream leave Bellatrix's mouth. I don't know how much more of this your dear sister here will be able to take until she simply breaks. Andromeda stared up at her sister as she struggled for her life as Voldemort kept her helplessly struggling in the grip of whatever spell he was using. Her face twisting into a look of horror, Ted spoke up quietly. Rom, look away. I am not going to just. Andromeda started to protest angrily, taking a moment to glare at Ted, only to pause at the look on his face. Turn away and close your eyes, love, he simply said as he looked at her meaningfully. How quaint. He knows how it's about to end and wants to spare your sister the agony of watching you die. Voldemort stated as Andromeda took one last look at her sister and then did as her boyfriend instructed. Such a wonderful sensation, watching that look of despair. What he was going to say next was cut off as Ted snapped his wand in an arch towards him, sending a small glowing sphere of magic at him. Sneering Voldemort again moved Bellatrix to intercept where the arching spell would land between the two of them. Only suddenly his world was caught up in a blast of light and sound that sent him reeling, shattering his concentration. Rom. Now. Ted called out as Bellatrix began to fall, the spell holding her aloft shattered. Wordlessly, Andromeda's wand was out and catching her sister, quickly summoning her back to them. Voldemort falling himself had no one to catch him. His scream quickly filled the air as he landed in the writhing embrace of his own unleashed fiendfire spell. Immediately the flames died out and slowly he stood up, eyes burning with hate as he snarled angrily. Worthless little curs. I will strip the flesh from your bones. I will raise your corpses and send them to rip whatever you care for, whatever you love to pieces as your worthless souls are bound to watch. Ted tossed out another one of the same spells he'd used earlier, only to have it snuffed out with a slashing motion from Voldemort. Well, bugger. You think a trick will work twice. Voldemort snarled as dripping blobs still red-hot material rose up from the ground and then flew above their heads. Then it suddenly surged in size. Now die. And with no small amount of satisfaction Voldemort watched as the molten earth dropped upon the three. They were not able to move out of the way. They were not able to dodge, they were not able to hide. He watched as it landed with an almost splat-like sound. He could hear a sizzling crackle as it made contact with the far cooler street side. His lips pulled back into a wide grin of sadistic triumph as the material settled and flowed down before beginning to harden. There was no motion, no sound beyond that of the cooling, cracking material, the rustle of debris, and slowly encroaching sounds in the distance. With a flick of his wrist, he cancelled out the wards holding back apparition and portkeys and, with one last sadistic smirk of triumph, vanished. As he left the room of requirements, Dumbledore's face wore the expression of a man haunted by what he had just seen, skin pallid and looking more brittle than it had in years. It had only taken moments for Harry to do what he needed to do. Moments to watch the destruction of one of the most coveted treasures of history revealed to be a corrupted abomination that had to be destroyed. Not much fun, is it? Harry noted with a slight nod of his head in an admission of sympathy towards the older man. I can't say that I really enjoyed that myself. To have done such a thing to such a great treasure, Dumbledore stated as he slowly shuddered. How can he be both so intelligent, and so utterly foolish? He could have easily simply kept it, or declared its discovery and become famous, or, does he have no comprehension of what he did? I always put it up to his ego, myself. Harry said simply with a shrug. He considers himself greater than any other wizard or witch that has ever lived. As such, he, obviously, doesn't have any need for such things. And he makes use of them as his horcruxes, as he can't stand of using anything less than a priceless treasure. Dumbledore stated with a soft murmur. There was a silence in the air as suddenly they realized they were not alone, finding themselves facing a grim-faced grey lady, ghost of Ravenclaw Tower. What have you done? There was a note of something not easily placed in her voice. It bordered on neutral but hung with an undertone of something deeper beneath. Lady Helena Ravenclaw, Harry stated simply as he canted his head to her and nodded in slight acknowledgement. I don't know if you truly want to know. She withdrew at the title, flinching back as her eyes went wide for a moment, then narrowed into slits. How do you know that name? Dumbledore looked startled for a moment, mouth opening to respond only to have Harry cut him off. Tom Riddle figured it out, Harry stated evenly as he ignored the sour look on Dumbledore's face at the reminder. I managed to get a number of pieces of information from him without him ending up aware of it. She flinched back at the statement, shrinking slightly away from him. Then you know. I had to clean up your mess. Yes, Harry agreed simply. If you want to be rid of the Baron, I'd suggest taking the time to explain the situation to the headmaster. There was a pause as Harry seemed to debate things for a moment. Perhaps he'll be sufficiently horrified by the thought of you being forced to suffer through the presence of your murderer. Pardon. Dumbledore stated, eyes widening almost comically as the Grey Lady stared at Harry, mouth hanging open. You know, the bloody Baron. Harry stated, looking at the headmaster curiously. He killed her. Most of the blood on his clothes is from when he killed her before killing himself. But, then, Dumbledore fumbled over the words as he tried to come to terms with that statement before sighing heavily and turning to the Grey Lady. This is true then. Yes, Helena stated faintly with a slow nod of her head. I will see what I can do, Dumbledore stated with a sigh and a note of weary resignation. It does help to actually tell people about the problem though, Harry noted casually before turning his attention back to Helena. I would imagine a number of things could have been avoided if you had stopped running away and ignoring your problems. That struck a nerve in the ghost as she glared angrily at Harry before turning and silently storming off as best a ghost could. And thus exemplifying my point, Harry noted with a sigh of relief and a shake of his head. I swear, I'm not sure which of them I dislike more. Her or what I know of Slytherin. I worry about how easily you can find new and previously unknown ways to disturb me, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore stated with deep breath to calm himself back down. It is an entirely unpleasant experience for a man who thought he had long outgrown such things. It's a gift, Harry declared flatly. Where were we, though? We were discussing Tom's violation of priceless artifacts to make his abominations, Dumbledore stated with a quiet shudder of displeasure. Well, that or something of his own, Harry stated as he stared out into the distance. There's one that's not a relic, another he may or may not have made yet that won't quite be either. Ah. Dumbledore slowly released a breath then stood up straighter. But again this begs the question. How do you know all this, Mr. Potter? What makes you think my answer would be any different from before, Mr. Dumbledore? Harry asked back while arching a brow slightly before smiling at Dumbledore. Come now, what kind of man would I be to burden you with such things? You more than deserve to enjoy your golden years in peace. Have I done you some wrong, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked, his eyes studying the man who merely smiled back at him. Because I find myself under the impression that you seem to be holding a grudge towards me. You simply remind me entirely too much of my own headmaster, Harry stated with a wave of his hand. He thought it in my best interests to keep the truth from me in order to keep me from being worried and to allow me a normal childhood. Harry paused for a moment, seemingly lost deep in thoughts of the past. In the end, I was less than prepared for what I had to face and had to rely too much on luck and guesswork. And the childhood I had already was completely lost, so there wasn't much for me to enjoy there. I see, Dumbledore said in a tone that clearly stated he didn't. I would then appreciate it if you would not. What he was going to say was cut off as Alistair Moody stormed up to both of them. Albus, Potter, we've got a problem. That immediately made both men stiffen as they looked at Moody expectantly. There's been an attack. Muggle shopping district. Place is a bloody war zone and some of the things there. Moody's face immediately grimaced. It's bad. Well, that didn't take long. Harry noted with a sigh. What exactly didn't take long, Potter? Moody demanded with narrowed eyes. For something else to go tits up, Harry responded with a slight growl. Now, come on and let's get past the wards so we can bloody well get there. Harry couldn't help but stare at the damage in front of him. The entire street was ruptured as if the gas main had been. Right, that's likely what had happened. Though, there were other things that didn't match up with it. There were places where it was obvious the ground had been melted down and then cooled again. Parts of the rubble was oriented like a barrier that had been raised then torn down. Other parts of it were melted and corroded as if by acid. It was a mess all around. Well, talk about a cluster F. K, Harry muttered sourly under his breath before taking his attention away from the mess towards Moody. Clearly this was obviously more than just a gas line blowing. Aye, Moody agreed as he nodded to the carnage. Mess all around. I believe I will be with you gentlemen in a moment. I will likely be asked to fix the majority of this mess, Dumbledore noted as he saw a visibly relieved wizard moving over to them. Harry barely nodded in acknowledgement before stepped over to side of the street and grimaced as he caught sight of a burned and fragmented corpse. That's the honest truth. How many dead? We're still counting, Moody admitted with a grunt. Something went through all the shops and drove out all the muggles before. Well, so far, no survivors. Harry's mouth ran dry for a moment before he took a deep breath and then let it out. He had seen worse. He didn't like it, but he had seen worse. Right. So, you want me here for cleanup or analysis? Harry was already starting to look through the scene with a practiced eye. There were signs and residue of dark magic all around them. Whatever we can get, Moody admitted before gesturing towards a boutique with its entrance caved in. Though the real treat is in there. Need to see if you've ever seen anything like it before. Harry frowned slightly. Wait, what? Just look, Moody stated with a shudder of revulsion. We found bits and pieces of them, but in there are the only ones that are at least somewhat whole. Right. Did the Department of Magical Creatures not show up yet? Harry asked with a grumble as he moved towards the boutique. They did, Moody answered, and after they finished puking they said they had no idea what they are. Joy. Harry stated with a sigh as he walked into the boutique. Immediately he saw the first of the creatures and then saw the other. They were, well, he couldn't quite come up with a proper description for how utterly wrong they looked. A part of him could understand why the previous group had lost the contents of their stomachs. They had vaguely human characteristics, but it was as if someone had taken them and twisted them into. Frowning, Harry then began to cast a few charms over the things. Then he began to curse as he felt the blood drain from his face. He didn't recognize the spells themselves, but he could tell who cast them. And he could figure out from them just what they were. He turned and then walked back out, his features a mix of horror and anger as he returned to where Moody was waiting on him. Well, get the bloody Department of Mysteries down here, Harry stated as he looked around the scene with new eyes. You don't know what they are, Moody stated with a sigh of irritation. Bloody joy. This is going to be. I know what they were. Moody, Harry corrected with an angry snap. I know who made them into those things. They were human. Until Voldemort somehow turned them into those bloody, buggering monstrosities. What? Moody stared at him, his eyes narrowed into slits. You're saying those things. What is the problem, gentlemen? Dumbledore chose that moment to return from his survey of the street. I already surveyed most of the damage. I believe that simply blaming most of it on what's the word? Ah yes, gas ma and explosion, will suffice. Except for the melted pools of stone and aggregate, Harry muttered quietly. Those, well, that's going to have to be fixed. Stuff of conspiracy theories that is. Not to mention some of those acid melted bits. Going to need to do something about those too. Right, Moody stated with a frown as he realized that didn't really fit with the rest of the scene. Point. So, this is a tits up, buggered up to the bollocks situation then. Yes. Harry agreed with a nod. Dumbledore frowned as his attention left Moody and Harry and focused on the remains in the boutique. With a few charms of his own, his face quickly turned ashen, then green as he took a step back. Good lord. Pretty much my reaction, Harry agreed with a nod of his head and a shudder. There. To do this to someone, this is an abomination. Dumbledore stated softly with a shake of his head. No matter how twisted, no matter how much hate, for someone to become this. That's what happens when you become inhuman. Harry stated with a shake of his head before looking around. Now, what I want to know, is who did all this? Moody agreed with a nod of his head. We didn't find anyone, nor any other bodies on the scene when we arrived. Pardon? Dumbledore asked, frowning slightly. Someone killed these two, Harry stated as he gestured to the creatures. If I'm not mistaken, it was before that explosion happened outside. This one shows some signs of burns, but its back is facing towards the street, and most of the cuts look post-mortem. Moody agreed with a nod. Plus, this other one was killed in this place, first I think. Someone transfigured some items into weapons and banished them into the thing. Harry didn't bother correct Moody that the thing had once been human. After the point it was in, killing it had been a mercy. Slowly he moved back to the changing rooms, moving carefully from one to the next with a practiced caution. When he finished, he took a slow deep breath, before exhaling. 2 sets of robes, empty and hung up carefully to be donned again along with several sets of female clothing. Well, F.K. What did you find, Potter? Moody asked as he stepped over and then frowned. 2 witches then. At least, Harry agreed with a frown. We need to get as many traces going as we can. We better reconstruct things. We have to figure out what happened to them. Gentlemen. Dumbledore spoke up as he looked at the 2. What have you discovered? 2 witches were here. Harry answered as he looked around. I'm guessing there were anti-Portkey and anti-apparition wards up. They fought their way out. And were responsible for the street outside. Moody suggested. Maybe. Harry agreed with a nod. We need to identify what traces we have going on here. Don't suppose. Don't look at me. I can walk through the scene as well as you, Moody stated with a frown, but I can't identify what was cast or come close to by whom. Then he gestured towards where Dumbledore was weaving his wand about. But, that's why I brought him. Harry noted with a nod as he watched Dumbledore work. With a forceful mutter leaving his breath, Dumbledore finished his casting and suddenly the air lit up with symbols and colors that shone all around them. Harry could tell barely anything about the glut of information they conveyed. Sighing, he glanced at Moody. Don't suppose you can understand any of that? Negligently, Moody shook his head. No, lad, over my head. Too much raw spell crafting information. I've always been a better doer than theorist, Harry explained as he watched Albus go to work. Initial spells were ineffective from first caster, Dumbledore muttered a bit under his breath. Second caster used transfiguration. Harry sighed and grimaced. He made them magically resistant. Of course he did. Let's walk the rest of the scene. This is likely going to take him a bit. Moody agreed with a nod of his head. Since you mentioned the melted bit, there's one more of them. Bloody well should have realized it definitely didn't fit. Oh. Harry felt a slight chill of worry running down his spine as he followed Moody a bit further down the street. Then frowned. Oh. It was a slagged mess running down into a pile from the pavement onto the street. This isn't like the other bit. That's bloody obvious. Moody stated sourly. No, I mean someone dumped this here, Harry responded as he pointed to how there was a distinct difference between the pavement and the mess. See. You can see where it was flowing around it. Looks like someone melted a mess of stuff down there and then dumped it here. The pair of them shared a look before looking back at the mess with suddenly sharper eyes. Harry sighed before he slowly lifted his wand and gestured towards the pile. Well, it could explain why we couldn't find our 2 witches. If it was dropped on them. Another nasty bit of work this. Moody stated with a frown. Actually, This is something I've used myself before, Harry responded as he then focused on the pile. The number of people who can think fast enough to get out of it aren't many. There was a few more moments before Harry sighed. Well, I found them. Sitting quietly in his den, Cygnus Black leaned back and stared into a crackling fire as he held a tumbler of whiskey in his hand. Things had become, he wasn't sure how to truly put it. His whole world was not what it had been mere days ago. The lads are back together, Charles stated with the kind of casual amusement that always left him more than a little frustrated with his uncle. Of course they are, Lucius Potter noted with a groan as he settled himself in his chair next to Charles. Did you at least remember to bring your wife into things? Never, Charles declared, sounding fully aghast as he looked back at Lucius. Do you know how those brutes look at my wife? Yes, Lucius agreed with a nod of his head. The same way you do. Exactly. How would you feel if someone was looking at your wife that way? Charles asked pointedly. As my wife isn't the only thing keeping them and you from causing more trouble than they fix, Lucius stated leadingly. We are all grown men now, Charles refuted him with a slight scowl. You were, as I recall, grown men then as well, Orion Black joined the conversation as he gave Charles a look. It failed to make a difference then, so why should it now? We were wild unmarried men at the time and we have all since settled down and become far more reasonable, Charles stated with a slight huff of irritation. We can manage to keep from causing trouble without our wives, thank you very much. After everything else, Orion frowned and looked at the Potters. The storm chaser seems to have things well enough in hand on his own, why would you need to do more? Because you know it's not going to be that simple, Charles stated, all traces of humor fading from his face. If someone already came as far as he has, they're not just going to turn around and give up. Having a group of wizards hunting down these knights in the meantime will help diminish his resources. Orion scowled slightly but sighed in resignation. Fine. Just don't expect us to join in on that little crusade of yours. Quite, Cygnus agreed with a nod of his head before sighing. It is enough trouble that you have drawn us into this little conspiracy. Even if it benefits your family in the long run, Lucius pointed out with an arched brow. The benefits are still dubious, even if you have had points, Orion told them bluntly. But, while it is nice that you're keeping us in the loop about your mayhem, I do look forward to laughing in your face when you end up with things blowing up in your face. It won't be anything we can't handle, Charles declared with a cool, narrowed eyes. Besides, you were the one that brought me into all of this, Cygnus. I would expect you to have a better recall than that. Cygnus shifted uncomfortably. As I recall, I simply asked you about him being a Potter. You were the one that turned around and made all of this about changing our entire family philosophy and more. As charming as this is, perhaps we can stay on topic. The latest part of the plan was a success, Lucius said as he gave them both a look, cutting off anything further they could say. So, he succeeded then? Orion asked from his seat, keeping his gaze instead on Charles and Lucius Potter. Though my cousin had to be reminded that he was not going to take part, Lucius stated with a glare towards Charles. I still think I could have helped. Charles instead with a grumble. And now Slytherin's basilisk is dead, Cygnus noted with a somber sigh. Another piece of the founders gone. All to stop this bloody madman. Yes, Lucius agreed with a grimace. And he killed it with a surprising efficiency. Did he at least try to reason with it? Orion asked as he looked at the Potters. Reason with it? Lucius demanded as he sat up and glared at Orion. You as well as I can remember what happened when that chamber was last opened and what happened when that beast was last loosed. Yes, the Uggleborn witch died, Orion stated with a sigh and a wave of his hand. I suppose it was unavoidable. Though, think of what it could have told us about those times. True, Lucius admitted with a faint nod of his head. Though, in this instance, I think we can understandably have written it off. After all, considering whom it was that last opened that chamber, and was responsible for the witch's death. Fine, Orion stated with a grimace. Another thing to hold against that monster. And I wonder, with all that we know about what he is willing to do, what else will we lose? Cygnus stated quietly as he looked off into the distance. How much else will he taint beyond repair, beyond redemption? Too much, I imagine, Charles stated quietly as he nodded his head back to his nephew. Far too much. Indeed, Orion agreed with a nod and a frown before a sickened thought reached his features. Do we know what it is that this monster has made into his Horcruxes? No, I never really considered asking. Charles admitted with a frown. He knows at least 4 of them have been created, and knew the location of 2 of them. Beyond that, based on what he has said of him, of this Voldemort, based on what we have learned of him ourselves, Cygnus asked with a slowly growing resignation. How much do you wish to wager that he has defiled priceless artifacts to house his broken soul, just to make them even harder for people to bring themselves to destroy them? Quote. Merlin and Morgana, Orion stated with a pale face. And if the Storm Chaser knows what they are, then there is a reason he did not tell us what they were. Lucius stated grimly. Any further discussion was halted when there was a knock at the door and, after a moment, Narcissa Black stuck her head in, looking worried and nervous. I apologize for the interruption, Father, but, have you seen Bellatrix or Andromeda? Charles had barely exited his flow before it was burning again with a burning insistence. Sighing with a slight weariness, he nonetheless walked himself back to it and allowed the call to come through. Yes. We have a problem, Martellus Longbottom's face stated with a sharp severity. Instantly Charles could feel his stomach dropping like a lead weight into his feet. What's wrong? Someone attacked a Muggle shopping district in London, Martellus informed him with a frown on his face. Looks like a war zone according to some of our contacts. Streets in pieces, bits of it are melted down in various ways and there are things all over the place. What do you mean things? Charles demanded with a frown. I mean just that, things, as in things we don't have names for and don't know what they are, Martellus snapped back. They were found dead amidst the destruction. I don't have anything more to really go on yet, but they've called both Dumbledore and the Storm Chaser to the scene for their opinions. This is not good, Charles muttered for a moment before shaking his head. What else do we know about this? Frustratingly little, Martellus admitted with a sigh and a shake of his head. Just what we can infer and swirling rumors. We had heard that the Lord of the Knights of Walpurgis had isolated himself for a time, but we knew little of why. And of course it would happen just when we think we're starting to get the upper hand in this whole debacle. Charles muttered under his breath. The upper hand. Without the rest of us. Martellus sounded positively affronted at the thought. How could you? I didn't, Charles corrected. He did. Wouldn't even let me help. Dashed bastard just took a goblin silver blade and used it to kill off Slytherin's basilisk of all things. He paused a moment before brightening considerably. I did get to deface a statue of Slytherin in the bastard's Chamber of Secrets, though. Slytherin's basilisk. The Chamber of Secrets. Martellus repeated, staring mouth hanging agape. What the devil have you been doing? Finding out how the Storm Chaser likes to destroy my childhood dreams, Charles stated with a long overly dramatic sigh. I think the man's really a bit of a sadist. That, are you likely brought it up upon yourself, Martellus agreed before shaking his head. So, he found the Chamber of Secrets. He claims to have stolen the ability to be a Parselmouth from Riddle, Charles stated with a shake of his head and a sigh. And considering we've found that Riddle is the last of the Gounts. Bloody hell. I thought we stopped having to deal with those idiots when Morphin finally went and kicked off, Martellus stated with a sour grimace. They always were a particularly foul brand of sadists. This Dark Lord is Merops with a Muggle, Charles stated simply and shook his head in disgust. But apparently being a half-blood is little barrier towards spouting off the madness of bloody purity. Yes, well, if this was the work of that half-blood bastard, we can't let it go unanswered, Martellus stated sharply. This was dangerously close to blowing the statute. Not to mention how many of the Muggles were butchered at the scene. An entire street of shops, and not one survivor that we could find. He paused before sighing. At least it means we don't have to worry about an oblivator bollocksing up on everything. How many dead? Charles asked with a quiet levity to his voice, letting his previous humor melt away. We don't know yet. A lot of the bodies were severely dismembered, Martellus stated quietly. At least a dozen, maybe even a score or more. Bloody hell. Charles stated with a hiss as he almost fell back. Has he gone daft on top of being mad? I told you we don't know. Martellus growled back at him with a glare. The only thing we really know is that there was an attack, that unidentified creature remains were found, and that a lot of muggles were dead. There was a pause and a sigh as Charles nodded his head. I understand. Get the lads together. It is past time we sent a message. Happily, Martellus stated with a nod. We'll be assembled by the time you show up. Good, Charles stated grimly with a nod of his head. Just one question. Yes, Martellus asked after a moment's pause. Who the hell are we going to send the message to? Charles demanded. That will be a problem, yes. The blacks had arrived in the ministry to chaos. Everywhere they looked, someone from the ministry was literally running around, dashing across the atrium as the wizard at the check-in desk looked especially haggard. Name and purpose of visit. What in Merlin's name is going on? Orion demanded as Cygnus frowned slightly next to him. The wizard looked up and blanched slightly at the sight of the Black Patriarch before reluctantly answering. There was an attack. Muggle part of London. An entire street and its buildings were destroyed, a bunch of Muggles killed. We're trying to get it all explained away, but they found things there. The way the man said things made both blacks arch a brow, especially at the shudder that shivered visibly through the wizard. Be that as it may, Cygnus stated with a frown. 2 of my daughters are missing. We need to speak to someone about it. That would be, the wizard started to say before checking something. No, they're busy. How about, they're busy too? I think that. No, not them either. Are you implying that there is no one available to assist us? Orion asked, a slight edge to his words as he looked at the wizard behind the desk with a dangerous glare. I am trying to find someone. It's just, well, everyone got pulled into this damned mess in the middle of the Muggles. The wizard apologized quickly. Everyone who's anyone is involved. It was just that bad. Cygnus rubbed his forehead in irritation. So, what? The Dark Lord decided to attack a Muggle street in broad daylight. It was worse than that, from what I heard. The wizard shivered again. They found what they say used to be Muggles. Only they're all twisted and wrong. That the Dark Lord made them into things that weren't even recognizable as human. And that he destroyed an entire district, just to show how powerful he is. Orion snorted a bit. I am quite aware of just how powerful he is. We were both there to see him fight the Storm Chaser in Hogsmeade. Oh. The man blinked a moment. But, then, I heard that all the stories about the duel were just stuff people made up. I mean, someone other than Dumbledore, strong enough to take on the Dark Lord. The only reason we're even having this conversation is because Albus Dumbledore saved the dark bastard's life, Cygnus growled as he loomed over the man. Now, I want someone who can help me find my daughters. Now. Cygnus Black. A witch in Auror's robes asked with a careful voice. Cygnus whirled around, a hand gripping on his wand as he glared at the woman. Unless you're here to help me find my daughters, I suggest you choose your next words carefully. The Auror paused a moment, swallowing heavily before schooling her features to neutral. I just came from your home, where I was told you had come to the ministry. I'm here to talk to you about your daughters. What do you mean, talk to me about my daughters? Cygnus demanded as he almost growled out the words. Everything had him on edge. The talk of the trouble, everyone being too busy to do anything, the way an Auror was looking for him to talk to him about his daughter. I apologize for my brother-in-law's demeanor, Madam Auror, Orion stated smoothly as he pointedly gripped onto Cygnus' shoulder. He simply is a bit agitated, as his daughters were supposed to be back some time ago. I'm sure, the woman agreed quietly with a vague nod of her head. I need to ask you to come with me, sir. Why? Cygnus asked, a slow cold trickle of dread moving down his back. She shifted uncomfortably as she looked around. I'm afraid I can't tell you. Not here, sir. Orion's eyes narrowed and his grip on Cygnus grew tighter. And your suggestion, Madam Auror? She swallowed slowly, seeing the almost murderous look directed at her from Cygnus and nodded her head. Please, follow me. But they haven't. The desk wizard started to protest, only to be silenced with a glare of pure, molten fury directed at him by Cygnus. I suppose since you have an Auror escort, exceptions can be made. Quite. The Auror agreed and led them into the ministry. The ministry was both more subdued, and contrarily, more active than Harry remembered. There were far fewer people running around that he could see. At the same time, those that were seen, were busying themselves with an uncommon vigor. Why am I here again? Harry asked pointedly as he looked at Alistair. You have him to answer anything about what was being cast. You're the one that found out about the witches, Alistair stated grimly as he shook his head. We'll need you around to explain things. And of course the minister will want to meet him, Dumbledore noted with a faint smile of amusement. Harry immediately froze in place and refused to go further. No. That brought them up short as Dumbledore seemed surprised by the action. Pardon. Not meeting ministers, Harry stated firmly and shook his head. I meet ministers and they inevitably do something to piss me off. That leads to me causing incidents. With any politician, really, muggle or magical. It's never a good idea for me to get involved in politics, ever. Well, that is at least somewhat refreshing, Dumbledore noted with a faintly amused smile beneath his beard. Though that does limit a good deal of potential influence you might wield. I don't want influence, Harry told them bluntly. I don't want to deal with the stupidity of people looking to me for answers when I barely have them for myself half the time. Puts you ahead of most of the dunderheads I have to deal with, Moody stated with a grunt of approval. Most of them only think about how much influence the job can give them. Give a person who has always craved power a taste of it and you'll find them always craving more, Harry noted. At least, that's been my personal experience. Right. Then I'll just need you to write out what you found and what you can tell us about the wizard who did all this, Moody stated to both of them as he changed the subject. Albus should be familiar enough with them by now. Sadly, it won't be as much fun as the Lovegood incident, Dumbledore noted with a sigh and a faint smile of remembrance. How they managed to turn their wheat into candy I'm still not certain of. Probably used a half-twist and an elephant foot trawl, Harry stated absently as he remembered a passing conversation he'd had with Luna. What that translates to, I have no idea. Dumbledore opened his mouth, then shut it again as he looked thoughtful. Yes, I suppose that would allow the bypass of the restrictions in him. Moody just started at him. I've never had a dull conversation with a Lovegood, Harry stated simply. I almost never know what they're actually saying, but I don't have dull conversations with them. Dumbledore actually laughed at that. A truth I'm afraid I had quite forgotten. They do tend to have a most unique view of the world. Nutters, the lot of them, Moody muttered sourly with a grunt. True, Harry admitted with a slight nod of acknowledgement. But can we say any different? Do we have some insurmountable claim to the bastion of sanity? Because I can tell you, I do not. What is sanity but simply the most commonly accepted view by the general populace? Dumbledore mused for a moment before shrugging slightly. I have found that when one has a certain degree of success, one differs themselves from that norm. I'm sure, Harry stated neutrally. Now, I believe we need to take care of some things. Right, this way, Moody agreed with a grunt and a nod while Dumbledore looked entirely bemused. The cool touch of darkness wrapped about Voldemort as he sat back in his almost throne-like chair, alone in an unearthly silence. Again, he had been denied. He had, of course, lain waste to the Muggle street. His creatures had brought forth slaughter and terror. The results almost exactly what he'd hoped they would be. Except for the single wrinkle that it had not only been Muggles where he'd chosen to test his newest weapon. 2 Hogwarts student and one who had barely graduated. Somehow they'd managed to kill off all of his weapons on their own. 3 children. It was beyond infuriating. Beyond frustrating. And then they'd somehow had the nerve to defy him even further. And the mudblood had actually managed to hurt him. He took a deep, long breath. Once word got out of what he had done to the Muggles, the wizarding world would still be scared and worried. And he had managed to deal with the Brauts. The elder sister had even shown up a bit of promise with her spell selection, even if she was woefully inadequate in its application. When the information about how he had ended the 2 blood traitors and their little mudblood pet got out, the fear would grow again. They would fear him again. But, in the meantime, he would pursue other options. The nightmare twisted had not been as effective of a weapon as he thought they would be. If those children had been able to defeat them, then what would the actually dangerous wizards would do? So that left him once more needing to rely upon wizards and witches of his own. As his original plans had been thrown out the window, perhaps now it was time for him to pull something from much further along his original timeline. Those who were going to oppose him were easily identifiable enough. Time to start pruning those problems. In the lift, Harry leaned back against the cool metal of the wall and closed his eyes as he took a slow, deep breath. Today had not been the best of days. Despite what he had shown Dumbledore, despite what he had done to the diadem, and coming to the ministry to fill out paperwork and avoid ministers had been the cherry on top. He'd gotten too used to his reputation keeping the various governmental officials from sticking their nose too deeply into his business. He'd forgotten just how ignorant they could be. Perceived weakness, something that they thought they could exploit. When that happened, they would swarm in unless they found themselves facing off against a bigger fish than they could handle. Even then, if the weakness was thought to be big enough. He sighed and shook his head, reopening his eyes and staring forward. So much had already been changed from what he knew. Thanks to him, Voldemort would no longer be as predictable as he'd been before. He was already pushing the boundaries of things further than he ever had, as far as he knew. The idea of actually following through with the idea of teaching was becoming less and less appealing. With Voldemort being even less predictable and more dangerous, he was going to need to be hunted down. It was only the fact that he had no idea how to go about it that was keeping him in the position. Voldemort had too many holes to run to. And he didn't know how to find which one to look down. Hell, most of his knowledge from this particular era was practically non-existent, a taboo dead zone as far as the wizarding world has been concerned. Too soon to make it into the history books, too far back for it to be the kind of thing that people remembered readily. And now here he was, trying to juggle it all while apparently mounting a resistance against an enemy that had been forced to war before they were ready. He had changed everything irrevocably. What would Tom do next? Would he run and hide? Would he strike back? Would he create something even worse than whatever it was that he had done to those poor souls had broken and twisted into his monstrosities? He closed his eyes and took a slow, deep breath. He had changed things irrevocably. Now he just had to do his best to make sure that those changes didn't make things even worse. Neither Cygnus nor Orion particularly liked street mungos. Each of them had endured their own mishaps and misadventures. To arrive there usually meant that you had done something dangerous, foolish, or had completely ruined something to the point it had exploded so spectacularly in your face that you could not resolve the issue yourself. Can I help you? The witch sitting behind the desk greeted them both. Cygnus and Orion Black, Cygnus stated, ignoring the slight irritation that Orion exuded at being placed second in the order. I am here because I was told my daughters were here. Instantly the woman's face paled, then grew serious as she nodded her head. Yes, sirs. I was made aware of it. Especially due to the extent of the problems. Cygnus frowned heavily. What is wrong with my daughters? The woman blinked a moment before looking at him with wide eyes. Oh, no one told you. I am becoming less and less amused, Cygnus stated, hissing out a breath as he clenched his fingers about his wand. My apologies, sir. The woman said quickly. Your daughters are fine. Your eldest had some bruises, scrapes, and her throat was almost crushed, but she'll be fine. Your younger daughter has a few minor burns and scrapes, with a bruise or two. Cygnus let out a slight sigh of relief, though only seemed to relax slightly at the news. Finally, someone with a straight answer. No, the serious injuries were sustained by young Mr. Tonks, the woman continued. From what I understand, if he hadn't shielded them with his own body, they would have been far, far worse. And if he hadn't managed that shield, they would have all died. That was not what Cygnus had been expecting. Who? The woman seemed to realize just whom she was addressing before wincing slightly. I believe it would be better for you to talk to the Aurors who are stationed at their rooms for more answers, sir. All I have is second-hand information on things. I intend to, Cygnus agreed with narrowed eyes. Now, where are my daughters? Cygnus stared at the bed in front of him and reflexively tightened his grip on his wand. All around him he could see the glowing runes projecting information to the meta-witches and wizards that were copying down notes in between waving their wands. Each of them was pointedly ignoring his presence as they focused on their patient. How did this happen? He asked the only meta-witch not involved in the treatment. The Aurors have already taken copies of what memories were available on the issue, though they haven't told us much about it, the meta-witch said crossly before sighing. As we're more interested in fixing the damage, we hadn't asked beyond what we needed to know for treatment. Cygnus frowned but then nodded in acceptance. Turning his head, he looked at where his daughter, where Andromeda, was staring intently at the patient, worry etched on her face tear-stained and eyes red. The injuries Andromeda had sustained had, thankfully, been rather minor. He looked back at where the healers were working hard to save the life of Edward Tonks, the savior of his daughters, and apparently Andromeda's secret beau. A Muggle-born boy he hadn't even been aware of. One that had put himself at grave personal risk to save both Andromeda and Bellatrix. It left him. He wasn't sure how he was meant to feel. His daughters were alive because of this boy. This mudblood boy. And that bastard was apparently quite intent upon striking at House Black. He took a slow deep breath and then released it. What are the extents of the boy's injuries? Severe burns caused by secondary exposure to fiendfire, the healer stated clinically. With enough curse residue to impede healing. Fortunately we have a number of treatments for it. He'll still scar, though. Magical exhaustion, core strain, and a variety of asphalt shards that will take a great deal of time to remove. Cygnus nodded his head and winced as he considered just what that meant. How the bloody hell did he even survive then? That's what caused his magical exhaustion. After he collapsed the street into the sewers beneath them, he apparently created an instinctive shield over them. It wasn't enough to stop it from burning him completely, but it did keep it from completely incinerating his flesh long enough for it to cool down to simple extreme burns. Nodding his head, Cygnus let out a long sigh. Have the bill sent to the Black family. The healer didn't even bat an eye at the statement, nodding. Very well. It, however, was apparently enough to get Andromeda's attention. What? I do not believe I had stuttered, daughter. Cygnus was tired. It had been a relatively frustrating time in the last few days. And now this. So I do not need to repeat myself. But, he's a Muggleborn. She blurted out as she stared at him, eyes wide in disbelief. I'm aware. His voice was sour as his lips turned down into a frown. You do not need to remind me. Andromeda's face was completely dumbstruck as she stared back at him. Then, why? Unless I'm mistaken, he was saving the life of both yourself and Bellatrix, Cygnus stated, arching a brow up as he looked back at her. Were you saying that shouldn't earn him my gratitude? No. But, he's Muggleborn, Andromeda said the last part quite quietly as she looked away. As I said, I'm aware, Cygnus stated with a look of dislike on his face. You need not repeat it. There was a pause. He will, of course, have to change his name. What? Confusion wrote itself across Andromeda's face as she stared back at her father. When you marry, Cygnus stated blandly. Tonks is hardly a dignified name. He will have to become a Black. Andromeda just stared. Cygnus continued to stare at Ted, looking more than faintly displeased. Bellatrix Black was staring at the wall when Orion Black found her, her eyes distant and her hands laying listlessly on the ground. So, I understand you had another encounter with the Lord of the Knights of Walpurgis. Orion simply looked at her expectantly. She nodded her head quietly in agreement, not quite looking at him. Orion frowned slightly at the listless look on his niece's expression. This was not the Bellatrix he was used to encountering. And it put him in an awkward position. Especially since her father had already come and gone to check up on her sister and their savior. And your thoughts? I was useless, she stated flatly. Absolutely bloody useless. Andromeda and her boyfriend kept having to save me. They killed all of the monsters. Ah. He nodded his head slowly at that. Well, that would certainly explain things then. For someone like Bellatrix to have to be rescued by her far more reserved sister. How do you plan to do better next time then? Next time? Bellatrix asked, finally showing some life as she looked up at her uncle. This is the second attack by this Lord against the House Black. This is the second time he has failed to take the life of a Black. Orion stated as he arched a brow. Do you honestly think it will be his last? Bellatrix frowned slightly before looking off into the distance again. But what am I supposed to do then? Nothing I tried worked. He brushed it aside, and those creatures, none of my spells would. And if your approach fails, what? Will you simply give up? Try the same approach again and again, expecting the results to be any different. Orion almost winced at his words hit entirely too close to home. After all, that was what their family had done for the last few centuries, clinging to the same approach, the same beliefs and philosophy. Bellatrix frowned slightly before slowly shaking her head. No. Good. Orion nodded his head and looked her over. I will assume the healers have seen to your injuries. Bellatrix unconsciously rubbed her throat before nodding her head. Good. Orion then gestured. Then you will share your memory. We will go over it. We will see what happened and where you could do better. Understood. She bobbed her head in agreement, still highly subdued. Good. He paused before looking at her again. But first, what in Merlin's name are you wearing? Bellatrix simply blushed. What? The shrill screech echoed through the House of Black almost made the walls themselves recoil and shudder. Cygnus simply seemed to arch a brow back at his sister as he regarded her and look of almost apoplectic rage she wore, mirrored by his wife. I don't believe I stuttered. And while I'm sure your going deaf would explain your inability to listen or control the volume of your voice, I hardly think that's the case. No. I will not accept this. I will not allow this. Walburga Black declared, practically frothing at the mouth. This is too far. This is prudent, Orion noted as he poured himself a generous few fingers of brandy, before a flick of his wrist with his wand sent a number of chilled cubes into the glass. Distasteful, but prudent. And the boy did save 2 of your daughters. I'm quite aware, Cygnus stated as he poured his own drink a moment later. And unfortunately Andromeda was already besotted before this mess. Stop ignoring me. Walburga screamed out. Druella, we won't stand for this, will we? Oh, quit your shrieking, woman, Cygnus snapped out with a hiss as he glared at his sister. You already lost any say in these matters with your stubborn idiocy. We're not going to commit suicide just so you can have your twisted delusions satisfied. Druella had opened her mouth to agree with her sister-in-law, only to suddenly shrink back as she caught sight of the look in her husband's eye. Seeing her only support starting to falter, Walburga turned towards Orion fully. Orion, how dare you? Enough, Orion declared flatly as he took a long drink from his glass. I have had enough of this. I have had enough of your blind hatred and devotion. I have had enough of our family being assaulted and attacked. And most of all, he turned his head and affixed Walburga with a burning look of pure and utter loathing. I have had enough of you. You have been warned, repeatedly. You have been shown the evidence, you have seen what this monster has dared do. And you dare to ask how I dare. There was a dull sound as he set his tumbler down, his face lined not with a resignation or sullen acceptance as it usually was when he dealt with his wife. No, this time there was true and unmitigated fury etched across his features. We are facing an end to our family, and you want to South Dodd Avenue as to the force responsible. To a monster that dared to blaspheme the sanctity of his own soul in a futile bid for immortality. To a creature that has shown repeatedly that he is quite happy to hunt us down and kill us when we had declared neutrality instead of opposition. Neutrality is just a pathetic excuse for not being willing to. Walburga retorted, only to suddenly collapse, screaming as a dark blast of magic slammed her back off her feet and into the wall behind her. Enough. The word was flat and hard as magic hissed out of the tip of Orion's wand. You dare. She scrambled back to her feet, her hand going for her wand as she stared at him with furious, disbelieving eyes. I am a Black. I am your wife. I am. No, you are not, Orion stated the words with a furious finality. Walburga, you have sought to defile the House of Black. You have sought to bind us to the service of a monster that would destroy us. You wouldn't dare. You can't. Walburga was staring at Orion, a look of horror and outright disbelief on her face. You cannot do this. You have tried to drive us into hands of those who have thrice shown that they are our enemies. You have demanded that we ignore the debts we have incurred and the violation of a taboo that we have long known was set for horrifyingly sound reasoning. Orion growled out the words as his wand flicked from her to the family tapestry. You have proven you have no place among this house, you are black. No. No. You will not. She screamed out as she raised her wand towards him, only to have her own brother blast her back with a spell before she could cast more. Orion declared with an icy finality before a wretched black spot consumed the portion of the tapestry that had once held her name. He did not blast her off of the tapestry, not like was typical of casting someone out of their family for their indiscretions. No, he had taken it a step further. He had stripped her of her connection to their family, of their name. He had named her traitor, not just to their ideals, but to the safety and security of their family. Get out, Walburga, Orion stated softly as he looked down at the horrified woman who had once been his wife. You have no place here. No, 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 Walburga was staring at the tapestry, eyes wide, disbelieving. You can't. This isn't real. You can't. You can't. Orion sighed as the strength seemed to drain out of him. Just go, Walburga. No, I won't go. I am a black. You can't take that from me. I am, she said hysterically, shaking in denial. Go, Orion stated forcefully as suddenly the ancient wards of the home came to life and Walburga suddenly found herself bodily flung out of the room, down the halls and forcefully thrown out the front door. When it was done he turned to Cygnus, whose attention had fixed onto Druella, who was staring back at them both with wide, horrified eyes. Well, Druella, what will it be? Cygnus asked with a face that looked carved from stone. Shall we make this a clean sweep? She swallowed and then slowly shook her head. Then I suggest you take your leave, sister-in-law, Orion stated simple as he looked at her with a gimlet eye. I do not feel particularly rational at this point in time, and I do not wish for you to further tempt me. With a squeak, Druella scurried away leaving behind the two men alone with their drinks. Bloody F. King Hell, Orion declared as he seemed to just collapse in on himself. Merlin's bollocks, what did I just do? Probably saved us an immeasurable number of headaches and give us reason for others, Cygnus stated as he stiffly sat down in a seat, staring hard at him. What was I supposed to do? She didn't give me any choice in the matter. Orion responded defensively. You know that. You just took away the most important thing she had, the thing she built up her everything around, her family, Cygnus responded coolly. Because of what she was going to end up doing to that family. Orion said in return as he clutched at his drink. Do you think I wanted to do that? Do you think I wanted to support you doing it? Cygnus shot back with a glare as he clutched at his glass. What else was I supposed to do then? Orion demanded as he glared back at Cygnus. She would not listen. She would not change. She was intent upon doing what we both know would see our family destroyed in one way or another. Yes, she would have, Cygnus agreed with a slight nod of his head. That is the only reason I supported you. It does not mean I particularly like it. She was my wife. You think I liked it? She was my sister. They stared at one another for a long, sullen moment before Orion sighed and shook his head. It does not matter now. What I have to do is ensure that she cannot use her former position to hurt us. Cygnus frowned, wanting to refute Orion's statement but finding himself recalling the madness he'd seen in his sister's eyes. This betrayal, the only place she could go would be to the monster. A monster that would happily exploit everything he could from her. I suppose there's nothing we can really do about it now, Cygnus finally admitted as he stared down at his drink. Even after everything. She made her choice and wouldn't change from it, Orion stated softly and then sighed. I suppose I'm partially to blame for always letting her forcefully get her way. It just never seemed important enough to fight her on it in the past. It was how she was raised. Everyone just found it easier to just give her what she wanted, let her assume she was right instead of dealing with her outrage, Cygnus stated with a slow shake of his head. It was all too easy, as long as she held the right ideas. I remember, Orion admitted with a quiet nod of his head. It's always just been so much easier. And now, I suppose we're paying for it. I think we are. Martellus Longbottom was not a particularly happy man at the moment. It was early, Not even crack of dawn early, and he was hunched down in the middle of a foggy moor, and unable to even cast a warming charm on himself to keep from letting the cold morning get to him. He just wanted to get back to his wife and his warm, warm bed. Especially the warm, warm bed. His wife had cold feet. Sighing, he looked at the lot of men around him, all of them looking equally miserable as he was. Why did we agree to this nonsense again? One of them asked with a grumble. Because otherwise we're just waiting for someone in the ministry to get off their asses and try to do something, making a right mess of it, having Dumbledore step up and try and offer assistance to them, and watching everything go to hell in a bloody handbasket, one of the surlier men stated with a grumble. And, personally, I'd rather do this shite myself than have to leave this off for one of my boys. Or one of my girls, another agreed. Definitely not one of my grandkids either, came another. You need to get some kids of your own before you get that. Before the conversations could devolve further, Charles grunted loudly, interrupting them. You do realize that if I have to call in my wife to get you bastards to behave, I'll make sure that I tell each and every one of you little gits' wives exactly what I had to do, yes. You think he's serious? Probably. Of course my wife was the one who told me she'd leave me for his wife if given half a chance. She'd probably even take the captain with her. I wouldn't take her, Charles cut in as he glared at them all. I've met his wife. Now, if you're all finished acting like a bunch of ickle tossers, can we please get on with preparing to kick in the teeth of these bloody gobshites? Fine, fine, bloody bastard, someone said with a grumble. Why couldn't we hit up the Malfoys first? Because that particular bastard married my cousin, and do you want to end up wanting to cross wands with Lucius Potter's sister? Charles demanded with a glare at all of them. Right, Averys are fine. Besides, this is supposed to be some kind of big to-do according to what I was hearing. Bunch of those bloody knights all getting together in preparation of something big. This early in the morning. You think it's going to be a quick work for us to pop those wards? There was a rippling murmur of displeasure. Shouldn't take us that long. Good, because they're showing up in time for brunch and I'd hate to end up arriving unfashionably late. The morning fog had fallen to a moderately warm day, with the sun occasionally visible beneath an overhead veneer of clouds. Inside, seated at a sizable table, a group of wizards sat before half-finished repasts. So, Avery, what new bit of madness is our Lord involving us in now? One of the assembled wizards asked with an almost mocking sarcasm. Do you truly wish for word of your disrespect to reach him? Avery countered back with narrowed eyes. Or, have you forgotten that you pledged yourself to his service already? That was when he was promising us a return of proper pureblood ideals and putting the mudbloods and muggles under heel where they belong, not creating bloody abominations and monstrosities. You think that you can simply back out now? After you've taken his mark? Avery scoffed scornfully. You are his. There is nowhere you can go he cannot find you, nowhere you can escape. He can find you, he can hurt you no matter where you are. That's as long as he can do any of those things. He has yet to prove he's able to deliver anything but sweet-sounding promises. Or are you forgetting the string of failures he's given us? There was a softly murmured wave of assent a moment later. And now, what? He wants to drag us into another one of his ill-conceived plans. How exactly have any of his plans been ill-conceived? Avery demanded, eyes narrow slits of fury as he almost spat out the words. You truly need to ask. One of the wizards demanded. Ever since that debacle with the Lestranges, everything he has tried has ended in failure. And never once because of his ideas or his execution, Avery snapped with a hiss of zealous fury. Tell me, which of you, any of you, have ever heard of the Storm Chaser before that night? There was a grudging silence to that as Avery continued. Another lord, not Dumbledore. A lord who wields magic like nothing any of us have ever heard of before. A lord seasoned in violence like nothing any of us could imagine. A lord like that fights for the blood traitors and the mud bloods. Which of you could have even conceived of such a thing? That left them all silent for a moment before another spoke. That doesn't change the fact that he needed Dumbledore of all people to save him. Dumbledore is a fool, one that our Lord can deal with at his leisure. It was the one that we all still know nothing about that was the problem. And the incident in London. Avery paused there before his lips twisted in distaste as he looked back at the speaker as if looking at a bug. You really think that he would have targeted muggles of all things for an actual plan? He was simply testing his new creations and found them insufficient. Which is why he left 3 survivors. The sarcasm cut through the air sharply. A mudblood and 2 blood traitors. Who identified him as being the man responsible for the attack. Do you know how many people have turned against us as a result of that? And again, which of you could have conceived that in the middle of the stupid Muggle city, there would be that many of us, let alone 2 of those blood traitor blacks? Avery argued back. He still left them alive. He used fiendfire imbued melted cobblestone to burn them alive, Avery snapped back. Dumped it on them where they couldn't escape. Their deaths should have been assured. You see, that's what's wrong with you arrogant gobshites, a new voice broke in that made them all freeze. You assume that just because you think something should be a certain way, it will be. Slowly, the assembled knights of Walpurgis turned to see a vanished wall and a group of assembled wizards wearing weathered and beaten-looking steel masks. Like you assumed that no one would decide to kick in your front doors and catch you lot with your trousers down, the voice continued before pausing. Shame we don't intend to let you learn from the mistake. And then the magic exploded into action. A shield immediately leapt in front of the speaking intruder, who calmly took a step back as the men with him split into teams and began to cast in unison. The knights of Walpurgis, however, were far from helpless. The table immediately flipped over, shimmering as it turned from wood into stony fortification. Those knights that had been on the wrong side of the table managed to take the time their assailants took in setting up their own defenses to scramble out of the way or erect their own defenses. What the bloody hell is going on here, Avery? One of the knights demanded as he ducked a particularly lethal piercing spell. You said we were safe here. I don't know. How did they even know about this? I only told each of you personally. You weren't to tell anyone else. Avery shot back as he has popped up only long enough to swish his wrist in a circular motion and sending a black crescent of magic slashing towards their attackers. Does it matter at this point? Another one of them asked. Why in Merlin's name aren't your wards protecting us? I don't know. They should have their down. How the bloody hell are they down? Then I'm getting out of this mess. One of the knights snarled as he suddenly seemed to shrink into disapparition. A moment later, a wet, warbling shriek filled the air as the spot the wizard had been vanishing from suddenly exploded in blood, bone and viscera. Bloody F. King hell. One of the knights exclaimed. What the F. K was that? Incentive to not run away. Another one stated with a grunt as he flicked up his wand, forming twisting lance of molten stone before sending it over their fortifications with a twist of his wrist. They mean to see us all dead. But, one of the knights was sputtering, eyes wide and horrified. They can't. You think Lord Voldemort was building us up quietly for no reason? Avery sneered as he ducked as a chunk of stone exploded where his head had been a moment before. We were supposed to train up so that we could eliminate potential threats like this before they knew we were there. Once we dealt with them, the rest of the sheep would be URK. A silver wire looped around Avery's throat from the other side of the wall before swiftly and toughly pulling him up and over it and out of the security of their fortifications. Snarling, one of the knights popped up on the fortifications, throwing the sickly green of the killing curse towards their attackers, only for it to explode upon the physical fortifications their attacks had erected. We need to get out of here. And how exactly do you expect us to do that? They grabbed the only one who could potentially restore the ward. We could blast through the walls. An explosive spell was thrown out, causing the decorations on the wall to suddenly fly back at them as the wall stood there, unblemished. Walls are all charmed unbreakable. Then why don't we King vanish them like those bastards did? There was a pause and immediately they raised their wands to do just that. Unfortunately, no one bothered to take the time to coordinate exactly where they were going to vanish, and a moment later all of the walls in the vicinity around them vanished. As the ceiling above them creaked dangerously, they realized something else. The walls might have been charmed unbreakable, but the ceilings and floors were not. The knights heard a few shouts of alarm and a number of screams of pain behind them as the floor above them collapsed down onto the room. Roughly half of them managed to make it into the next room that still had solid walls supporting the second story. Behind them, Their less fortunate compatriots were buried under the broken remains of the fallen section of house. Let's get out of here. Sharp lances of metal rocketed after them as shouts could be heard from the collapsed area. Move. Those bastards are right behind us. A flash of a dark-colored spell and a cry of pain before one of the surviving knights crowed happily, "Ha! Got one." A moment later, an entirely different reaction could be heard. OFK. An enormous, churning ball of blue flame was suddenly bursting after them, turning everything it touched almost instantly into ash. It consumed several of them in an instant as it turned the house into a sudden inferno. A few of them survived its path by diving out its way and by managing to put a wall between themselves and its final destination. That saved them from the resulting explosion of flame and force. It did not mean they were safe, however. Flames were everywhere. The entire house had turned into a blazing inferno in an instant, with smoke quickly filling the air as things burned to ash and cinders. One of them was desperate enough to try and again apparate out. The splatter of his remains convinced the others to try something else. Only, a moment later, the heavy clouds of smoke already filling the air turned into a thick, oily mess that coated their bodies in a sticky black tar-like substance. They barely had time to raise their wands to try and dispel it when suddenly the smoke began to burn. Flames exploded through the air once more. This time, however, there was nowhere left for them to escape. F.K. Charles almost screamed out the word as he glared around at the men, his eyes burning with anger. What the bloody F.K. was that complete and utter shite? We thought, one of the men started to say before looking at the dead body of their comrade, their friend, James Stibbons, and then going silent. We were doing this because we knew how to handle ourselves, to act like soldiers, not a bunch of cocky little shites out to treat all this like a duel. We were here to make a statement. How the hell did that spell get through? We moved too fast, Martellus stated simply with a frown. We got too eager. We thought we had them on the run and we forgot to be careful. That's not going to be any comfort to his wife and kids, will it? Charles growled out, before slumping down and glaring at the burning house. Make sure that none of those bloody rats get out of this sinking ship. Damned if we let them get out when they got one of our own. Yes, sir. We're already running the sweeps now, one of the men stated quickly. None of the bastards have gotten out. The inverter ward saw to that. Get Stibbons out of here, Charles stated with a growl before looking at the burning manor. The rest of us will make sure that the rest of this place burns. Grim-faced beneath their masks, the men nodded their heads and went to work. Where is Avery? Voldemort demanded in a cold, sibilant voice. You haven't heard, my lord? One of the wizards asked, looking suddenly very fearful. We thought you had. He was supposed to be meeting with several, Voldemort stated before trailing off as he narrowed his eyes towards the wizard, who had flinched back at his statement. You know something. His manner was burned to the ground, my lord, the man stated slowly as he flinched back from the furious gaze he was affixed with. It seems he and his guests did not escape alive. How exactly does a wizard, a knight of Walpurgis in fact, fail to escape something as simple as a fire of all things? Voldemort demanded with a glare. Let alone a group of them. Avery didn't burn. He was killed before that, the wizard explained as he flinched back from the terrifying man in front of him. We found him, with his neck half cut through. Half of his guests were buried under what we think was the floor above them. The ones that ran, they were the ones that were burned. Who? Voldemort asked with a hissing release of angry breath. Who did they kill, and how did the storm chaser find them? My lord, I don't think it was the storm chaser this time. Another wizard spoke up quickly. He was at Hogwarts the entire time, preparing for the coming term. He never left. I discreetly checked with Slughorn when we heard about this. Then tell me, exactly what is it that killed even more of my knights? Voldemort demanded with an angry hiss of breath. Who else dared? Maybe the Blacks. Someone asked warily. No, a single voice said against that. Those fools are too blind and cowardly to have done something like this. Too blind, cowardly and weak. The last word was said with an angry hiss that bordered on outright hatred. Well, that's something coming from a Black, another wizard muttered as he glared sourly at the defiant figure of Walburga as she glared at the offending man. Unfortunately, those worthless wretches are so blind and cowardly that they cast me out, she responded with a sneer at the wizard before turning back to Voldemort. Because I would not cast you aside and believe their lies about you, my lord. Ah, but you had faith, Voldemort asked with a smooth, cool voice. Despite whatever foolish lies they told you, Yes, my lord, she agreed, bowing her head quietly to him before looking up at him with eyes that burned with no small amount of madness. I wouldn't stop, I wouldn't be silenced, and I wouldn't be cowed. So they showed their true colors and banished me from the family because they couldn't handle someone who wouldn't believe their lies. Of course, casting out such a loyal and devoted witch, only the corrupted and foolish would do that, Voldemort agreed with a commiserating sneer. It was even worse than that, my lord, Walburga stated with a seething hiss of breath. They're bringing a mudblood into the House of Black. Voldemort's eyes widened for a moment, before narrowing into slits. Madness. And they still dare to call themselves an ancient and noble family. Yes, my lord, they do. They have disgraced themselves, utterly and completely, Walburga stated with a hiss. They openly speak against the righteousness of your cause. They doubt your power, your skill. They make base and slanderous accusations against you and expected me to believe their lies. But I did not, she declared, her eyes practically burning on her face. I would not be fooled. I would not be swayed. I could see the truth. They are the lost ones. They are the fools. They are destroying the House of Black, and I will see it burn before I let that happen. For a moment Voldemort said nothing, letting the silence hang in the air, and a cold, ruthless smile curled over his lips. Yes, my dear, we will. He looked at his assembled followers. I will see to it personally. We will make them regret, we will make them pay. He let those words hang in the air before hissing out one more statement. We will see them burn. The end of summer came with a whimper instead of a bang as the pall of unease had fallen across the wizarding world of the British Isles. There had been no acts of violence or destruction. No unexplained deaths, nor assaults on muggles, nor destruction of home and property. But most everyone could sense that the issue was not quite resolved. That it would not be resolved so easily. They're going to Hogwarts today, Lucius noted as he slowly sat down across from Charles in the study of the man's home. James is already practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. I wonder if he will be able to contain himself long enough to actually make it to the platform. He'll be fine, Charles stated with an almost sullen voice as he took a long drink from the glass in his hand. You know, this is really unbecoming of you, Charles, Lucius stated with a frown. Yes, you lost a man, but you've lost men before. You know this isn't the way you should be acting. I didn't lose a man in another country, against an army of professionally trained and disciplined dark wizards, Charles responded with a glower. I lost a man against a bunch of hopped-up dark wizard idiots because we weren't taking them seriously. You weren't taking them seriously, or your men weren't? Lucius asked with a slight frown on his face. I don't even know anymore, Charles admitted with a sigh. I can't tell if I was being foolish because I was still wanting to get a chance for glory and adventure I'd been craving since I was left out of the fight with the basilisk, or if the boys were just riding too high on their memories of glories since past. And exactly how is sulking and nursing a drink helping with that? Lucius asked with a condescending drawl that reminded Charles entirely too much of the man's brother-in-law. I hate it when you pull a Malfoy impression, Charles told him with a sour-faced grimace. It makes me want to punch you. It is hardly my fault that that fool Abraxas tries to mimic me and fails to understand how to use things in moderation, Lucius declared with a slight huff and a shake of his head. But that is not the point. You are wallowing. That is not acceptable. Potters don't wallow. You know sure as Merlin's bloody bollocks we sure as F.K. do. Charles snapped back as he glared at Lucius. We wallow all the King time, whenever we cock up something. We all bloody well do it. We do not wallow when there is someone around to do this, Lucius corrected before walking over to Charles and firmly smacking him upside the back of his head. Ow. Damn it. Charles yelped as he spilled his drink over his lap. That was good brandy, Lucius. Then you had best remember that in the future, the next time you decide to wallow in your own misery instead of getting up and fixing your damn problem, Lucius snapped back without missing a beat. You bollocksed up. Fine. Bloody well get off your ass and fix it. There isn't anything to fix, damn it. Charles snapped back as he glared at Lucius. They already know what happened and they know not to do it again. We learned the lesson back during the war, Lucius. This was a reminder we didn't want. But you apparently needed, Lucius reminded him with a frown. Then why are you sitting here, doing nothing but drinking in self-pity? Because I'm the damned officer, Charles stated sourly as he stared down at his almost empty glass. I can't act until I have intel. I can't really get the intel myself because no one is going to willingly talk to me right now. So, all I can do is hurry up and wait. Ah, Lucius acknowledged with a frown. Then who is? The boys, Charles admitted sourly. Only, those damned knights got smart after the raid. They're not letting any of their plans slip. Surprising, Lucius admitted with a frown. I had expected. Yes, well, apparently as taking out the majority of the bastards' lieutenants in one go has made them more careful, Charles said with a grunt as he put his glass back on the table and began to pour more brandy into it. He's likely terrorizing them into it, but it's effective. And I'm sure you can find something more productive to do than sit here, drinking. Lucius said as he crossed his arms about his chest. Yes, well, currently my nephew and his family are rather upset with me. Harry is busy with Hogwarts, you're busy with James going to Hogwarts, Charles said as he listed off all the things keeping him from actually being entertained. You know, for a married man, you're awfully reluctant to spend time with your wife. Lucius reminded him with a shake of his head and a drawled-out chuckle. Charles muttered something under his breath that Lucius couldn't quite make out. What was that? Lucius asked, eyes slowly narrowing into slits. She's yelling at me about losing a man, Charles admitted with a quiet voice. And for taking out the boys without her there to keep them in line and stop them from doing something so stupid as to get themselves killed. Ah, Lucius nodded his head slowly. I suppose that would do it. She's also refusing to let me do anything unless they have enough actionable intel to warrant a full strike, Charles continued as he sank into his seat a bit more, clutching at his drink. It's not fair. Charles, Lucius stated slowly as he affixed his cousin with a long, flat look. Yes. Get over it. Sirius Black walked carefully behind his cousin and, he wasn't quite sure what to call Ted. He knew he rather liked the laid-back Muggleborn whom had saved his cousins and had been all but forced into the family at one point. He supposed he'd be Andromeda's fiancé, only with the distinction that he'd be taking the Black family name. There had apparently been a bit of grumbling about that, but not enough to cause a full-out confrontation. At least once his mother had been thrown out. Sirius still didn't know exactly how he wanted to feel about that. His mother was no longer a Black. Not simply exiled or thrown out, but completely stripped of her family. Because she'd refused to see reason. Regulus was still too young to really understand what was happening and why he wasn't supposed to talk to his mother anymore. The last few weeks had been, he didn't know what to call them. Everything was different. There was both a grimness to the air around his family home, but at the same time it was as if there had been a weight lifted off of everyone's shoulders. He didn't really know how else to put it. He did know that, otherwise, things had quieted down from what he could tell. There hadn't been any more attacks and nothing new had been reported about the storm chaser. Bellatrix had been by several times, dressed in increasingly Muggle fashions, while reviewing various things with his father. He'd asked once what, but his father had told him he would go over it with him when he was older. He really hated that, though, he had to admit, with his mother's influence stifled, he found that he actually enjoyed spending time with his father. The man was so much more vibrant these days, if perversely also increasingly grim and serious. Well, Squirt, I think you can take it from here, right? Ted asked as he ruffled Sirius' hair, making it a playful mess. Sirius rolled his eyes but made no move to stop the playful gesture. Well, while I can't imagine how it'll be without you blocking the way, I imagine I'll make do. Honestly, Ted, Andromeda huffed and hid her slight smile before looking at her little cousin. Let us or Sissy know if you have any problems, all right? And try not to make too much trouble. It's your first day. Putting on his best. Who, me? Expression. Sirius smiled at her like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Of course not, cousin. Andromeda snorted softly. And I'm sure that you'll say the same thing when you're dragged off by a prefect. Sirius waved off the concern and happily trotted off into the train, in search of a compartment. While he did enjoy his cousin and Ted's company, he was still an 11-year-old boy and they were both 7th years. Best to find someone more his own age. That way he could at least have some fun. In one compartment he found a boy with messy black hair that looked like the Storm Chaser, a girl with bright red hair, and a sleeping man with an odd-looking muggle hat over his face, leaning comfortably in the corner of what he could quickly tell was a magically expanded compartment. When the girl turned to look at him, Sirius had to swallow heavily as he found himself staring at a pair of very familiar emerald green eyes. Well, that was certainly offsetting. Quickly shaking his head after a moment he offered a slight bow. Mind if I join you? It does look like there's plenty of room, the girl noted with a bemused smile. I'm waiting for my friend Severus to join, but it looks like this particular compartment has more than enough room. More the merrier, the boy stated with a nod as he grinned in a manner Sirius found quite familiar. Though I think we can thank him for the whole compartment thing. Sirius nodded his head and settled into the compartment with a nod. Sirius Black. Nice to meet you. Lily Evans. The girl introduced herself with a smile and a nod as Sirius noted her eyes were a bit red-rimmed, as if she'd been crying recently. Ah, right. Da mentioned you'd be starting this year, too, the boy agreed with a nod of his head. James Potter. Right. Sirius agreed, nodding his head a bit. Lucius Potter's son, right. The same. Orion Black's son. James asked back. Until last few months, I'd have asked you to not hold it against me, Sirius noted with a grin. At least until somehow someone kicked some sense into my family. I think that was cousin Charles, James admitted, before pouting slightly. He and Da still won't introduce me to the Storm Chaser. Who? Lily asked in confusion. Sirius blinked at her before his eyes widened slightly. Oh, Muggleborn. Yes, why? She asked again, still visibly confused. Right, well, there's this group, the Knights of Walpurgis, Sirius started with a nod. They've been doing a bunch of dark stuff. Dark arts, Muggle baiting, Muggle attacking, that kind of stuff. Blood purists, the lot of them. Seeing Lily's confusion, James spoke up. Blood purists believe that if you were born to Muggles or have a Muggle parent or grandparent, then you're inferior to those with a few generations of magical parentage. If someone ever calls you a mudblood, they're insulting you, so hex them to bits, I say. Sirius agreed with a nod before continuing. So, these Knights of Walpurgis were making all kinds of trouble, until they accidentally picked a fight with the Storm Chaser. And he basically slaughters the group that had attacked a Muggle bar he was having a drink in, looking to murder everyone there. Then there was the whole things at Hogsmeade, too. James stated excitedly with a nod. Lily looked pale and worried. Really? So they're just attacking Muggles, for what? Being Muggles. Yes, Sirius said with a serious look on his face. Did you hear about the explosion in London a bit back? It was all over the news. Lily exclaimed, looking worried. You're saying that was? My cousins were there. Sirius looked at her solemnly. If it hadn't been for Andromeda's boyfriend, they'd have died. The Lord of the Knights of Walpurgis is apparently a crazy scary dark wizard. We'll be safe in Hogwarts, though, James stated quickly. Not only is it the safest place in the world, but the Storm Chaser is going to be there. He is. Lily perked up at that. I thought Albus Dumbledore was. Dumbledore's there, too, James admitted. But he's old. Sirius snorted a bit. And crazy. Lily looked at them both, slightly scandalized. There's nothing wrong with being old. Sirius quickly put up his hands placating. Sure. The door to the compartment opened once more and a boy with sallow skin and greasy hair looked in. Seeing him, Lily's face immediately brightened. Severus, I was waiting for you. For a moment the boy looked like he wanted to say something before shook his head a moment. We're about to be underway. Lily nodded his head and gestured to the seat next to her. This is my friend, Severus. He's the one who told me I was a witch. These are James and Sirius. Sirius nodded his head. Lo. Hiya. James stated with a nod. We were just telling Lily here about the whole mess that's been going on with those Knights of Walpurgis. Severus froze for a moment, glancing at Lily worriedly as he took his seat. I see. Well, more talking about the storm chaser, I think, Sirius pointed out with a smirk as he lounged back in his seat. And about that whole mess in London. Severus grimaced a bit. I heard. Sirius' cousins were there, Lily stated, her eyes still wide before looking at Severus, who shifted uncomfortably. Why didn't you tell me about it? I didn't think you'd want to know. Severus asked, uncertain, before looking out the window and noting that they had begun to move, and smiling slightly. But it looks like now we're finally heading off to Hogwarts. Brill, James stated eagerly. I can't wait. It'll be nice finally getting away from my family, even if they've been better lately. Sirius agreed with a nod. Lily's face grew strained at the family comment and she nodded her head in agreement. I see. So, Severus, what house do you think we'll be in? It had better be Slytherin. Severus stated authoritatively. James's face twisted into displeasure and he opened his mouth to say something, only to find an adult voice cutting in. And why, exactly, would you say that, young man? The voice came from the man in the corner, who slowly sat up and pushed his hat up his head. Sirius' eyes widened as he recognized the figure from Bellatrix's memory. The storm chaser. Snape, coloring slightly at being called into question, stiffened his back and sitting up straighter. Slytherin is the best house. Cunning and ambition are. There is no best house. It was a gentle rebuke as the man shook his head. And your friend here is a Muggleborn, yes. What of it? Severus stated defensively as he glared back at the man. The man turned his head and looked at Lily. Slytherin is also known as the House of the Purebloods and is where most blood purists prefer to be sorted. While I'm sure he didn't mean it that way, wishing for you to be sorted into Slytherin would mean that you'd be in for a very difficult 7 years. Severus colored and glared at the man who turned his head back at him and merely arched a brow at the look. When Severus finally broke and looked away, he sighed and looked at the others. When his gaze settled on James, he gave the boy a look. However, I would also remember that judging someone and acting against them solely because of their house is the act of a bully. He looked down at James with hard emerald eyes. And I would hate to have to tell Lucius that his son was behaving just like a blood purist. James colored and then went pale, staring at the man with wide eyes. Then he turned to where Sirius was just staring at him. Yes, Mr. Black. You're the storm chaser. Harry had never had any intention of interacting with his parents or their friends when he rode on the train to Hogwarts. Apparently there was some kind of tradition about the new professors accompanying the students aboard the train, and Remus' appearance on the train had not, in fact, been entirely a one-off situation. Something about responsibilities he hadn't particularly felt like paying attention to. So he'd found a nice compartment in the back quarter of the train and conjured himself a hat before taking a page from his favorite defense teacher's book and settling in to spend the trip dozing. Then James Potter had entered the compartment and, after a bit of hesitation, taken a seat. A few moments later Lily Evans had appeared as well, and a trickle of déjà vu had dripped down his back. When Sirius Black had arrived, he knew that somewhere fate was laughing its ass off at him. When they'd started talking about the storm chaser and the Knights of Walpurgis, he'd wanted to bang his head against the wall and let out a scream of frustration. Fanboys. He bloody well had fanboys. Again. And that only meant that he also had fangirls out there as well. Which, he had to admit, he probably already knew considering Bellatrix appeared to be one of them. Then, of course, Severus the bloody half-blood Prince Snape showed up. And the déjà vu continued with only relatively minor variations. And of course, Severus had to open his mouth for that bit of stupidity of wanting a Muggleborn in Slytherin of all places. No one had ever accused Snape of not being a selfish ass, after all. So he'd intervened before James could start what he knew would be a long, constant headache for him as long as he stayed at Hogwarts. Once he'd hopefully nipped that problem in the bud, he found Sirius staring at him. You're the storm chaser. Immediately Forset's eyes stared at him in disbelief. With his eyes still on Sirius, he stated in a voice that probably wasn't as calm as he would like. The appropriate address is Professor Potter, Mr. Black. Brill. You are a Potter. James looked like Christmas had come early as he gleefully smiled in his seat. Yes, Mr. Potter, I am, Harry agreed gravely. Which means that I will expect even more out of you than the rest of your classmates. And if I catch you misbehaving. Harry slowly smiled at the suddenly again pale boy. Well, I can assure you that your classmates will be quite happy to not be you. James squeaked slightly under the look. Then he turned his head back to Severus, who looked slightly vindicated at James's chastisement. And you will find that you should considering the repercussions of your actions more. While having your friend in Slytherin would mean she was closer to you, if you yourself go there, it would also mean that she would have to deal with far more and quite vocal blood purists. Severus looked away at that while Lily looked perturbed. Are they really that bad? They can be, Ms. Evans, Harry stated simply. The mythology of Hogwarts says that Slytherin was against Muggleborns being added to the school, thus it is thought to be the house of the pure. His lips quirked at that before shaking his head. All a matter of perspective, honestly, but nothing children should be worried about just yet. You can listen to the hat, but I've heard it will also listen to you. And while you might want to prove yourself, is proving yourself to a group of children truly worth the unpleasantness you'll have to endure? Lily looked quite confused. Sirius took the opportunity to speak up. Where did you learn all those spells you use? And exactly how would you know what spells I use, Mr. Black? Harry asked, half curious. Bellatrix shared her memories with the family, Sirius stated simply. As the heir to the head of house, I was allowed to see them after I petitioned my father. Not something a child should really be watching, Harry chided softly, trying to not think about the things he'd seen and done when he was just a first year himself. I have a responsibility to my family, Sirius stated as he straightened up a bit, before his shoulders slumped down. Or, at least now that they're not acting like a bunch of tossers hyped up on the dark arts. Language, Mr. Black, Harry corrected calmly. I can and will find your cousin to have words with you. From my understanding, Andromeda Black is quite the formidable witch already, with the potential to be far more. Sirius grumbled slightly under his breath, something Harry couldn't quite catch. I saw the aftermath of that battle firsthand, Mr. Black. Harry stated seriously. I saw what she faced. It was far more than luck that saw her through it. And he was going to have fun putting the girl who had become his godson's grandparents on the spot when term started. That was going to be fun. And it wasn't like he was planning to revenge himself on Rometta for all the times she had tricked him into changes Teddy's diapers. Sirius nodded his head slightly. She and Ted walked me through the train for a bit before they went to find a nice place to snog. James made a disgusted face. Lily clearly looked disapproving. Severus looked a bit ill at the notion. Harry wondered what the world was coming to when, out of the four, Sirius Black was the most mature. It was some time later that Andromeda Black and Ted Tonks appeared at the compartment door, with Harry again resting beneath his hat. James and Sirius had broken into a discussion about what classes they thought would be the most fun, while Lily and Severus had a more sedate conversation between them. So, making friends, Squirt? Ted asked as he leaned against the frame of the compartment door with a smirk. Sirius blinked and then perked up as he pointed to Harry. The storm chaser really is here. Harry groaned softly and half tilted up his hat to glare at Sirius with one eye. Congratulations, Mr. Black. You have volunteered yourself as my go-to demonstration aide for this semester. Already making those connections, huh, kid? Ted stated as he half barked off a laugh while Sirius paled. You know, you could have just asked Uncle Charles if you wanted to meet him, Sirius. Andromeda stated, before slyly smiling at Harry. Or talk to my sister. Harry shifted his glare from Sirius onto Andromeda. And what do you know? I never knew that the Black family was so notoriously generous with volunteering their services. Were you planning on making for the trifecta, Mr. Tonks? No, Professor, Ted stated cheerfully. I'm quite happy as I am, though I thank you for the offer. Andromeda elbowed her boyfriend in the stomach, though that only dimmed his smile a fraction as he grunted at the impact. I thought we were going through everything together, dear. Everything in our relationship, he agreed with a smirk. All bets are off when you talk about parading your sister about in lycra minis in front of our newest professor. Harry groaned softly and shook his head as he looked back at Andromeda. Really, Ms. Black, to a traditionalist like your sister. I do believe you were the one that made the comment about her lack of experience with Muggle fashion. Andromeda returned with a brow arching. She decided to correct that. We were rather in the process of getting her used to Muggle dress when we were attacked at the boutique. You missed quite the show, Ted added with a half smile as he again ignored the elbow shoved into his side by Andromeda. Ah, I see. Harry nodded his head and then smiled cheerfully at Andromeda in a way that made her hackles rise. How kind of you to point out the advantages Muggle clothing can give you in a fight. I will expect you to bring an appropriate set of Muggle clothing to class so that you can demonstrate. Andromeda's eyes went wide as saucers at that. But, Harry turned his head and looked at the various firsties staring from him to Andromeda and back. Now, students, what have you learned? Do not try and set you up with my cousin. Sirius offered. That I do not want to find out what kind of punishments you will come up with if you catch me breaking the rules. James elected. That you are not to be crossed. Severus stated flatly. That you haven't had a date in a very long time. Lily blurted out before slapping her hands over her mouth and blushing brightly. That she's going into Gryffindor. Ted noted as he pointed to Lily with a grin. Yes, none of your business, and that seems a distinct possibility, Harry stated with a completely straight face. Now, what you need to understand is that if I had been sorted into a Hogwarts house when I was your age, do you know which house I'd end up in? Slytherin. James, Sirius and Severus stated in unison. Gryffindor, Harry corrected with a bemused smile. That made them all stare at him. Just because you're brave doesn't mean you can't be cunning. Just because you're intelligent doesn't mean you can't be brave, and just because you're hardworking doesn't mean you can't be all three. He paused a moment, before looking at Ted. Now, take the young Mr. Tonks here. Ted blinked a bit at that. What? Mr. Tonks managed to kill 11 magically resistant creatures in a few moments, force the Lord of the Knights of Walpurgis to release Ms. Black's sister while rather pissing him off enough to dump a mound of fiendfire melted asphalt on top of them. Something that would have killed all three of them if Mr. Tonks hadn't collapsed the street beneath them and then shielded them with his own magic and body. Harry smiled as all four firsties stared at Ted with wide eyes. And what house are you in, Mr. Tonks? Hufflepuff. Ted answered in confusion. As you can see, your house doesn't define what you can be. So, I'd advise you to consider more who are the people that you want to be with for the next 7 years. Harry stated with a bemused smile at Ted. Ted had a feeling Harry had just done something terrible to him as well, but he couldn't quite figure out what. Though the looks of awe on the firsties' faces were troubling. Very troubling. Voldemort scowled as he drummed his fingers against the desk in front of him as he stared at the piece of parchment in front of him as if he could cause it to spontaneously combust into flame. Admittedly, he did know how to do that particular parlor trick, but as much as he might enjoy it, lighting things on fire would not solve his current problems. At least not without knowing who to actually light on fire. Things had been trying of late. While the addition of Walburga formerly Black had been a much-needed boost to morale and recruitment, it had also come with its own sets of challenges. Specifically, the simple fact that the woman was zealously insane. More so than any of the followers he'd had before. It made her useful to an extent, but, also, unsettling. Still, she was helping him and for that he was grateful. Not to mention the fact that she was ruthlessly vicious when it came to Muggles. They'd already managed several successful raids on various Muggle neighborhoods in an attempt to get his new recruits up to speed as soon as possible. However, there had been other complications preventing them from acting further. Nothing major so far, but there had been minor things. Raids on certain operations they'd begun, purchases, recruitments. Small strike forces hitting them hard enough to make his groups scatter, but never anything that they hadn't had to drop feelers and whispers into the waters to set up. No more attacks on his followers' homes. No more of his followers being hunted down like dogs and crushed beneath that bastard storm chaser's heel. It did, however, teach his newer recruits to be more cautious and formidable in their defenses. At least, those that survived. These days, it seemed that the only way for him to ensure that such incidents didn't occur was to make certain to be in place himself. Not once had they dared mount an attack while he was present. While it was a wonderfully reassuring that they would not dare assault him, at the same time he found it rather frustrating that he never had targets to destroy. And now, a new year was starting at Hogwarts. All those new students, all those minds being led astray. First by Dumbledore, now by that damned storm chaser. Teaching them rubbish ideas like equality and that the strong should protect the weak. Lying to them about right and wrong. Ignoring the simple truth that power was all that truly mattered. It was disgusting how individuals with so much power, so much might could believe in that great lie. Slaving themselves, chaining themselves to such idiotic ideologies. Believing that they should be anything but the rulers of the weak creatures claiming to be men. He took a slow, deep breath, then shook his head. No, not now. He would not allow himself to get lost in his anger at them. He would not allow his festering disappointment to rule him. They were obstacles, cancers that needed to be excised. A rot on the wizarding world along with those worthless muggle-loving creatures they supported. Soon enough, he would be rid of them. After all, their strength was only finite, their lives only mortal. Eventually he would triumph. Eventually, they would be nothing but dust beneath his feet. And eventually, he would be triumphant. Time was, after all, on his side. I welcome you all to another year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice was full and powerful as it rolled over the great hall in a way that Harry had never heard before. The sorting had gone well enough. Or, at least he hoped it had. Harry slowly looked out over the great hall and studied the faces of the students he found there. Sirius Black, James Potter and Lily Evans had gone into Gryffindor as expected. He'd seen both Pettigrew and Remus join the house as well and figured everything was going to work out well enough. Then Snape had apparently decided to throw a curve ball when he'd ended up in Ravenclaw instead of Slytherin. Still, it was something at least. Hopefully Ravenclaw would help him focus more on his love of research and development. Dumbledore's voice continued unabated as he addressed the students. As many of you are aware, we have had a most troubling summer. There were multiple events that saw unsettling things revealed. As the prophet reported, multiple individuals have vanished without a trace. And it was discovered a hidden campaign of assault against the Muggles. Something that had graduated into things that have taken a step beyond unforgivable. He realized once more just how much Dumbledore had lost over the years, how they had weighed on him by the time he had met the old man. Still, it would be interesting to see the man who he'd been. Even if there was a bit too much arrogance in him for his own preferences. Sadly, Professor Tolman has decided to not return. As such, may I introduce the new Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor Harry Potter. Harry nodded his head as he glanced around the great hall with a cool look. With the recent acts of wanton aggression by the group known as the Knights of Walpurgis, Professor Potter volunteered his services in order to make sure that people will be properly prepared to defend themselves. Dumbledore then turned his face towards him and tilted his head towards the assembled students. Sighing, Harry nodded his head back to the headmaster before slowly standing up and gave his robes a negligent brush. Canting his head back, he took a moment to glance out over the various individuals assembled in front of him, taking in the mixture of faces. Some looked at him in confusion. Others had looks of worried apprehension. He made a note to mentally mark down the ones glowering back at him. As Professor Dumbledore said, "My name is Harry Potter. Few of you will have heard of me. By that name at least," he stated, the words calmly and simply as he looked at them. Unfortunately, due to an unfortunate series of events that shaped my life, I acquired a very specific set of skills. He paused a moment as he let the first small amount of disapproval seep into several of the other professors' faces before he continued. Skills that will, for the most part, not be taught in my classes. I will instead give you knowledge. Another pause. For those of you who choose to learn, at least. There was a bit of silence at that and he shrugged a bit. I would, however, like to thank House Black. Specifically, I would like to thank Andromeda Black for her volunteering to be my assistant for the practical demonstrations, no matter how uncomfortable, painful and/or humiliating they might be. Andromeda was glaring at him with an intensity that reminded him of the Bellatrix of his time. Sirius was slumping down in his seat, trying desperately to hide. It didn't save him. I would, in addition, like to thank Sirius Black for agreeing to assisting me with classroom duties and helping to clean up the classrooms at the end of the day. Sirius stared at him with a look of pure betrayal on his face. In addition, he paused a moment, tilting his head to the side thoughtfully. I look forward to having a very educational year. He smiled at them all with a bland, placid smile before settling himself down into his seat and turning his attention to his meal. Ah, yes, Dumbledore struggled a moment to decide on exactly how he would respond to Harry's statements. As Professor Potter stated, let us try to have an educational year. Now, let us all tuck in. As students returned to their meals to digest that bit of information, a much younger Minerva McGonagall affixed Harry with a disapproving look. Showing such favoritism so blatantly, Mr. Potter. Minerva, my dear girl, if you think that was favoritism, well. Horace Slughorn was chortling a bit, his mustache almost vibrating. Oh, no, that was most assuredly not favoritism. What would you call it then, Horace? Minerva demanded with a prim huff and a glare. Punishment, Slughorn stated cheerfully. I must say, what on earth did they do to get on your bad side so quickly, my boy? Slughorn had that gleam in his eyes again, one Harry recognized so very well, collecting once more. Though he had already probably realized that he would best be careful with Harry already. A punishment they can't really squirm out of after that declaration. One without needing to resort to detentions or deducting points. Then why ever did you do so? McGonagall's tone was slightly mollified as she curiously echoed Slughorn's question. I believe I might have an inkling, Dumbledore asked with a light twinkle in his eye. Would this have anything to do with the young Bellatrix's visit to your quarters earlier this summer? McGonagall looked scandalized. Slughorn looked like the rooster that had just gotten the juiciest worm of the day. The other teachers showed a variety of expressions in between. You mean the visit from the young woman who seems to want to throw herself at the man that almost killed her? Harry asked dryly back at Dumbledore, whom was promptly told to take her rather improper and ill-thought-out seduction attempt and leave. Yes, that, Dumbledore agreed, though he hadn't known the fact that Harry had almost killed the girl in question. The fact that he wasn't being hunted by the Blacks and that she was apparently making romantic gestures towards the man was, he wasn't sure he really wanted to contemplate what might have been going through the Black's mind in regards to her. No, in fact, young Sirius managed to earn his position by declaring me to be the storm chaser to every single person he could. Harry responded with a shake of his head and a look of distaste on his face. Andromeda earned hers by alluding to her sister's inappropriate attempts and thoughts. Best to nip that little problem in the bud before it can grow any further. They blinked, well, except for Slughorn, who was apparently the only one who actually knew who he was. Then they blinked again. Dumbledore nodded his head in understanding. True enough. It is always best to diffuse those situations quickly. The storm chaser? McGonagall asked faintly, staring at Harry in surprise. You didn't tell them? Harry asked Dumbledore, and deny them the thrill of personal discovery. Never, Mr. Potter. Harry sighed in irritation. I see. Yes, I'm the one who was daft enough to give himself such a silly moniker. It was in the heat of the moment and I wanted to make an impression. Oh, I dare say you've made quite the impression, my boy. Slughorn pointed out with a gleeful laugh. I'm sorry, you are not what I was expecting. McGonagall noted as she took another moment to look Harry over curiously. I was honestly expecting someone older. Harry asked with a droll tone of voice. More visibly seasoned, she corrected as she straightened her back and looked back at him with her chin raised proudly. Sounds like older to me. Harry stated as he turned his attention back to his food. Quite right, my boy, quite right. Slughorn agreed with a happy smile that refused to be turned by McGonagall's sour look. Now, really, Minerva, I can still recall how much of a cute little firstie you were. Do you really think such a sour look will work on me? I had hoped it would prompt you to remember your manners, Horace, she responded primly. Harry sighed and shook his head as he instead focused on his meal. It was so very Odd to see them so light-hearted. Another sign of how much the war had changed things. He recognized Phileas Flitwick at the table, though most of the other teachers were new as far as he could tell. Or, more precisely, old. People he had never met, who were retired or even had passed by the time he'd arrived at Hogwarts himself. It was an interesting experience to see things as they once were. His eyes involuntarily looked towards Snape, who was, while somewhat isolated, appeared to be hesitantly joining in the various discussions around him. Well, somewhat at least. He made a mental note to see about having someone look into the boy's home life. If that was even possible. He understood it was distracting him. Seeing the people that could be his parents and their closest friends as children was, he wasn't sure what to call it. However, he did know he didn't like it. For whatever they were, the people he knew they were not. Based on the changes that he'd already seen, they might never be. Which meant everything he knew was well and truly gone. It was a bitter pill to swallow as he mechanically continued to eat his food. Still, there was the chance to end Voldemort before he truly became an unstoppable menace. He had never much cared for revenge. He'd learned that lesson bitterly early enough. It just wasn't in his nature to hate, not like others did. It didn't mean, however, he couldn't deal with a clear and present danger. As Voldemort had shown himself to be. A part of him wondered what it meant that he couldn't even muster up any hatred towards this younger version of the man who had killed his parents. There was no doubt that the man had already completed the path to becoming a monster. But all he felt when he looked at him was anger and pity. Sighing, he paused in his meal to stare out over the great hall before abruptly standing up. Nodding his head slightly to the other teachers, he spoke quietly. Headmaster, professors, I'm afraid I have to retire. I have to be ready for the morning's classes. Surely, Professor Potter, you can afford us a few more moments until the end of the meal. Dumbledore asked him, looking at him pointedly with a frown. I normally would, but I just came up with an idea for my first lesson and I believe I'll need those moments to finish preparation and still get enough sleep. With that he bowed his head slightly, then turned and walked away. That is not what I was expecting. Slughorn noted with an almost pout as he fell back in his seat. I had hoped to have more time to get to know the young man. I was expecting him to be better mannered. McGonagall stated with a huff. One of the other teachers simply looked at her. Minerva, my dear, he is a Potter. If you were expecting manners and good behavior from a Potter, you have obviously never met one. Too true. Slughorn agreed with a laugh. But they're never boring. As much you might wish they were. There was a general consensus of agreement at that. Potters were not boring. And sometimes, you really wished they were. The morning sun was still rising when the next morning brought the first class of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts not to their classroom, but to an open field near the lake with their teacher standing there, waiting patiently. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry Potter found himself looking over the various eyes affixed upon him with a mix of wide-eyed awe and angry suspicion. Dismissing the discomfort it caused, he gestured around them. I'm sure you're wondering why we're having our first class here instead of in the typical classroom. The class of 7th years, Gryffindor and Slytherin, of course, all wore expressions that mirrored the truth of his statement. He was going to have to request that they stop trying to schedule the two infamously antagonistic houses together. It was going to make his practicals difficult to say the least. He gestured with his wand and suddenly the earth around them shifted and changed, walls grew up and figures formed. Their sudden shouts of surprise almost made him smile as his concentration strained against his humor, though he managed to keep it in check. We are here because I don't believe it would be appreciated for me to do this in the castle. Creatures rose up, formed of earth and stone as they began to stalk around the students, who found themselves uncomfortably boxed in. I told you in the Great Hall that I am here to teach those who are willing to learn. Beyond potentially teaching you the Patronus spell, your spell list will match your classic spell list. He noted the looks of disappointment on a number of students' faces, along with the fear and envy on others as they watched his constructs. The knowledge I promised for those that wish to learn is a step beyond your typical classroom assignments. He paused, then turned his head towards Andromeda. Ms. Black, step forward. Warily, Andromeda did just that as she watched him as if he was a snake ready to strike. Yes, Professor. Harry summarily ignored her as he looked at the rest of the class, at least at first. Ms. Black is one of the 3 survivors of the infamous incident that occurred in London this summer. Tell me, Ms. Black, what did you attempt to do when you realized something dangerous was occurring? Stay safe and get away as soon as possible, she stated flatly. Precisely, he agreed with a nod of his head, making the entire class blink in surprise. Unless you have a duty otherwise, that should always be your first priority in a dangerous situation. You don't. Someone blurted out from the Gryffindor side, getting a number of glares and snide sneers from the Slytherins. No, I don't, he agreed with a nod of his head before cutting off the moment of satisfaction as he continued. I don't because I had a duty to not for so many years I know how to respond. There are rules you need to know and understand. Once you do, you still have to have the training and the experience to know when and how to work with them and when to disregard them. I will be teaching you those rules. I will be showing you why they should be followed and I will be giving you the opportunity to exercise them. Then he nodded his head to Andromeda. Ms. Black will be assisting me with this. And we will start out with a demonstration. The earth shifted again and the students let out alarmed cries as they suddenly found themselves rising into the air as the ground under them turned into something resembling bleachers. The rest of you will be watching, he stated simply as he gestured with his wand and Andromeda found herself in a rough approximation of a familiar building. The boutique. I'm afraid, Ms. Black, that I will not be able to supply you with your previous ammunition. I trust you can make up for the lack. Andromeda decided then and there that she hated Harry Potter. I will make do. Harry simply smiled at her. I'm sure. And suddenly she found herself facing not a singular creature as she had before, but 3 earthen worms, snapping at her between herself and the exit. First thing you need to understand when you find yourself in a situation like this is your goal. In this case, Ms. Black's goal is to escape. A rather broad objective, but suddenly one of the worms was lunging at Andromeda, who cursed and flinched back as she reflexively tried to banish the construct away from her. What's a challenge without an actual challenge? He asked as he calmly directed another WYRM towards her as she quickly brought up her wand in response. There was still an edge of panic in her eyes but she wasn't letting it run wild. She had already started transfiguring rocks into spears when the WYRM reached her. Instead of launching them, she had lodged them into the ground, angled towards the WYRM as its momentum skewered it onto her defense. Moving quickly, she started casting again, only to find the skewered worm's tail smacking out and slapping her across the chest. She barely had the time to note that the impact was cushioned and didn't hurt as she was thrown back. As she struggled to get back to her feet, she found the first WYRM she had banished had returned and clamped down on the voluminous fabric of her robes and was spinning her around by them. She started to scream as Harry turned his attention back to the class. Now, as you can see, she kept her cool and did not hesitate in her actions. Which is a key in a dangerous situation. Hesitation will get you killed. He flicked his wand and a slab of earth rose up, blocking him from the vomit that Andromeda had finally begun to release as she continued to spin. She even had decent responses to the initial assaults. Where she failed, however, was another key point you'll be learning over the course of this year. Andromeda finally stopped spinning and was hung by her robes. Situational awareness. You need to know what's going on around you and keep track of it. He paused there, letting the words sink in as Andromeda was carried to a nice soft patch of grass by the WYRM and lain down. Now, who's next? Slytherins pointed at Gryffindors and Gryffindors pointed at Slytherins. Ah, dealer's choice then. Harry asked cheerfully before randomly pointing to a Gryffindor. I think we'll start with you. The student was not happy at all. Harry just smiled. By the end of the lesson, they would hardly be the only one. After the class had ended, Harry found himself in his office, going over the results of his lesson, going over the notes he'd made for each of the students' performances and suggestions to make going forward. They had, almost to a fault, frozen when the creatures had attacked. That was to be expected. That was part of the reason he'd stuck to rather terrifyingly realistic constructs resembling monsters. It took time and effort to overcome the ingrained response they would have to their first encounter with such creatures. But, Hopefully once he was done, they wouldn't hesitate if they had the unfortunate chance to encounter such a thing in the real world. What exactly did you think you were doing? Minerva McGonagall was absolutely livid as she forced her way into his office, her voice raised to a screaming yell, only to find herself suddenly facing the edge of what looked to be a spear formed out of newspaper pressed to her throat. I think, Professor McGonagall, that you should take more care in how you choose to approach someone. Harry Potter's voice reprimanded calmly before he gestured with his wand and the newspaper seemed to unfold itself and then refold itself into a neat stack back on his desk. Not all of react with the same civility to violent intrusions. Taking a slow, deep breath to calm down her suddenly hammering heart, she swallowed the thick surge of fear in her throat as she reminded herself that this man was not someone to be so casually angry towards. You put school children against monsters. No, he corrected her. I put school children against animated constructs completely under my control and lined with cushioning charms to prevent any real damage in order for it to be revealed how they react to such situations. McGonagall worked her jaw and stared at him in absolute disbelief. This was not the curriculum you submitted. As I stated last night, it was a last-minute change that I had to implement for 7th-year students. I will be doing the same with my Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff classes. Harry responded easily enough. You will not, she declared with an angry hiss. Oh, and why not? He asked honestly as he tilted his head to the side. It's barbaric, she stated with a glare. You will not be putting those students in danger. I'm not, he responded without even an ounce of hesitation. I am simulating a dangerous encounter in controlled circumstances so that they have less chance of freezing up should they actually find themselves in a dangerous situation. That is what the class is for, is it not? Defense against the dark arts. You cannot possibly be trying to justify this kind of. I explained myself to you, Harry corrected. They are Newt students. I intend to do my job and teach them how to keep their heads in a dangerous situation and find a way to escape. 2 of them have already been through more than the vast majority of the wizards in Britain and, through some quick thinking, are still here. With everything going on, I am going to do my job and teach them to the best of my ability to make sure that they survive. He gave her a cold hard look as he stood up and glared back at her. I do not call into question your lessons in transfiguration. I ask you to extend that same courtesy towards my teaching of defense. You're not teaching them anything. You're abusing both them and your position. She responded vehemently. I'm sorry you feel that way. Now, you've stated your opinion, so, there's the door. Good day, Harry stated in response as he bit down his more vitriolic responses in favor of at least attempting a civilized response. You are not just dismissing me. I will not, she started before suddenly feeling her entire body freezing up. And I said good day, he repeated softly as he calmly gestured with his wand again, and she found herself levitated out of his office and set into the hallway. A moment later she was able to move again as she watched the door slam shut on her. This is not over. No, Harry imagined on the other side of the door, it wasn't. But he really didn't want to have to deal with it right now when he had evaluations of his students to finish before his next class started. Bellatrix Black sighed a bit as she listlessly walked through the streets of Muggle London, walking past the still cordoned-off area where she had found herself both tested and wanting. It made her pause as she run her fingers against the film, plastic. She remembered vaguely how her sister had given her a rundown of the things that Muggles had developed. Things that wizards and witches, for the most part, had no clue about. Terrible shame, isn't it? A man, a policeman. Yes, that was it, a policeman. He was standing there, arms behind his back, following her gaze towards where construction workers were working to repair the street. Nasty bit of business. Gas explosions, who knew they could be so hot? Saw the asphalt melted down a bit. Someone had knocked out most of it by the time I got to see it, but, my word, it was impressive. Ah, she shifted slightly, looking at the man who had all of his attention on the scene. Not to worry, though. Give them a few more weeks and everything will be back, right as rain all the way, the policeman stated with a nod of his head. Right down to that little boutique that sadly got demolished. It was a nice boutique. Bellatrix stated neutrally as she looked back at the street. I don't believe I've seen you about before, ma'am. The police officer asked politely as he looked back at Bellatrix a bit more carefully this time. My sister took me there. Once, Bellatrix stated as she blushed just a bit at the memory. I am the oldest sister and my mother insisted on a very traditional upbringing. I had no idea half the kind of things that my sister likes to wear when she's away from my family. Ah. The man nodded his head, his face softening in sympathy. Well, you seem to have since adapted. I'm trying to, she admitted as she looked away back at the reconstruction. I don't know. There's so much I don't know. And it makes me realize how much of what I used to know I really didn't. It makes me feel, I don't know, small. Then, you're growing up. The officer stated with a knowing smile. Finding out what you don't know is the first step towards figuring out what you should know. Bellatrix paused as she slowly let those words roll around in her mind. Because you now know where to look to find out for it. Or at least you know it's something for you to work on, the officer agreed with a cheery smile. I'll admit, knowing what you don't know doesn't automatically tell you where to find it, but it does mean you're going to be on the lookout for it, I imagine. She nodded her head wordlessly as she kept her attention on the construction. It was all so. A wizard would have just gestured a bit, either casting a repair or conjuring, or transfiguring things. The Muggles, though, they built from the ground up, putting things together with materials she wasn't familiar with, in ways that she had never even known about. Before she would have looked down at them for having to take so long to do what a witch or a wizard could in mere moments with a barest fraction of the effort. Now, though, she had to admit there was more to it than that. A wizard would have conjured what they knew, mortared stone walls, cobbled streets, a pane of glass here and there. All of it tied together with magic that would eventually revert unless made permanent. And permanent was so much harder to do than it appeared, to the point that most people never bothered to, just making sure their spells were kept refreshed here or there. It was why several old family homes would, on occasion, simply vanish. For whatever reason the spells holding them together hadn't been renewed and resulted in everything returning to its original state. With Muggles, though, while they took longer to build everything, they simply weren't restricted like most wizarding houses. Then a sudden, terrible realization hit her mind. The Black family homes had matched their surrounding Muggle homes flawlessly, and didn't, as far as she could remember, require the typical maintenance to keep up. She had assumed it to be because of superior family magics, but what if it was because they were made the Muggle way? She was so lost in thought that she never saw the officer giving her a small, knowing smile and walking off, whistling a faint, cheerful tune. When she at last forced herself back into the waking world, she considered things for a long moment before nodding to herself. She hadn't really thought much of Muggles, other than what Harry Potter had said about clothing, and it showed how little she actually knew about them. She had grasped onto the part about clothes, thinking that had been all it was really about. But, was that really the case? How much did she actually understand about Muggles, beyond the clothes her sister had taken her to get? How much did she know about her own family's history? How much of everything that she thought she'd known, did she really? It was more troubling than she cared to admit. And the most important question she had to face: where did that leave her? Albus Slughorn had arrived at the headmaster's office with a slight frown on his face, almost uncertain about how exactly he was to handle his most recent news. I would like to speak to you about Professor Potter. Dumbledore sighed softly as he leaned back in his seat. What is it, Horace? As you might know, his first class was the Newt class with my snakes and Minerva's lions. Slughorn was more deliberate about his word choice than he normally was. After speaking to several of my students, I wanted to bring their concerns to your attention. What are their concerns, exactly, Horace? Dumbledore could already feel a pit of worry growing in his stomach. It would seem that Professor Potter's lesson consisted of having them all attempt to escape from some form of constructs he created in a relatively enclosed space. Creatures that apparently terrified them. Slughorn stated with a slight frown on his face. Dumbledore digested this information before slowly nodding his head a bit. Was anyone hurt? No. Which is why I'm only voicing their concerns and reserving my personal judgment, Slughorn stated simply as his mustache twitched. In fact, they all were rather sheepish when they realized that after everything occurred, none of them had so much as a bruise. Not even Ms. Black, though she had the worst of it. Likely because he expected the most from her, Dumbledore noted with a sigh. She acquitted herself quite well in London. I'm aware. I was quite proud of her when I heard the news. Slughorn agreed with a nod of his head and a faint smile beneath his mustache. As this is a Newt class, I am prepared to reserve judgment. Especially in light of the current atmosphere of the wizarding world. Quite. Dumbledore agreed with a sigh. I find myself uncertain on how to handle Mr. Potter, to be honest. I rather made a mess of our first meeting and have had some difficulty in interacting with the man. Oh, I find that surprising. I've always found you to be quite the personable individual, Albus. Horace noted with a chuckle. Yes, well, Mr. Potter has made a point of reminding me that I am a teacher at my core. That it is in fact the sum and pinnacle of who I am. And how, while that grants me a great deal of insight on some things, it leaves me with deficiencies in others. Dumbledore stated with a wince. At least in his opinion. The great Albus Dumbledore, deficient? Slughorn asked, amusement in his voice. Perish the thought. Quite. Dumbledore stated in agreement, smiling faintly behind his beard. However, Mr. Potter has assured me that he will simply be teaching his students how to survive. If they want to come for him for more, well, it will be their choice. I have told him that I don't believe that they should be involved in the potential mess that is to come. And Mr. Potter believes that they will be involved no matter what, and that I am merely trying to hope for the best when I should not be. Ah, Slughorn nodded his head in thought. As the head of Slytherin House, unfortunately, I have to agree with Mr. Potter. Based on what I've had the misfortune of hearing. I had hoped. Albus. Minerva McGonagall's voice pierced through the air. How dare you let that barbaric menace anywhere near our students? I believe we will have to table this discussion for the time, Horace. Oh, dear. Slughorn noted. She sounded a smidge upset. Indeed. So, how was it? Ted asked curiously as he settled in next to Andromeda, ignoring the scowling glares he was leveled from his presence at the Slytherin table. I hate him, Andromeda stated with a flat, growling voice as she turned her head and glared venomously at the seventh-year student about to reach towards their wand. And while I might not be able to do much of anything to Professor Potter, the rest of you don't represent even a fraction of what I would deem a threat. They flinched slightly, and all around the table, figures shifted uncomfortably as wands were slowly and reluctantly sheathed or put back down. Now, Rami, you're acting like you'd be all alone in that, Ted noted dryly as he shook his head. I can't let you go and take all the fun, now could I? Say that after you've had your turn with Potter's class, she said with another dark growl burning from the back of her throat. Well, I think he actually likes me, he said with a faint grin. I, unlike a certain beautiful lady, didn't try to set him up with my sister. So I'm being reminded, repeatedly. Andromeda stated as she let her shoulders slump down. Honestly, I just want Bella to stop being so Bellatrix-ish. A voice piped up helpfully as Narcissa appeared and took the seat in front of Andromeda. Andromeda. Narcissa. Andromeda greeted with an inclined head. I was more hoping she would calm down and become more grounded. If you say so, sister, Narcissa agreed with a nod of her head, before squinting her eyes at Ted. Barely acceptable male suitor. Ickle brat, Ted responded with a slight smirk on his face. How are you? Tolerable, despite the pallor my sister's engagement to you has cast, Narcissa said with a sniff. She could do much better. Andromeda groaned softly as she slowly began to massage against her temples. Ted, however, just grinned back at Narcissa. Well, of course she could, she's Rami. She just has to snap her fingers and these blokes would be on their hands and knees to cater to her every whim. Many glowers all around them protested that statement while Narcissa imperiously nodded her head. As it should be if they know what's best for them. Me, on the other hand. I'm a challenge, Ted stated with a smug grin on his face. I'm an ill-mannered muggle-born brute that defies her, denies her and makes her actually work for what she wants from me. Andromeda's face turned a bloody as she tried desperately to vanish herself into her seat. Narcissa blinked a moment, blinked again as she processed that statement, before slowly nodding her head. I suppose I could see the appeal. Merlin knows I'm getting sick of the sycophants. I don't want to turn into another Aunt Walburga. Heaven forbid. Ted agreed with a nod of agreement and a sly grin. I heard she had quite the habit of being entirely intolerable. She was scary, Narcissa stated with a shiver. If great Uncle Charles hadn't made her stop. Did Cousin Charles do something? A new voice popped up from directly behind Ted, causing everyone to start slightly and turn to find James Potter standing there in Gryffindor colors, eyes blinking curiously. As some of the elder Slytherins opened up their mouths, they fell silent to a stern, childish voice. I would hope that no one would be silly enough to try and say something about allied families having to avoid each other because of something as silly as their house. Sirius Black stood next to James Potter looking more severe than any 11-year-old had right to be, his arms crossed about his chest as he sent them all a look. Especially when he was accompanying me to visit my cousins. Air Black, Andromeda intoned formally as she reminded the rest of the table exactly who they were dealing with. Air Potter. Sirius, Narcissa agreed, nodding her head, before affixing her gaze pointedly upon James with a kind of speculative gleam in her eyes. Who is this? This is James, Sirius stated simply as he nodded to his new friend. Apparently I have to keep him out of trouble. It's horrible. Oh, come on, you know you liked it. James stated with a wild grin on his face. And they totally had it coming. Yes, but still, you want to have him catch us. Sirius reminded him with a shudder. Do you want to know what he'll do to us if he catches us? That just means we have to be more careful. James stated cheerfully before waving back at Narcissa. Lo there. Nice to meet you lot. He paused, making note of all the scowling faces and then grinned deviously at them. I look forward to pranking most of you into oblivion. See what I have to put up with. Sirius whined softly as he palmed his face. He's even more incorrigible than I am. Lovely, Andromeda stated with a sarcastic hiss of breath. Just absolutely lovely. Looks like you have your work cut out for you then, Squirt, Ted agreed with a nod of his head and a bemused grin, before looking at where Narcissa had her eyes locked on James. Maybe you could drag the ickle brat with you and loosen her up. Narcissa started at that before leveling a glare at Ted. I have no need of. I don't know, she seems a bit stuck up, James stated warily. Plus, she's a girl. And a really girly looking one at that. Watching the fire lighting up in Narcissa's eyes, Sirius glared at Ted. I will get you for this. I will totally get you for this. Get him for what? James asked in confusion. Sirius looked at the glare Narcissa sent him and then shivered. I'd tell you, but things would be even worse if I did. Huh. James looked thoroughly confused. You'll see soon enough, kid, you'll see soon enough, Ted stated with a kind of smug smirk on his lips as he looped an arm around Andromeda's shoulder then beamed at the glares that earned him. Andromeda simply looked at the whole situation and felt a great deal of confusion as she struggled to figure out if she should feel outraged or resigned. Either way, her boyfriend had certainly made her life even more interesting. Something she would make sure he paid for. Once it caused enough backlash for her to no longer find it amusing in spite of the irritations it would cause. My lord, I believe we have an opportunity to potentially harass, or even possibly remove the storm chaser from Hogwarts. Walburga stated with a cold, sharp smirk on her lips. Oh, do tell, Voldemort asked as he leaned back in his seat. All thanks to that foolish blood traitor McGonagall. What? Lucius Potter stated flatly as he brought his fist tightly about the handle of his wand and glared at Charles. Yes, that was about my own summation of things, Charles agreed with a faint nod of his head. How the bloody hell does he manage to get called in front of the Board of Governors after only one bloody day? Minerva Bloody McGonagall, Charles stated with a grimace of distaste. That woman. How is Minerva a problem? Lucius said with a confused frown. I've always found her to be. Apparently she let her famous temper get the better of her. Charles stated sourly. Went on a warpath because her 7th-year lions came to her complaining about Harry's methods. Word got out and some less than well-intentioned bastards decided to take a shot at him because of it. Because McGonagall is considered to be a dedicated instructor and generally stern and strictly by the rules. Lucius stated slowly as he leaned back and groaned. Because most people forget she has a bloody temper because she never lets it loose on students. It seems Harry is old enough to be exempt from her rules. Or she let her assumptions about his actions get the better of her. Or any number of things, Charles stated helplessly as he lifted up his hands and then sighed. Whatever the reason, the woman has made things more complicated than they need to be. And I'm sure that Harry's general attitude had nothing to do with it, Lucius said with a roll of his eyes as he looked back at Charles with a purposely bland expression. Are you implying something, Lucius? Charles asked with a frown. He is family, after all. Not just my own. He's also, thankfully, your problem more than mine, Lucius answered easily enough as he allowed a faint smile to curl over his lips. I find that fact surprisingly refreshing. Especially considering all the headaches you've caused me over the years. You say it like you haven't caused me a plethora in turn, Charles shot back before shaking his head. So, how exactly are we going to handle this? Do we even need to handle it? Lucius asked mildly. While I can see Harry having ruffled a few feathers, it is more likely that Minerva is overreacting due to letting her maternal instincts run wild. You'd rather just leave it to chance? Charles asked incredulously. I'd rather come in with full facts and destroy someone who thinks they can play games with students' lives. Lucius clarified with a faint smile. And it's not like there hasn't been enough evidence of late that more caution should be taken. But, Charles started to protest. Which would you rather, as prematurely flexing our strength and wasting it over something minor, or waiting for them to make a poor move, reacting and strengthening our position? Lucius countered as he arched a brow at Charles. I hate playing politics, Charles stated with a sigh and a grunt. Which is why I do it, not you, Lucius reminded him with an amused nod. Play to your strengths like telling the boys where to attack. If you weren't family, Charles said with a half-hearted grumble. If I wasn't family, you'd have never made it out of Hogwarts, Lucius stated with a bemused chuckle. I remember what you were like, Charles. Charles was smart enough to shut up at that. Harry was less than thrilled as he looked at the rather stern-faced Board of Governors, and his posture showed it as he leaned back in his chair. Professor Potter, you are here because one of your coworkers has raised rather troublesome claims about your teaching methods. The apparent head of the board was no one he recognized and he hadn't bothered to learn their name. Do you have anything to say before we begin? I put my Newt-level classes through a mock dark creature attack with cushioning charms. I fail to see exactly what the problem is. He spoke as if he was addressing a small child, his eyes hard and almost flinty as they stared back at the governor. As the creatures were animated under my direction and will, at no time was I not in control of the situation, nor were the students ever in any real danger. I fail to see why I am here. Professor Potter, if this is the type of teaching that we can expect from you. One of the governors started, only to be silenced by a glare from the professor in question. I repeat, my Newt-level classes. These are the only classes I am putting through these scenarios. Scenarios that I am taking from recent events. Or perhaps you're all forgetting what happened in London just a few months ago. Harry demanded with a scathing hiss of breath as he glared back at them. I believe they would like some assurances that you aren't planning to do this for your other classes, one of them stated delicately as they looked at the rest of the board with a look of pleading. Yes. Only the 6th years in the second half of next semester, so they have an idea of what I'll be putting them through for Newt's year. He answered as he took a slow, deep breath and then released it, forcing himself to try and remain calm. The other years I will be incorporating building them up to that level with different exercises. What sort of exercises, Professor Potter? One of the more neutral governors asked with a slight frown that showed they still very much had his Newt exercise on their minds. Starting in 4th year they will be learning a paint spell that's easily ended by a simple finite, wherein they will spend several exercises learning to both dodge and aim. Harry stated simply. First years will learn teamwork exercises in the form of a team game I'm going to work with them on that will also incorporate some of their spell work towards the middle of the second semester. 5th years will be taught the Patronus charm and how to run away from a hostile conflict. I'm worried about your definition of hostile conflict, Professor, one of them stated with a frown that conveyed a great deal of disapproval. I will be playing the part of the hostile force, using only the same paint spell as I will be teaching to 4th years. Harry was trying to keep the irritation out of his voice, but it was getting a bit hard to do. Everything in my lesson plan is designed to teach. Be that as it may, Professor Potter, we must ask you to cease these types of lessons going forward in the future. There was another one of them, shifting forward slightly, a puffed up edge of condescension. We cannot. No. Harry cut in with a sharp, flat voice that sliced through the air like a knife. That made the head of the Board of Governors frown as he tried to lean forward, as if he was trying to loom over Harry. I beg your pardon, Professor Potter. I will not be changing my lesson plans. Harry had had enough of this. There was no discussion, there was no listening to him, there was just a flexing exercise of power they wanted to exert over him, and he had more than enough experience with that in the past. We are not making a request, Mr. Potter. There was an icy chill to the head's voice as they glared at Harry, now looking down his nose at him. If you cannot follow the board's direction, we will dismiss you. Go ahead, Harry stated with a pair of tightly pursed lips as he purposely kept his hands on front him and away from his wand. I can assure you, I am quite serious about that, Mr. Potter. The moment of disbelief passed across the head's eyes, but quickly hardened in irritation. I never said you weren't, Harry agreed, and he was more than sure they were serious, but he really, truly wasn't going to play this game. If that's your response to this, that's your response. I am going to attempt to remain civil about this, but I designed my lesson plans to keep my students alive. I will not endanger them by giving them a false sense of security about their capabilities and knowledge. Apparently that was not the reaction they were expecting, leaving them to stare at him in disbelief. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore took the opportunity to make his presence known for the first time since the inquiry had begun, a slight tone of worry in his voice as he realized just how implacable Harry was going to be. Perhaps, Professor Potter, we could come to some form of compromise about. No, Harry stated simply and coldly as he looked back at Dumbledore with a stone-faced expression. I am taking more precautions than are taken in Quidditch. I am giving them valuable lessons that will help them for the rest of their lives. You did terrorize your class in the opinion of an established and respected professor and head of house, Professor Potter, Dumbledore reminded Harry as he looked at him over half-moon spectacles. That does raise some questions that need to be answered. And I have answered them. Harry stated with a coolness that immediately let Dumbledore know he has already been pushed past what he considered reasonable, as his eyes just bore back into Dumbledore's with nothing but irritation, bordering on outright anger. Dumbledore sighed softly and shook his head as he could feel the throbbing of a headache beginning to grow. Very well, Professor Potter. If you could please excuse us for a moment. Harry simply gave the man a curt nod as he stood in one fluid motion and left without even bothering to acknowledge the board with even a glance. Once the door shut behind him, the eyes all turned towards Dumbledore, even the neutral governors holding a look of irritation in their eyes. Slowly and deliberately clearing his throat, the head of the board fixed Dumbledore with a look. I don't care what kind of qualifications that boy has, he is not. That boy, as you call him, has slain at least 1,000-year-old basilisk, repeatedly bested dark wizards. He paused there, taking a breath before grimacing as he rephrased his words. No, besting is not the correct word. He destroyed them. Have you all forgotten what happened when he was interviewed? What exactly does that have to do with this? One of the governors asked in confusion as he looked at Dumbledore with a look of absolute confusion on his face. I was under the impression that issue was resolved by the Storm Chaser. There were a number of nods of agreement among the board as they then turned their attention back to Dumbledore expectantly. I had hoped you realized before you made yourselves an enemy of his, Dumbledore stated with a bland tone and no small amount of exasperation. I suppose it was too much to hope that you had taken the time to do proper research before this little inquisition. That made them pause a moment before one of them stiffened their back and glared at Dumbledore. I don't care if both the Potters and the Blacks supported his hiring. That kind of behavior cannot be tolerated. However, other members of the board were not quite so quick to dismiss Dumbledore's words as several of them shifted uncomfortably in place, looks of displeasure crossing their faces. The Potters and the Blacks. Oh, dear. It doesn't matter. We cannot tolerate such blatant insubordination. That kind of disrespect. The head of the board's face turned a bright red as he rose up in his seat, glowering back at Dumbledore. Very well. If you are determined to make an enemy of the Storm Chaser and his allies, I can see there is little I can do. Dumbledore stated with a note of resignation in his voice as he shook his head. I suppose you have a successor ready, then. I do not believe we have ever a professor fired in their very first week before. A sudden silence fell across the board before the head of the board looked at Dumbledore incredulously. What, now you're trying to protect him by implying that he is an ally of the Storm Chaser? No. Dumbledore took a moment to collect himself as he fought down the slow burn of frustration he was feeling swelling up inside of him. He did understand Harry's frustrations, he truly did when it came to these people, but he is the Storm Chaser. I thought that was blatantly obvious, all things considered. Him, the Storm Chaser. The man repeated, looking at Dumbledore incredulously. Are you daft? I confirmed his identity with Alistair Moody himself. Dumbledore struggled to not pinch the bridge of his nose as he looked at the man, speaking in a slow, deliberately calm voice. That is where his influence comes from. That is the man you have made an enemy of. A man that could duel me either to a draw or potentially defeat me, should certain information be accurate. He let that sink in for a moment before continuing, even as he struggled to not take pleasure in the looks of ill ease on their faces. What's more, I have already had a long and thorough discussion about things with Professor Potter. He has an instinctive grasp on the subject matter and this lesson plan was approved. You approved this madness? The head of the board demanded, staring at him incredulously. We have more injuries and fewer precautions taken with Quidditch, Dumbledore calmly repeated Harry's earlier words as he used a much more experienced voice. As he said, he had cushioning charms in place and there was not a single injury to the students. Everything they faced was directly under his control, in a manner beyond any sort of trained creature or animation charm can be. There was no danger. Beyond them being terrified out of their minds. One of the governors protested, struggling to regain their ground and shift the argument back in their favor. Which was part of the purpose of the class to begin with. Dumbledore cut back with a gesture of his hand. Or have we suddenly come to the conclusion that encountering a dark creature won't terrify them out of their minds? Well, no, but. The governor struggled to come up with another argument in time maintain the strength of their position. So, you are saying that you want the students to freeze up in terror if they ever encounter a dark creature. For them to not have any experience in understanding how they should cope with when their body rebels against them and clouds their mind with fear and terror. Dumbledore pressed, remembering so very much of how he had first reacted to the proposal Harry Potter had given him. And he remembered the way Harry had explained it to him. Only, Harry wasn't very patient about it. The man was, Albus had to admit, very much the warrior. He could teach, yes, but he taught with an almost tough practicality to his methods. Though Albus had been ashamed at the surprise he'd felt at the depth of understanding Harry had about the need to keep the students safe. You know that is not what I'm saying. The governor declared angrily. No, I do not. Nor do I believe that the public will when the papers publish the story about this. Dumbledore stated with a shake of his head. We're acting in the best interests of the students. The head of the governors declared with an angry, puffed up chest, face again flushing red. They wouldn't. Blacks and Potters, Dumbledore reminded him calmly as he gave them all a look to remind them of exactly what kind of fight they were about to get themselves into. You might manage to get a preemptive strike, but then they will hit you back. He paused there, letting the words sink in as he gave them a look. However, I do understand your reservations of Professor Potter's methods. I had them myself, but the man knows what he is doing, and his control is nothing short of astounding. Nothing happens with his creations that he does not direct them to do. And what's to stop him from? The governor started to protest again, only to suddenly fall silent beneath the look that Dumbledore affixed him with. The same thing that's stopping me and him from deciding that, because you don't listen to us, and are, in fact, being purposely obtuse and obstinate in regards to this, that the lot of you should be summarily dealt with. Dumbledore stated with an edge to his voice that immediately made the governors stiffen. Our desire to maintain civility for both ourselves and society. So, if I might suggest, this discussion shall be tabled and we shall redress the results at the end of the school year. He paused there, his eyes moving from one member to the next. That way he will have either proven his point or granted you sufficient proof that he should be dismissed to the point that neither Blacks nor Potters will intervene. He looked at them all expectantly as he allowed them to mull over their options. It was some time later, after the conclusion of the meeting, that Dumbledore found Harry seated outside the room on a stone bench he was quite sure had not been there before. In his hand, Harry was making notes in a leather-bound journal with a sleek black fountain pen. However, his attention was not so focused upon his writing that he did not make note of Dumbledore's approach. "Headmaster," he nodded his head towards the elder man and carefully screwed the cap back onto his pen before quietly putting it away and shutting his journal. "Will I be needing to clear out my office?" The tone was blunt and calm, without any inflection as the man studied Dumbledore with a distant look on his face. "For the moment, no. I have managed to impress upon them that it would be best to not jump to any ill-considered conclusions," Dumbledore stated with a generally neutral tone as he looked at Harry. "As such, they will wait until the end of the year to fully assess your skills." "Oh." Harry's voice was slightly skeptical as he looked back at Dumbledore. That must have taken some work. They didn't seem to be very eager to change their minds. "Yes, well, it was more reminding them that they can only afford to have their egos survive so much before it ends up costing them more than they can afford," he stated with a calm tilt to his head. They simply thought that Minerva's reaction was enough by itself for them to act on. Harry shrugged his shoulders a bit as he fought to keep his tone neutral, though it was audibly strained. "She had a very strong reaction. Publicly as well." "Yes, I'm aware," Dumbledore agreed with a nod of his head, his eyes filled with a look of disappointment. "And you're going to?" The sound in Harry's voice held more resignation than Dumbledore was expecting, with a flatness that told him that the expectation was nothing. "I shall have a word with her," was all Dumbledore managed to say. "In the meantime, I do believe you have a class to teach." Harry looked at him with eyes more jaded than Dumbledore was normally comfortable with seeing on his teachers, before simply nodding his head, standing and leaving without a word. Dumbledore was left watching his departure and wondering just who had failed the boy so completely that he found himself so completely untrusting of him to do his duty. "They failed, my lord," the wizard stated simply as he bowed to Voldemort. "Unfortunate," Voldemort stated with a frown of displeasure. "Why?" "Those not immediately loyal to our cause were unaware of the professor's identity, and that coupled with the fact there was no actual harm done," the wizard trailed off and kept his face down and supplicant to the man in front of him. "It was pointed out that they were Newt-level students, and they should be taught how to not freeze up when faced with dark creatures." Voldemort frowned unpleasantly before reluctantly nodding his head. "Ambitious. And difficult to pull off. As you say, my lord," the wizard demurred to his greater experience and knowledge. "As well he should. I suppose that it was unlikely that the ploy would succeed. Fools will be fools." Voldemort leaned back in his seat and considered what actions to take next. There was a lingering silence, before finally Walburga spoke up. "My lord, if I might make a suggestion." "Ah, yes, Walburga, please do enlighten us about your idea," Voldemort almost purred out his words as he slid forward. "If nothing else, it would be entertaining for the sheer tuppity and viciousness it entailed. It occurs to me, my lord, that everything that happened to go off track started with one particular incident," Walburga stated, a look of vitriolic hate in her eyes. "Oh, which incident would that be?" He had an idea, but really, he wanted to see exactly what the woman had in mind. "The night that Bellatrix Black was supposed to be inducted into the ranks of your knights," she said, practically spitting the name out. "Ah, yes, the first appearance of the illustrious storm chaser," he agreed, nodding his head vaguely as he gestured for her to continue. "Do go on." "It was her memories, her testimony, her words that turned them against you," she stated with a furious grinding of her teeth as he could see the muscles of her jaw clenching. "She was the one that turned them from the true path. That blinded them to how our place was at your side. And you want to do something about her, Voldemort offered with a slowly drawn-out smirk on his lips. "It is her fault all of this occurred. It is her fault that they lost their way. It is her fault they cast me out," Walburga declared, her fury building up as he could almost see a frothing bubble of spittle forming. "Yes, I suppose it would be," he agreed with a faint nod of agreement, hiding the dark amusement he was finding at the entire situation. And what's worse, she is infatuated with that lying filth. She almost shrieked out in righteous indignation. The blacks need to learn a lesson. They need to learn that they made a mistake. And that storm chaser needs to learn that he cannot corrupt good purebloods without proper consequences. Voldemort chuckled softly. It was an entertaining thought. And he could think of how he could work it to his advantage. Yes, it certainly had possibilities. My dear Walburga, I believe you have inspired me. You wanted to see me, Albus? Minerva McGonagall asked, standing tall, stern and proud as she walked into his office with her head held high. Yes, Professor McGonagall, I did. Dumbledore stated with a pointed look and a voice schooled to strict neutrality. Please be seated. Immediately she stiffened, if ever so slightly. Never before had Albus Dumbledore been so formal with one of his professors, typically fostering a lax and friendly atmosphere that, she would admit, she occasionally found lacking. She could feel the cold trickle of worry sinking down her spine even as she calmly took her seat. Headmaster, might I know what this is about? She asked with a detached calm as she struggled to keep her emotions in check. This is in regards to your rather public actions and accusations towards Professor Potter, the repercussions of your act and the resulting fallout. Dumbledore stated with a weary sigh as he leaned back in his seat. She began the protest out of reflex, before she visibly restrained herself and took a slow deep breath, forcing herself to continue in a more controlled manner. In what way, Headmaster? The way that you publicly confronted him and accused him in front of our students in the middle of the Great Hall. Dumbledore stated in a slow, sad voice as he watched her over his spectacles. Which has put me in position I do not want to be in. Tell me, Professor McGonagall, do you know where you failed? The cold pit of ill-ease sank even deeper into her stomach as she shifted slightly, but nonetheless stiffened her back and refused to back down. I did no such thing. That. A simple look by the headmaster reminded her that she was not in an informal meeting where her temper was allowed free rein, and she again forced her words back down with a bitter grimace. As you fail to understand, I will explain by using Professor Slughorn's example, he stated calmly. As you will recall, the class consisted of both Gryffindor and Slytherin students. And, as with the Gryffindors, the Slytherins went to Professor Slughorn to complain about the class. Do you know what he did, Professor McGonagall? Something else, I would gather. She allowed a trace of sullen defiance to leak into her voice as she glared back at him. Indeed, he did not scream at his coworker in front of the student body over actions he had not fully understood or considered, he agreed with a nod of his head. Instead, he came to me first and actually talked to me about the issue. She swallowed the unpleasant taste in her mouth and slowly nodded her head. I see. No, I don't believe you do, Dumbledore stated coolly as he leaned forward and affixed her with a look. Not in the least. My students. She began to protest, her voice rising slightly in response to his response. Were seventh years that had volunteered to take the final year of defense against the dark arts. Seventh years complaining about being scared during their lesson when they were confronted by the sort of thing they would be expected to defend themselves against. He took his time, emphasizing the words with a subtle force as he threaded his fingers together. Seventh years, complaining about the danger they were supposedly in, when not a single one of them had so much as a bruise or a scratch as a result of the class. He sighed then and slumped back into his seat with a weary resignation. I understand your initial reaction, I truly do, Minerva. What I don't understand and cannot accept is how you chose to react to it. We are here to set an example for our students. And yet, you went and undermined not only Professor Potter's but my own authority in front of them. He's a menace, she protested, her voice raising slightly, though there was an undercut of uncertainty in her tone as she shifted slightly in her seat. How can you side with that brute? Because I have taken the time to look at the issue objectively, he responded. Do I particularly like the lesson? No. Do I believe that it is absolutely necessary? I hope very much that it is not. Do I think he put them into any sort of danger whatsoever? Absolutely not. That brought her up short as she stared at him in disbelief. Albus, you know as well as I do that animation charms fail all the time. That they degrade and act in chaotic and unpredictable manner unless strictly controlled with built-in rune. And did you check to see if he was using animation charms, Minerva? He asked pointedly, cutting her off her exposition on things he most assuredly already knew, feeling a faint headache building up behind his eyes. My students, she immediately protested. Our students, who have not finished their primary education and have a limited grasp of magic's capabilities, he stated before taking a slow deep breath to force down his emotions. So, shall I sum up your beliefs on the matter? He didn't give her a chance to consent before he continued. You believe that, based on the statement of a group of students who have still not even graduated our fine institution, that you knew exactly what magics were being used, and that your students were in danger, despite the fact that not a single injury, no matter how minor, had been reported. Solely based on their statements, without any investigation of your own, you decided to forego coming to me with any concerns you had and decided instead to directly and publicly confront a man you barely know, destroying any potential respect or trust he might have gained for you. He finished laying out the case as he paused a moment, giving his words a chance to sink in. Does this summarize what happened? That is a slanted interpretation of what happened and you know it, Albus. She snapped back with a glare. No, Ms. McGonagall, it is not, he stated as he found himself wondering exactly where he had gone so wrong with such a promising young woman. You allowed your emotional response to overwhelm your manners, decorum, and common bloody sense. She started as, for the first time she could recall, she found herself facing an Albus Dumbledore who raised his voice out of anger as he stood up in his chair and loomed over her. I have taken the time to speak with Professor Potter about this. I have taken the time to watch him demonstrate the spells he used for his exercise. I have interviewed the students who, after being forced to calm down, admitted that none of them had been injured even in the slightest. And what's more, I have to watch as Professor Potter was called before the Board of Governors in regards to this whole mess simply because word reached them through our students without any sort of proper investigation being done. Dumbledore loomed up over her as he glared down at her, his voice bearing an edge of frustrated anger never associated with him. And I assure you, Ms. McGonagall, I do not appreciate being called in to participate in what amounts to an unfounded witch hunt against one of my professors. Especially not because of the foolishness of one bloody idiot who can't keep her own bloody temper in check. He almost growled out the words as he watched her shrink down into her seat, a look of white-faced terror in her eyes that immediately made him rein in his temper, forcing himself back into control. I do not know where this sudden foolishness came from, Ms. McGonagall, but you must now face the consequences. He said the words with a bitter disappointment and a weary sadness. I have no choice but to place you on probation and revoke your position as head of house for Gryffindor. Headmaster, she protested, suddenly sounding absolutely horrified as her eyes opened wide and disbelieving. If you had kept this a private affair, I could have kept it all politely under the rug, as it were. Unfortunately you did not, and you have forced me into a position I loathe. He almost fell back into his seat as he looked back at her. I do not like interfering with my instructors, Minerva. I believe that it is up to you to do the best you can and, as long as you are not repeatedly or intentionally putting our students in danger, I give every one of you a remarkable amount of freedom. He pushed his spectacles up to the ridge of his brow and rubbed his eyes tiredly. That is because I have to trust you to be respectful professionals that are capable of doing their jobs in an intelligent, respectful manner. Until one of you proves me wrong. He allowed the glasses to slip back down onto his nose and he affixed her with a look. I will be expecting a full and public apology from you to Professor Potter. But, she again began to protest before withering beneath his gaze. Dumbledore held his glare upon her for a lingering moment before breaking it and sighing as he shook his head. But, I will also have Professor Potter give you and the rest of the staff a proper demonstration of his skills and an example of exactly why he is in complete control when he was running his students through his exercise. The woman looked at least slightly mollified at that, though Dumbledore had a feeling that things would not be resolved so easily. So, I finally received a letter from my prodigal son, Orion noted as he slowly swirled his glass of brandy in his hand. Oh, Cygnus looked, not intrigued, but at least mildly curious. He is, it seems, a Gryffindor, Orion stated sourly, though he did not seem horribly disappointed. I shouldn't be terribly surprised, but I do feel annoyed, I suppose. I had hoped. Why are you not surprised? Cygnus asked, frowning slightly as he parsed the statement. Why would you not be surprised? He chose to ask to see Bellatrix's memories, Orion stated simply as he slumped back into his seat. Brave and foolish. I suppose I would have to classify it as that, Cygnus acknowledged with a grimace of understanding. Though, to see such a thing so young. As I said, brave and foolish, Orion said again as he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. He has at least made friends with Lucius Boy. And managed to get himself in trouble with the storm chaser. Along with your daughter. Which? Cygnus asked after a moment. I mean, I was already aware of his issues with Bellatrix. Andromeda apparently, Orion noted as he flipped open the letter once more and then glanced through it. She apparently attempted to try and help her sister with her mad attempt to court the man. I suppose I can see where he might find that unappealing, Cygnus noted with a frown and a sour grunt. With the revelation that he was Muggle-raised and whatnot. They have such odd ideas about how courtship should be. Quite, Orion agreed before wincing slightly. Though, after things with Walburga, I am wondering just how wrong they actually are. Just because, Cygnus said before trailing off as he remembered exactly what his own wife's reaction had been and what he had almost had to do. I suppose I really can't be someone to really make aspirations about this, can I? You could, you're at least better off than I am, though I would find reasons to complain, Orion responded with a sigh as he sank back deeper into his chair. I honestly have no idea what to say to the boy. I mean, he's a Gryffindor. There is that, Cygnus agreed with a slow nod of his head. But, there is something even worse you haven't considered yet. What in Merlin's name could be worse than this? Orion sounded absolutely incredulous as he sat up in his chair and stared at his former brother-in-law. What Uncle Charles is going to say when he finds out. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.